Chapter 29:39. The milky white fluorescence continued to wander in his divine soul, like countless stars in the sky. After a while, his body solidified a little, and the vitality coming from his body gradually became stronger. At a certain moment, Tianyan's gradually solidifying body suddenly transmitted a strong suction force, and the entire spirit sword peak's heaven and earth spirit qi surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, it was completely devoured by him. An even stronger suction force came out, and the wind and clouds on Spirit Sword Peak roared. The spirit qi in the distance quickly flooded over, but it still could not meet Tianyan's needs. His body, which was formed by the spirit pill, seemed to have become a bottomless pit at this moment. No matter how much spirit qi came, it could be completely devoured. When Zishan noticed this and immediately took action, he communicated with the Azure Sun Temple's great protective array and gathered the spirit qi of the entire Azure Sun Temple to Spirit Sword Peak. Xianxia even took out his Elder Jade Plate and controlled the spirit qi that was pouring into Spirit Sword Peak into Tianyan's body. The two divided the work and cooperated intimately. With the influx of spirit qi, the vitality in Tianyan's body became more and more exuberant. If there was a trace of unnaturalness in this vitality just now, then this trace of unnaturalness was slowly being eliminated. Tianyan's body was transforming into a real body of flesh and blood. The omnipresent heavenly way seemed to have noticed something. Suddenly, there was an indescribable heavenly might condensing on Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was very weak and had not even taken shape, Xianxia and Wen Zishan were still shocked. The mighty force of heaven and earth. Xianxia clearly perceived a trace of the mighty force of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth in each world were different, and the only thing in common was the mighty force of heaven and earth. That was the origin of the world. It was the power of the entire world. Therefore, the Emperor Realm controlled the laws of heaven and earth, while the great emperors had glimpsed the mighty force of heaven and earth. This was the fundamental difference between the two. Tianyan's existence was not tolerated by the Star Realm. Previously, he used the divine technique to conceal himself and avoid the heavenly way. But as time passed, this deceptive method gradually revealed itself. This allowed the heavenly Tao to sense his existence. Indeed, there was not much time left. If he did not let Tianyan create his physical body before the heavenly Tao revealed itself, he would definitely be expelled from this world and banished into the endless void. When that time came, even if Xianxia had the rainbow soul-warming lotus, he might not be able to save him. Xianxia and Wen Zishan's faces were solemn as they quickly channeled the world energy of the entire Azure Sun Temple into Tianyan's body. This was the only thing they could do. The rest would depend entirely on Tianyan's own efforts. Time passed slowly, and the spirit qi in the Azure Sun Temple never stopped surging for a moment. The sound of wind and thunder constantly came from the Spirit Sword Peak. Tianyan's body became more and more solid, and his vitality became more and more vigorous. The power of the Way of the Heavens condensed on Lingjian Peak was also getting stronger and stronger, like a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head. It could be chopped down at any time. It made people feel anxious and uneasy. At a certain moment, Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands made a few mysterious gestures that seemed to be fast but were actually slow. His newly created physical body seemed to be able to absorb all the world energy within a radius of dozens of miles. The milky white light that had been swimming in his body suddenly disappeared at this moment. The moon was still bright in the sky, and the stars were few. Lingjian Peak had somehow regained its tranquility, and the heavenly Tao's power that had been condensing and lingering inexplicably disappeared without a trace. Xianxia's eyes darted around, looking at Tianyan from time to time. He looked at Wen Zishan, then looked up at the sky, looking a little confused. "Congratulations, Senior." Wen Zishan suddenly spoke, cupping his fists and smiling in the direction of Tianyan. Tianyan also smiled. It's all thanks to both of your help. This old man thanks both of you. When Zishan smiled, I just used brute force. Senior was able to create a physical body because Yang Kai found the life incarnation pill. Yang Kai said, Senior, did you succeed? He also heard some things from the conversation between the two. If Tian Yin did not succeed, he would not be so relaxed. Tian Yin smiled. It's done. That's great. Yang Kai was overjoyed. It was only now that he released his divine thought to scan Tian Yin's body. At first glance, he could not help but be stunned. This was because the current Tian Yin actually gave him an extremely weak feeling. This kind of weakness was not the kind of weakness that came from a lamp that had run out of oil, but a very natural kind of weakness, or it could be called weakness. Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of power from his body. Tian Yin was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated. Senior, you are. Yang Kai looked at him in shock. Tian Yin smiled slightly. The heavenly Tao is not easy to deceive. Even if I can hide it for a while, I can't hide it forever. I can only follow the heavenly Tao. At this moment, I should be equivalent to a newborn baby. Yang Kai opened his mouth wide. This situation was a little different from what he had expected. He originally thought that Tian Yin would still be a master at the level of the great emperors after his physical body was formed. Who knew that the final result would be like this? But thinking about it, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Tian Yin was indeed at the level of the great emperors in the astral ascension world, but that was only for the power of the soul. His physical body was formed by the flesh incarnation pill. Even if he swallowed an endless amount of world energy, it was impossible to reach the level of the great emperors in one go. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt relieved. He felt that his previous considerations were too naive. Wan Zishan said, with Senior's foundation, even if you cultivate from the beginning, I'm afraid it won't take long for you to return to your peak. I hope so. Tian Yin chuckled. But before that, this old master needs to stay in the temple for a few days. Wan Zishan laughed. As long as Senior doesn't mind my temple simplicity, you can stay as long as you want. Do you need me to arrange a spirit peak for Senior? There's no need. This place is good. I see that little Yang is also a busy person. This place is remote and quiet, suitable for me to rest and recuperate. Moreover, this is the place where this old master was born. Cultivating here is like a baby in its mother's womb. If it were somewhere else, it might be a little uncomfortable. If that's the case, then I'll do as Senior says. I'll have someone send some cultivation materials over tomorrow. If there's anything Senior needs, just let me know. Then send some ancient books over. Anything, the more the better. Okay, then this one will take his leave first. Wen Zishan cupped his fists slightly, then glanced at Yang Kai for a moment before disappearing. Tian Yin turned his head to look at Yang Kai and smiled. You seem a little disappointed. Yang Kai chuckled. It's not that I'm disappointed, but it's a little different from what I expected. Hey, slow down, I'll support you. As he spoke, he walked up and supported Tian Yin, who was about to stand up. Tian Yin was obviously not used to his own body. When he stood up, he staggered a few times. Fortunately, Yang Kai was beside him, otherwise he would have fallen. As he said, at this moment, he was like a newborn baby who had to learn everything from the beginning. There was a palace on Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was not big, it was enough for two people to live in. Yang Kai and Tian Yin chatted as they walked into the palace. After a few steps, Tian Yin suddenly stopped. Yang Kai did not know what he was doing. When he turned his head, he saw that Tian Yin's expression was blank and his eyes were dull, as if he had lost consciousness. Yang Kai was shocked and thought that there was an accident. Just as he was about to investigate, Tian Yin's eyes moved again, and his consciousness returned to his body at this moment. The fusion of body and soul was not very successful. My soul left my body just now, Tian Yin explained, shaking his head in annoyance and walking more carefully. It won't be like this forever, right? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Of course not. It will be fine in a few days. It's just that I'm afraid it will be a little difficult these days. Along the way, they stopped 3 times. Each time, It was because Tianyan's soul had accidentally left his body. Yang Kai put him in a room with great difficulty, feeling more and more that what Tianyan said was right. Right now, he was just a newborn baby. The next day, Wen Zishan sent people to deliver a large number of jade slips with a wide variety of contents. All of them were sent to Tianyan's room. Tianyan had not come out of seclusion since yesterday, so Yang Kai did not disturb him. He just flew to the platform at the top of Spirit Sword Peak. With one hand, the mountains and rivers bell flew up. When the roar of a dragon came out, Zhu Lai, who was suppressed in it, suddenly turned into a 20-foot-long dragon. He opened his bloody mouth and bit at Yang Kai. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai stared at him contemptuously, urging the power of the golden divine dragon in his body to display the dragon transformation secret art. His body suddenly grew taller, and a burst of crackling sounds came from his body like beans being fried. A short horn grew on his forehead, and his whole body was covered in scales. The giant dragon that had just arrived in front of him couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as its 20-foot-long body burst like a bubble. Zhu Lai awkwardly appeared in his human form. He had just flown in front of Kai Yang and met Kai Yang's iron fist head-on. It looked like he had taken the initiative to welcome the beating. With a bang, Zhu Lai was sent flying and hit the mountainside of a mountain not far away, sinking more than a few feet. He felt dizzy for a while, and when his vision cleared, he looked up and found that Yang Kai was already standing in front of him. Yang Kai's 4-meter-tall half-dragon body was exuding a strong suppressive force that made him feel uncomfortable. It seems that you still haven't learned your lesson. Yang Kai sneered, stretched out a dragon claw, and pulled Zhu Lai out of the crack in the rock like a chicken. Zhu Lai struggled hard, but to no avail. Such a scene had happened countless times in the past half a month. Every time Yang Kai opened the mountains and rivers bell, Zhu Lai would fiercely sneak attack him. But without that special dragon scale, he could not resist the suppression of Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret art. Even though his real strength was 2 levels higher than Yang Kai's, he was beaten until he could not fight back. Almost every time, it ended with Zhu Lai being beaten up. Chapter 2940. Bang, 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 bang. Yang Kai beat Zhu Lai up in the air like a sandbag. Blood splattered everywhere as Zhu Lai was battered and exhausted. But no matter how badly he was beaten, Zhu Lai never had the thought of admitting defeat or begging for mercy. On the contrary, the harder Yang Kai beat him, the colder his eyes became. It was as if Yang Kai didn't beat him to death, he would definitely repay the pain 100 times over. The pride of the dragon race was evident. Even if Yang Kai transformed into his 4-meter-tall half-dragon form, he was no different from an ant in Zhu Lai's eyes. With another loud bang, Zhu Lai was knocked down from the air and landed heavily on the ground. Before he could bounce back up, Yang Kai had already stepped on his face. "Do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai looked down at him. "If you admit defeat, I'll let you go right now." "No." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and shouted, "What's the point of relying on bloodline suppression? If you have the guts, let's fight in our human forms." Yang Kai chuckled. "What kind of bullshit theory is that? Don't you dragon race decide who's better and who's worse by bloodline? You're not part of the dragon race." Zhu Lai sneered. "That's not right. In your human form, you have the strength of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. I'm just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If I fight in my human form, wouldn't I be at a huge disadvantage?" Yang Kai kept shaking his head. "Do I need the cultivation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master to deal with trash like you? This dragon will suppress his cultivation to the first-order Emperor Realm," Zhu Lai said with a look of disdain. "Oh," Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you're very confident. Let me be frank, what if you can't beat me?" "Can't beat you? That's impossible." Zhu Lai wanted to shake his head, but his head was firmly stepped on by Yang Kai's big foot. He couldn't even shake his head. He could only sneer contemptuously. Under the premise of the same level, no one is a match for the dragon race. "That's hard to say." Yang Kai sneered. "How about this, as you said, we'll both fight in our human forms, no bloodline suppression, but you'll have to suppress your cultivation to the First Order. If you lose, we'll forget about everything that happened before. What if you lose? Do whatever you want with me. Are you serious? Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. For real. All right. If you lose, I want you to return to the Dragon Island with me. Moreover, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. This is a great humiliation for you humans, right? Xianxia laughed out loud. Not to mention 3, even 3,300 are up to you. As he spoke, Xianxia took a few steps back and released the subdued Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai leaped up. Anger surged on his face, as if he was ready to pounce on Xianxia for revenge at any time. But he suppressed the impulse in his heart and just said with a cold face, "If you're a man, don't let others look down on you. I hope you can keep your promise." Xianxia snorted lightly. "You'll have to beat me first." As he finished speaking, he took the initiative to disperse the dragon transformation art. His 4-meter-tall body quickly shrank. He regained his original appearance. At this moment, Zhu Lai rushed over and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. Although he didn't transform into a giant dragon and couldn't use most of the dragon race's secret techniques, he had no problem spitting out a few mouthfuls of dragon flame. He did keep his promise with Xianxia and suppressed his cultivation to the First Order Emperor realm. So the power of this mouthful of dragon flame was weaker than when he transformed into a giant dragon. Even so, this kind of dragon flame was not something that just anyone could withstand. It contained an extremely scorching power. After the dragon flame, he threw a punch at Xianxia with a look of excitement, as if he could already see the scene of Xianxia being ravaged by him. He didn't put a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master in his eyes. The reason why he was ravaged by Xianxia these days was entirely because of the suppression of his bloodline. After Xianxia used the dragon transformation art, Zhu Lai couldn't even use 70% of his strength. So how could he be his opponent? But the situation was different now. Both of them were in human form, so there was no bloodline suppression. He decided to beat Xianxia up to vent his anger first, then bring him back to Dragon Island and hand him over to the Great Elder. Zhu Lai's fist arrived first, smashing directly into the dragon flame, and miraculously produced some unexpected changes. Zhu Lai's fist seemed to burn, and not only did it not reduce the power of the dragon flame, but it also increased its power. Rip! A sound was heard. A sword light flashed, and a wide long sword slashed at Zhu Lai's fist, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The dragon flame wrapped around Zhu Lai's fist was cut apart and became extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. What? Zhu Lai was taken aback, and his expression changed slightly. He had been ravaged by Xianxia these days, so he had some understanding of this human strength. He knew that he was much stronger than an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't expect his attack to do anything to his opponent, and it was just a test. But he didn't expect his opponent to be able to take it so easily. Looking up, Zhu Lai's expression changed again, because he found that Xianxia didn't seem to be struggling at all, and there was a faint smile on his face, as if he was mocking him. Zhu Lai was furious and shouted, "You're just pretending." His other fist blasted forward like a thunderbolt, and it looked like he was going to smash Xianxia's face into pieces. Xianxia spun his myriad sword and patted it lightly in front of him, hitting Zhu Lai's second fist. An irresistible force suddenly hit him, and Zhu Lai actually felt pain. This turn of events really made him feel a little incredulous. He was a member of the dragon race, and his physique was as strong as an emperor artifact. But this human's casual attack made him feel pain. How strong did he have to be to do this? Was he a member of the dragon race? Or was he a member of the dragon race? While he was hesitating, Xianxia had already chopped down with his myriad's sword with a cold look on his face. A chill came from the top of his head, and Zhu Lai's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. With a sizzling sound, the myriad sword cut through Zhu Lai's body, and sparks flew everywhere. After Zhu Lai retreated 1,000 meters, he looked down and saw a long white scar from his abdomen to his crotch. It was extremely dazzling. You should be glad you're a member of the dragon race, or else you would already be dead. Xianxia's voice came from the front like a ghost. Zhu Lai raised his head and saw that he had unknowingly appeared 15 meters away from him. The wide sword had disappeared, and with a clap and pull of his hands, a 3-meter-long black crescent-like attack suddenly formed and slashed directly at him. Zhu Lai wanted to move, but he found that the space around him had become extremely viscous, giving him the illusion that he had fallen into a swamp. No matter what, he could not avoid such an attack. With a low roar, his aura skyrocketed, and dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, preparing to take it head-on. The pitch-black crescent blade pierced through the air, causing Zhu Lai's heart to palpitate. He did not know if he could withstand such an attack with his strength. This attack contained very clear fluctuations of space principles, completely condensed from the power of the void. Wherever it passed, even space was swallowed. If such an attack landed on his body, it would likely devour a part of him. For the first time in his life, Zhu Lai felt powerless. Even when he was suppressed by Xianxia's dragon transformation art, he did not feel this way. Just as Zhu Lai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, the crescent blade had already arrived in front of him and shattered with a bang, only an inch away from him. A palpitating feeling of escaping death enveloped his heart, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Zhu Lai's face was ashen as he looked up at Xianxia, only to see the other looking at him with a smile. "You lost." Zhu Lai's face darkened, and he did not say a word. He had indeed lost, but he had not lost to that crescent blade-like attack. He had lost to himself. In the instant before the crisis, he had raised his strength to the third-layer Emperor realm and displayed some of the characteristics of the dragon race, breaking the agreement between him and Xianxia. He had not even figured out the true level of Xianxia when he was not using his dragon transformation art, so he had lost in a daze. An indescribable sense of shame and frustration welled up in his heart, making him look incomparably gloomy. His lips opened and closed a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. The dragon race had always been the one to look down on other creatures, but only now did Zhu Lai realize that there was someone else on the dragon race. "You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you?" Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Lai. "We agreed before that if you lost, our grudges would be written off. Can't you afford to lose the dragon race?" These words provoked Zhu Lai, and his arrogant nature made him respond. "Who said I can't afford to lose? A loss is a loss. Just as you said, the grudge between us is written off." Xianxia immediately smiled. That's good. And since that's the case, you can go back to where you came from. By the way, tell Dragon Island that I will go there when I have time. Don't send people here every few days." Zhu Lai said with a serious face, "I will pass on your words to Dragon Island, but I don't know what decision they will make." Xianxia nodded. "It's fine. Tell Zhu Qing as well. You two should be able to contact each other, right? Tell her not to look for me in the future. It's very dangerous." Every time he was with Zhu Qing, Xianxia could not control the throbbing in his blood. The desire hidden in the depths of his heart seemed to be about to erupt at any time. This made him feel very uncomfortable and very dangerous. Xianxia knew that this was the dragon's nature, and as he cultivated the dragon transformation art, this dragon's nature would become stronger and stronger. One day, he would not be able to suppress this desire. That was why he felt that it was better for Zhu Qing to stay as far away from him as possible. It would be best if she could not contact him at all. "Zhu Qing is probably already dead. I can't pass on your message." Zhu Lai shook his head slowly. The smile on Xianxia's face slowly disappeared. "What do you mean by probably?" Chapter 2941. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "It probably means that I'm not sure. Are you stupid?" Xianxia opened his mouth, but he was speechless. His mood suddenly became terrible. Zhu Lai looked at him and chuckled. "You care about her very much. Do you want to know her news?" Xianxia sneered. "I'm not familiar with her. Why should I care about her? Whether she's dead or alive has nothing to do with me. That's your Dragon Island's business. Don't talk nonsense here." Zhu Lai said, "The last time she contacted Dragon Island was 2 months ago. It was because I was sure that she was in danger and most likely to die there that I came out of Dragon Island to find you." "Why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Zhu Lai said, her task was not completed. Naturally, someone needs to complete it for her. He shook his head and sighed. It just seems that I can't bring you back to Dragon Island. But remember, Dragon Island will not give up. You won't be so lucky next time. Yang Kai coldly snorted, go back and tell the dragon race that if anyone dares to disturb this young master again, I'll kill one if one comes, two if two come, I'll kill both. I just don't know how many dragons there are on your Dragon Island for me to kill. Zhu Lai's face sank. He gritted his teeth and said, shameless boasting. Farewell, I won't see you off. Yang Kai flicked his sleeves. He turned and entered Lingjian Peak. Zhu Lai stood in place and stared coldly for a long time. Then his figure shook and turned into a stream of light to fly away. No one intercepted him. Now that the temple was busy with the Demon Slayer Order and the search for Wukong, most of the powerhouses in the sect have been dispatched. Naturally, no one would intercept a dragon race. Zhu Lai's speed was very fast. In a moment, he flew out of Azure Sun Temple and just left Azure Sun Mountain Range. Zhu Lai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he stared coldly at a figure in front of him. It was Kai Yang. Zhu Lai didn't know when he ran in front of him. At this moment, he was standing there with his hands behind his back. He was irritated and shouted angrily, what else do you want? Are you going back on your word? I'm not going to trouble you. If you dare to break your promise, don't be nervous. Yang Kai interrupted him with a cold smile. I just want to ask how Dragon Island is going to deal with Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing is dead. What else can we do? Zhu Lai frowned. Yang Kai said, didn't you just say that you're not sure? How can you be so sure that she's dead? Zhu Lai said, even if she's not dead, she won't be able to live for long. She went to the frozen earth. You should know how dangerous that place is. Of course I know. If it wasn't dangerous, I wouldn't have known. A dragon race couldn't have fallen there. I just wanted to ask, isn't your Dragon Island going to save her? Zhu Lai sneered and said, she is a rank 8 red dragon. If even she's trapped there, there are not many dragons on the island that can guarantee that they will be able to escape unscathed. Dragon Island will not risk the lives of other dragons just to save a fellow dragon that does not know the difference between life and death. Yang Kai said in a low voice, even if she is dead, you should go and collect her body. She is still one of your people. Zhu Lai sneered. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Why should others take the risk with her? If she dies, then so be it. No one will save her. Is this your idea or Dragon Island's idea? Yang Kai's face was gloomy. It's my idea. It's also Dragon Island's idea. Zhu Lai tilted his head and didn't look at Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was silent for a long time before he said softly, I really want to beat you up. Zhu Lai sneered. Haven't you had enough these days? The shame you gave me. This dragon will definitely return it 100 times in the future. Wait until you can beat me. Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously, turned around and flew back to Azure Sun Temple. He was extremely fast. In a few breaths, he had returned to Lingjian Peak and went straight to the back of the mountain. Although Lingjian Peak had experienced the demonic wolf seal breaking, the back of the mountain had not suffered much damage, so the territory crossing space array that he had arranged here was still intact. It wasn't until he stood in front of the space array that Yang Kai suddenly returned to his senses. Just now, his mind was full of other things, and he didn't notice his own movements. When he reacted, he was already here, following my heart. Yang Kai whispered softly and said helplessly, it's really troublesome. Although he said so, the hesitation on his face disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a firm color. A sound of breaking air quickly came from afar. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a fiery red light flying over. It seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's location and went directly to the back of the mountain and landed not far from him. What are you doing? Kai Yang stared at Zhu Lai, who had just returned, looking like he wanted to fight with him. Zhu Lai asked, do you want to go to the frozen earth? To find Zhu Qing? It's none of your business. Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Lai's face was a little unnatural. He turned his head and said, if you want to go, count me in. Oh. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Lai with interest. He said lightly, give me a reason. Don't say that you have found your conscience. I won't believe such a naive reason. Zhu Lai touched his nose and said, Zhu Qing is my sister. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he soon felt relieved. Before, he vaguely felt that there was some blood relationship between Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing because the two had some similarities in appearance. However, he didn't get an answer after he asked once, so he didn't ask anymore. Now he knew that his previous guess was right. These two red dragons were really brother and sister. Is this reason enough? Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. It's enough, it's enough. Yang Kai nodded. He stepped onto the spatial array and said, Come on up. Zhu Lai frowned. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, he didn't feel any malice from him. He was bold and daring, so he jumped onto the array. Don't resist. At the same time that Yang Kai shouted, the laws of space fluctuated. The void seemed to collapse at this moment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's warning, Zhu Lai would definitely resist a little. He might even fall into the endless void because of this. There was a flash of light, and the two disappeared together. At the same time, in the high heaven palace of the Northern Territory, at the spatial array, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai appeared at the same time. The two disciples who had been guarding at the side saw them and quickly bowed. Greetings, Palace Master. Yang Kai nodded. He took out the communication compass and poured information into it. After that, he stood at the same spot and waited. Zhu Lai had already recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across the territory. He turned his head and looked around. He frowned and said, Where is this place? Yang Kai answered without turning his head, Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. Zhu Lai was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned his head and looked at the spatial array. He said absent-mindedly, Zhu Qing said that you have a spatial array across the territory. So it's true. Yang Kai was furious. Why does that damned woman report everything to the Dragon Island? Do I have no secrets on the Dragon Island? Zhu Lai said with a sullen face. Watch your words, human. That's my sister. Yang Kai sneered. Sister? I didn't see you take the initiative to save your sister. If I had a brother like you, I would have strangled him to death. What's the use of having him? What do you know? He didn't know that Yang Kai's words had touched Zhu Lai's sensitive nerves. He was furious in an instant. He gritted his teeth and said, Do you think I don't want to save her? Do you think I want to see her die there? Then why don't you go? As a cultivator, we should follow our heart and move forward bravely. We are afraid of being overcautious and indecisive. If she is really your sister, you shouldn't go to the Azure Sun Temple to find me. You should go to the Frozen Earth to find her. Even if you die, you should die with her. Now that time is delayed. Maybe her only chance of survival was cut off by you. Zhu Lai's lips opened and closed. He seemed to be extremely angry. Both of his eyes were about to spit fire. But for some reason, he suddenly gave up and became dejected. He sighed and said, What the heart moves, what the body moves. Is this why you want to save her? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, What else? I'm not close enough with her to risk my life to save her. I can't wait for her to die as soon as possible. Since I have the thought of saving her, if I don't act on it, I'm afraid this thought will linger in my heart and become a heart demon in the future. Zhu Lai said, No matter what, I thank you on behalf of Zhu Qing. No need to thank me. Just don't bother me in the future. Yang Kai snorted coldly. A beautiful figure flew over and landed in front of them. It was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. She cupped her fists and said, Palace Master, you are back. While speaking, she glanced curiously at Zhu Lai, who was standing beside Yang Kai, but didn't ask much. Zhu Lai was naturally too lazy to say anything. The dragon race was a proud race. If he hadn't suffered so much at the hands of Yang Kai before, he wouldn't look at Yang Kai differently at this moment. We are leaving immediately. Yang Kai had an energetic expression. Where are you going? Hua Qingxi asked. I have to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Palace. Have we connected to the space array at the Fire Dragon Palace? Hua Qingxi replied, I did have this suggestion before, but Li Jiao wasn't too willing, so I didn't force him. Of course he wasn't willing. Yang Kai smiled and said, Although the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were old top sects in the Northern Territory, they had all suffered great losses at the hands of Yang Kai. They owed the High Heaven Palace a huge debt that couldn't be paid off even after a few decades. Who would be willing to connect to the space array with their creditors? Wouldn't this make it easier for others to come and collect their debts? Fine, I will just fly over directly. Point me in a direction. Xianxia hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, "The Fire Dragon Palace is over there." "Palace Master, you can reach it in about 3 days. Would you like me to accompany Palace Master? I've been to the Fire Dragon Palace once before." "No need." Xianxia waved his hand and changed to his sound transmission. "How are things going with the Thousand Illusions dream world?" Xiaxi's expression turned serious. "It's all been dealt with. Qiyu and the others entered once and gained quite a bit from it. However, the scale of the Thousand Illusions dream world is too large, so it will take some time to figure out a pattern. I'm preparing to send some of the Thousand Leave Sect's disciples in the next batch to enter." Chapter 2942. More than half a month ago, when the Southern Gate Army returned to the High Heaven Palace from the Azure Sun Temple, Xianxia gave him the 1,000 illusionary butterfly. Xianxia attached great importance to the 1,000 illusionary butterfly because he had benefited a lot from the 1,000 illusionary dream world. The 1,000 illusionary dream world would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to it, the Heavenly Sound Temple with the Heavenly Sound Treasure Box as the hub was much less useful. However, the 1,000 illusionary dream world was not unchanging. Every cultivator who entered it might encounter different illusions. The illusions were enough to pass off as real, but they were born from reality. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, the benefits obtained from the illusions could improve the cultivator by a lot, especially the 1,000 illusionary dream world's magical effect of extending time, which was very precious. Qiyu and the others were Xianxia's friends and relatives, so Xianxia chose them as the first batch to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world. Facts proved that each of them had gained something from the 1,000 illusionary dream world. The 1,000 illusionary dream world was a huge treasure. It was impossible to extract it all at once. It could only be explored step by step. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, Xianxia and Zhu Lai set off. The flowing cloud shuttle was extremely fast. One man and one dragon flew through the air. Zhu Lai was puzzled by Xianxia's behavior. Zhu Qing is trapped in the frozen earth. Why do you want to go to the Fire Dragon Palace? Xianxia looked at him while controlling the flowing cloud shuttle and asked, "Have you been to the frozen earth?" Zhu Lai shook his head. "Since I was born, I have rarely left the Dragon Island. The dragon race is not allowed to appear outside often. I have only heard of the frozen earth. I have never been there." "I haven't been there either." Xianxia chuckled. He asked again, "Then do you know where to find your sister?" Zhu Lai continued to shake his head. "I don't know. I've been trying to contact her these days, but I haven't gotten a response. I'm afraid she is really." Xianxia said, "If she is alive, I want to see her. If she is dead, I want to see her corpse. Don't jump to conclusions before seeing her." "That being said, but no buts." Xianxia glanced over at him sharply. "You and I have never been to the frozen earth, let alone know where to find your sister. But there is one person who can help." Zhu Lai thought for a moment and asked, "Is that person in the mythical dragon palace?" "You are quite smart." Xianxia grinned. "If you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. Although going to Lilong Palace to find that person will take some time, it's better than blindly searching for him in the frozen earth." After a pause, Xianxia continued, "But that person's status is somewhat unusual, so I may need your help when the time comes." "Zhu Lai." Xianxia shook his head. "It's not a matter of who is strong or weak. It's a matter of courage. I want that person to accompany me to the frozen earth, but he will not be willing. If I use force, I am afraid I will have to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. It will not be beneficial to finding your sister, but if you can come forward, things may be easier to deal with." "Oh." Zhu Lai was curious. He didn't know what kind of person Kaiyang was talking about, but he didn't ask too much. In any case, he would know when they met. Fire Dragon Palace. It had been established for more than 10,000 years. In the Northern Territory, it was once one of the top 4 sects, along with Ice Heart Valley, Seeking Passion Sect, and High Sky Sect, because each of these 4 sects had a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master, Li Jiao, was a half-monster master with a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. In its heyday, Fire Dragon Palace once suppressed the other 3 sects. However, after the High Heaven Palace appeared in the Northern Territory, Fire Dragon Palace's days were not so good. No one knew how their palace master offended High Heaven Palace. Since last year, 80% of the sect's annual income had to be handed over to High Heaven Palace, leaving them with only 20%. Fire Dragon Palace was a big family with tens of thousands of disciples. A mere 20% of the sect's income was only 10 million high-rank source crystals. How could this amount be enough? In the palace, from Li Jiao to the ordinary disciples, all kinds of benefits fell from the sky to the ground. Everyone had to tighten their belts to live. Because of this matter, many elders in the mythical Dragon Palace were extremely dissatisfied with the Lingxiao Palace. From time to time, they would blow wind and ignite the fire in Li Jiao's ears, wanting him to bring them to the Lingxiao Palace to wash away their shame and take revenge. Li Jiao didn't have the guts. The elders and disciples below didn't know the background of High Heaven Palace, but he was very clear about it. Last time, he went with Jiying to join in the fun, but the result was that he almost lost his family business. Now, when he heard others mention High Heaven Palace, his heart would beat like a drum. How could he dare to visit? Fortunately, the Fire Dragon Palace wasn't the only one who was unlucky. The High Sky Sect situation was similar. The 2 top sects were now brothers in distress, so they could only hug each other for warmth. On this day, in the Fire Dragon Palace's main hall, many elders gathered. As usual, the hall was noisy. Many people in the Emperor realm didn't have the corresponding cultivation and calm temperament. The entire main hall was as noisy as a market. This situation wasn't common in the past, but since last year, it often happened. Many elders couldn't compete for more than one thing: benefits. The Fire Dragon Palace's annual income was about 50 million high-rank source crystals. With such a large amount of income, if there weren't any special circumstances, the entire sect would definitely not be able to spend it all. It was enough to satisfy the needs of every elder, and there was still some left over to expand the sect's inventory for future needs. But since last year, the number of 50 million had plummeted to 10 million, and the problem was exposed. Every elder wanted to fight for more benefits for the Spirit Peak Hall they controlled. Alchemy required source crystals, artifact refining required source crystals, and cultivation required source crystals. Who would be willing to suffer losses? But there were only 10 million source crystals in total, and they had to be maintained for a year, so when it was distributed to the subordinates, it became even rarer. If there was still some left in the sect's storehouse, it would be fine. At worst, they could open the sect's storehouse and transfer source crystals to alleviate the crisis. But the problem was that the Fire Dragon Palace's storehouse was basically empty. The sect's many years of accumulation had already been given to the High Heaven Palace as repayment for the debt, and there wouldn't be any improvement in the next 50 years. Because of this, the elders gathered in the main hall were naturally more and more unwilling to take half a step back. All of them were arguing until their faces were red with anger, wanting to fight for the greatest benefits for their side. Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, listening to the noise with a gloomy expression. He didn't say a word, nor did he have any intention of stopping them. He only hated himself for going to the High Heaven Palace with Jiying. Even if he went, he actually made a bet with Yang Kai. Not only did he make a bet, but he also bet so much of his sex business. He was obsessed. Li Jiao sighed and slowly closed his eyes. At some point, the noise below stopped, and an old man with white hair and beard cupped his fists and said, "Palace Master, the disciples' cultivation cannot be separated from pills. The operation of my alchemy room is the most important thing for the entire sect. I ask Sect Master to allocate 3 million high-rank source crystals as the alchemy room's expenses for this year." 3 million? Elder Su, are you being too greedy? The palace only has 10 million source crystals available every year, yet you want 3 million at once. What do you want us to do? Drink the northwest wind? Yeah, 3 million is too much. I think 500,000 is enough. Even without pills, we can still cultivate. It's just that our cultivation speed will be a bit slower. We'll just have to endure these 50 years. 50 years? After 50 years, the younger generation will be crippled. Without enough pills to support them, how will they be able to dig out their potential? There will definitely be a huge gap in the younger generation of my Fire Dragon Palace. When the time comes for the sect to weaken, who will be able to bear this responsibility? Brother Su, don't be so serious. It's only 50 years. Which one of us hasn't cultivated for thousands of years? Did you already have plenty of pills when you were young? Didn't you still cultivate to the Emperor realm? That's why this old master is only at the first order. If I had enough pills when I was young, this old master would definitely not be at this level. After a short period of calm, a new round of quarreling broke out. Li Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore and angrily slapped the chair he was sitting on, turning it into dust. The noisy hall suddenly quieted down as pairs of eyes focused on Li Jiao. Since the palace master was angry, they didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Enough! Li Jiao's eyes swept over the crowd as he lightly gritted his teeth and said, "Every day, I hear you all make a ruckus here, but you still can't come up with a solution. You are all elders of my Fire Dragon Palace, the Emperor Realm. If you all make such a ruckus here, where is your dignity?" Everyone was embarrassed by the scolding and lowered their heads. Elder Su from the pill room pondered for a moment before saying, "Palace Master, the source crystals need to be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, do you think I don't know?" Li Jiao glared at him angrily. This king was negligent that day and fell into the trap of that little thief, implicating everyone in my Fire Dragon Palace. Elder Su said, "Palace Master doesn't need to blame himself too much. Sect Master Me also didn't see any flaws that day. You can only blame that little brat from High Heaven Palace for being too cunning. As long as the Palace Master of my Fire Dragon Palace still exists, there will be a day when we can make a comeback." The group of elders nodded in agreement. Li Jiao said, "In short, things have already come to this. This king has a proposal that I hope the elders can do their best to cooperate with. If it can be carried out, my Fire Dragon Palace will definitely be able to overcome this crisis." Elder Su said, "What kind of brilliant plan does Palace Master have?" Li Jiao looked around and lightly coughed before saying, "Everyone here is from the Emperor Realm and has been an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace for more than a year or two, so you all must have some savings on hand. This king means everyone should first take out your savings and use it for public use. Even if the palace borrows it from you, after 50 years, we will return it to you with interest. We definitely won't let you suffer a loss. What do you all think?" No one responded. Wherever Li Jiao's gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads. Li Jiao coldly snorted. "You all don't have any savings? Could it be that everyone in my Fire Dragon Palace is poor?" Chapter 2943. It's not that we don't have any savings, but compared to the sect's lack of funds, it's just a drop in the bucket, Palace Master. Elder Su looked at Li Jiao timidly with a troubled expression. "That's right, Palace Master. Even if we old fellows take out all our savings, we won't be able to last long. We'll hold on for as long as we can." Li Jiao persuaded earnestly. "We'll just have to get through this temporary crisis. Once the sect has enough funds, we won't be short of you." Since Li Jiao had said so, the elders were too embarrassed to continue to refuse. After all, what Li Jiao said was true. Everyone had been promoted to the Emperor Realm for so long and had some savings on hand. If they could take out this amount, it could indeed alleviate the sect's crisis. Everyone looked at each other, but Elder Su was the first to speak. "Sect Master's words are reasonable. Since that's the case, this old master will set an example. This old master will contribute 5 million. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Li Jiao stared at him with a burning gaze. Elder Su smiled awkwardly. "Mid-rank source crystals. This is almost all this old master has." Li Jiao's face suddenly darkened. 5 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 50,000 high-rank source crystals. What could he do with such a small amount? Moreover, it was impossible for an elder of the Emperor realm who had been in charge of pill recipes for over 100 years to only have so little. "That's not right, Elder Su." A burly man with a dark face jumped out and shouted, "I saw that the 10,000 flower wine you served to guests a few days ago cost 30,000 high-rank source crystals. That is a top-grade wine from Medicine Pill Valley. If you only have so little money, how could you possibly afford it?" He was exposed right in front of his face. Elder Su's face flushed red. He tried to defend himself. That wasn't what this old master bought. It was brought by my friend who specially invited this old master to taste it together. How could it be that I bought it? This old master's elder contribution is only so little every year, and it's barely enough for my own cultivation. How could I have so many source crystals to buy some 10,000 flower wine? Don't slander me." The burly man with a dark face coldly snorted, "Elder Su doesn't have source crystals? Who would believe that? Elder Su, you are in control of the entire Fire Dragon Palace's alchemy room. Every year, countless source crystals were taken from the palace master. Not to mention anything else, just the year before last, they had taken 6 million high-rank source crystals, 7 million 3 years ago, and 8 million before that. The sect's annual income is no more than 50 million, and the alchemy room directly consumes 10% to 20% of that." Elder Su flicked his sleeves and said, "This old man has already said that the pill chamber is the most important place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Among the tens of thousands of disciples who cultivate, which one of them can do without pills? It's normal to consume a lot of energy." The black-faced big man sneered. "If those source crystals were really all used by herbs, then so be it. Can Elder Su guarantee that the source crystals you asked for from the palace master were all used to operate the pill room?" Elder Su was instantly enraged. He shouted, What do you mean?" The black-faced man snorted. "You know what I mean. When the sect was rich, you secretly embezzled and filled your own pockets. Now that the sect is in trouble, shouldn't Elder Su do something? Embezzling and filling my own pockets." Elder Su suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His emperor chi surged. It was obvious that he wanted to immediately fight with the black-faced man to prove his innocence. Turning his head to Li Jiao, he angrily said, "Palace Master, someone is slandering this old man. I asked Palace Master to uphold justice for me." Li Jiao stood there with a numb expression, as if he did not hear Elder Su's words. Elder Su turned his head and sneered at the black-faced man. "My pill chamber's financial income and expenditure are all in the books. This old master will not argue with you here. Whether or not I secretly embezzled and filled my own pockets is up to Palace Master to decide. As for your artifact chamber, I don't know if it's clean. Old thing, how dare you bite back?" The black-faced man flew into a rage. "How dare you call me old thing? Bastard. So what if I call you old thing, old thing, old thing?" The two immediately quarreled fiercely. Some of the remaining elders wanted to help, while others wanted to keep the peace. The hall instantly fell into chaos, and if it weren't for Li Jiao still being here, a fight would have broken out already. Li Jiao coldly looked down, wishing he could sweep all these annoying people out of the hall and end this once and for all. However, he was still the palace master, and his decision was related to the survival of tens of thousands of disciples. Even if he was angry in his heart, he could only forcibly suppress it and think of a way to solve the current crisis first. With a creak, the door to the hall was pushed open and a disciple walked in. The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone turned to look at the disciple. This disciple obviously didn't expect such a wonderful thing to happen in the main hall. What he saw was that the high and mighty elders were all flushed with anger, and the palace master was standing at the very top with a sneer on his face. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "What's the matter?" Li Jiao asked impatiently. Reporting to Palace Master, "Someone wants to see you." The disciple replied, while trembling with fear. "I won't see him." Li Jiao's mood was in a mess, so he refused without thinking. The disciple felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly withdrew. However, Li Jiao opened his mouth again and said, "Who wants to see you?" The disciple thought for a moment and said, "That person calls himself Yang Kai." What? Li Jiao was shocked when he heard this, and the group of elders below were also stunned. Elder Su said, "Yang Kai? Could it be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? If it really is him, then it will be interesting." The eyes of the black-faced man who was quarreling with Elder Su just now flashed with a dangerous light. He raised his head and said, "Palace Master, why don't you let that Yang Kai come in? Isn't he the creditor of our Fire Dragon Palace? We could discuss the debt with him." Yes. This person came at the right time. Let him come in, Palace Master. What do you think?" Everyone turned their heads and saw Li Jiao's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Obviously, he didn't think their idea was a good one. Li Jiao sighed and said, "High Heaven Palace can't be provoked, and that Yang Kai can't be provoked either." The group of elders was very unconvinced because they had heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Last time, their own palace master and the High Sky Sect Master had suffered a big loss in their territory. This time, he dared to take the initiative to deliver himself to their door. They really didn't know what their palace master was afraid of. As long as he entered the hall and closed the door, the huge debt would be settled in an instant. Tell that person that this palace master is out traveling and is not in the palace. Li Jiao waved his hand. The disciple nodded, but just as he was about to turn around, a sneer suddenly came from outside the door. "Brother Li is really arrogant. This palace master has personally come to visit, but you don't even want to see his face?" As soon as he finished speaking, two more figures appeared in the hall. Before these two people appeared, no one in the Emperor realm in the hall noticed them, as if they had always been there. Both of them were young men. One had a frivolous expression, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, while the other had fiery red hair, a cold expression, and arrogant eyes. He was clearly standing on the ground, but he gave off a feeling of being in the clouds, as if he wasn't in the same world as everyone present. All the elders were shocked, and their faces paled. Li Jiao's figure flickered, and he almost turned around to flee, but he suppressed the conflict in his heart with great difficulty and looked at Yang Kai speechlessly. Yang Kai looked up with a smile. "Brother Li wants to go out traveling?" Li Jiao chuckled dryly. "I do have such plans, but it's not a big deal. It's just a whim, but since Palace Master Yang is here, this Li naturally can't leave." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "Still in the mood to go out traveling? It seems that Palace Master Li is doing quite well these days." Li Jiao's expression suddenly became bitter as he said, "Palace Master Yang must be joking. This Li's days are worse than death." Hearing this, the group of elders lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Li is really interesting. Fire Dragon Palace is a big family, and Brother Li's authority is monstrous. So how could you be living a life worse than death?" Li Jiao thought to himself, "Isn't it all because of you?" But he still smiled and said, "I wonder why Palace Master Yang has come here today." Yang Kai didn't answer and just looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, This Palace Master Yang isn't here to collect money, right? How could such a small matter trouble you personally? Just let the servants do it. And my Fire Dragon Palace hasn't forgotten about this year's payment, so I need some time to prepare it. Once it's ready, I will immediately send it to High Heaven Palace without any delay. What's more, it's not the deadline yet." "When is the deadline? How come I don't know?" "I feel that today is the deadline." The cold sweat on Li Jiao's forehead became even more severe. Palace Master Yang is really here to collect money? He simply couldn't believe it. Although the Fire Dragon Palace did owe a large amount of source crystals to High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai personally coming to collect it and entering without notice was a bit excessive. "Surnamed Yang, don't be so arrogant." The dark-faced man rushed out from the crowd and poked Yang Kai with his finger, although I don't know what means he used to deceive the palace master and cause my Li Long Dragon Palace to be in such dire straits. But since you are still the palace master of the Li Long Dragon Palace and a comrade of the Northern Territory, in the future, we will surely meet again. As long as you can sign a written agreement here, The debt between our two sects will be nullified, and we can let you go. But if not, humph. Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Xianxia with ill intentions. After seeing Xianxia with their own eyes and confirming that he was really just a first-order Emperor realm master, they naturally had nothing to be afraid of. No matter how strong the High Heaven Palace's heritage was, as long as they could control Xianxia here, it was equivalent to controlling the High Heaven Palace. The so-called debt would be a joke. Li Jiao sweated profusely and almost fainted. Xianxia glanced at the dark-faced man, then looked at Li Jiao and asked, "Is this your elder?" "No." Li Jiao immediately denied. Chapter 2944. The group of people from the Emperor realm stared at him dumbfoundedly. The dark-faced man obviously didn't expect his palace master to give such an answer, his mouth wide open and his expression sluggish. Li Jiao said, "I don't know when this piece of trash got in here, but he dared to pretend to be an elder of my Fire Dragon Palace. Master Yang, please don't lower yourself to his level." Xianxia said coldly, "Since he's trash, he should be cleaned up." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Palace Master Yang is right." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slammed it towards the dark-faced man, instantly stirring up a storm in the hall. When a huge palm fell, the dark-faced man obviously didn't react, but even if he did, with his first-order Emperor Realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Li Jiao's opponent. With a scream, the dark-faced man was slammed to the ground, his bones broken, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he fainted. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the Fire Dragon Palace elders were dumbfounded. They never thought that their palace master would actually attack an elder of his own family. For a moment, their hearts and bodies turned cold. Li Jiao wasn't a temperamental person. Every elder of the Emperor realm present had followed him for at least 100 years and had contributed greatly to the Fire Dragon Palace. However, in order to please an outsider, Li Jiao actually attacked his own family. This kind of action inevitably made them feel disheartened. Even if the dark-faced man didn't die from this blow, he was seriously injured and would need at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Under everyone's gazes, Li Jiao raised his hand again and directly threw the dark-faced man out of the hall. He looked around coldly and sternly. Snorting lightly, he said, "If you don't have eyes at home, you'll only lose your face, but if you don't have eyes outside, you'll lose your life. I hope you all remember this." When these words of warning reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but shiver, and their expressions changed. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at Xianxia with a dry smile. "I wonder if Palace Master Yang is satisfied." Xianxia chuckled. "Brotherly is handling his own family's matters. It doesn't matter if I'm satisfied or not." Only then did Li Jiao feel relieved. Exhaling lightly, he asked, "May I ask why Palace Master Yang is here?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Collect the money." "Didn't Brotherly guess it? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Li Jiao turned pale with fright as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke. Please don't joke. Do I look like I'm joking?" Xianxia looked at him indifferently. Li Jiao wasn't sure why Xianxia had come here. Logically speaking, the annual debt of 40 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't worth Xianxia coming here personally, but his expression didn't seem to be joking. This made Li Jiao's heart beat like a drum. Owing such a huge sum of money to the other party, he always felt that he was inferior to the other party. He didn't even have the confidence to speak. If the High Heaven Palace didn't have such a huge background, the Fire Dragon Palace might have resisted a little. However, Li Jiao, who knew the background of the High Heaven Palace, couldn't even think of resisting. The other party had a relationship with Grandmaster Jiying. Not to mention, there were 3 Monster Kings. There was even a dragon race. How could the Fire Dragon Palace compare with such a lineup? If he really provoked the other party, the Seeking Passion sect's fate would be the Fire Dragon Palace's tomorrow. For a moment, Li Jiao smiled, not knowing what to do. Xianxia suddenly said, "Brotherly, you can't take it out?" Li Jiao said embarrassedly, "I asked Palace Master Yang to extend the deadline for a few more days." "How long is the deadline?" "Half a year." No, 3 months. 3 months will do. Jiao hurriedly said. 3 months? Palace Master Li's request is too low. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, how about this Palace Master give you 3 years? What? Li Jiao was stunned, not understanding Yang Kai's meaning. Yang Kai said, this Palace Master will give you 3 years. During these 3 years, your Fire Dragon Palace will no longer need to pay tribute to my High Heaven Palace. After 3 years, everything will return to normal. With these 3 years as a buffer, your days in the Fire Dragon Palace should be much better. Li Jiao didn't feel pleasantly surprised. Instead, he looked frightened and hesitantly asked, Palace Master Yang, what request do you have? There was no free lunch in this world, and it was impossible for the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master to be so kind. Li Jiao had lived for so many years, so he should have some common sense. Yang Kai smiled gently. I need Brother Li to accompany me to a place. Li Jiao immediately became vigilant, his expression constantly changing. Where? Yang Kai quietly sent a message and spat out 2 words. Li Jiao's expression changed greatly, as if he had heard some shocking bad news. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Palace Master Yang, it's not that this Li doesn't want to help you. It's just that, then pay me back right now. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish speaking and stretched out his hand. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he angrily said, Palace Master Yang, this Li treats you sincerely, so don't go too far. I, Li Jiao, am not someone who can be scared. Yang Kai smiled and said, why is Brother Li so unreasonable? I just want you to accompany me to that place, not take your life. Li Jiao shook his head and said, anywhere else is fine, but that place. He seemed to have thought of something in the past and couldn't help but shiver before continuing, Palace Master Yang, if you have any other requests, this Li will definitely satisfy you if I can. You really can't? Yang Kai's face sank slightly. Li Jiao answered with silence. Yang Kai sighed slightly and said, forget it, a melon forcefully picked is not sweet. Since Brother Li is unwilling, then this Palace Master won't force it. It's just that this Palace Master originally planned to resolve a crisis for Brother Li. But since Brother Li is unwilling to cooperate, then you can only pray for yourself. Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked in surprise, crisis? What crisis? Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Lai, who had been standing silently to the side, said, does this guy know where Zhu Qing is? No one knows better than him. Yang Kai replied. The reason why Zhu Qing had gone to the Frozen Earth was because of this Li Jiao. Many years ago, Li Jiao had accidentally obtained a dragon blood flower from the Frozen Earth and brought it back to the Fire Dragon Palace to cultivate with his own blood. According to him, the reason why the dragon blood flower appeared in the Frozen Earth was because a giant dragon had fallen there, and the dragon blood flower had absorbed the essence of that giant dragon's flesh and blood, allowing it to survive. Zhu Qing had previously inquired about the location of that place from Li Jiao and had gone to the Frozen Earth in order to bring back the dragon race's source left behind by the giant dragon. So, if there was anyone in this world who knew where Zhu Qing was in the Frozen Earth, then only Li Jiao would know. Letting him lead the way was the fastest way. That's good. Zhu Lai nodded when he heard this and walked towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's heart tightened as he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He had been paying attention to this red-haired young man before and had sensed his strength, so he had tolerated Yang Kai's deliberately making things difficult for him. Now that there was a disagreement, Li Jiao naturally became even more vigilant. He asked in a deep voice, how should I address, sir? Zhu Lai sneered. Reptile is not qualified to know my name. Reptile, reptile. Li Jiao flew into a rage. He was afraid of Yang Kai because there were countless masters behind Yang Kai that he could not afford to provoke, especially that female dragon. That was an existence he could not look up to. Although this red-haired young man was powerful, it was not to the extent that he feared him. He was still a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and there were not many people in this world who could defeat him. I can't stand a despicable bloodline like yours. It should have been exterminated long ago. Zhu Lai's eyes were filled with disdain. This sentence completely angered Li Jiao. His impure bloodline was a thorn in his heart, and anyone who mentioned it would be unlucky. So with a roar, Li Jiao prepared to teach this red-haired young man a lesson. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as they were not great emperors, they would not be his opponent in this Fire Dragon Palace. He had the advantage of time, place, and people, so he could display a strength far greater than his own. The roar came to an abrupt end, and the Emperor Qi, surging in Li Jiao's body, also calmed down. Standing on the high platform, Li Jiao looked down with trembling eyes, his whole body trembling as he almost fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Dragon race!" Below, behind Zhu Lai, who was walking towards him step by step, a giant red dragon phantom suddenly appeared, hovering above his head, its huge dragon eyes staring emotionlessly at Li Jiao. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, Li Jiao felt all the strength in his body disappear, his blood almost solidifying, and his Emperor Qi not circulating properly. Now, even if a Dao Source Realm cultivator appeared, they would be able to easily kill him on the spot. A resounding dragon roar rang out at this time, deafening everyone, causing the entire hall to tremble. The faces of the many elders of the Li Dragon Palace turned ashen as they panicked for a while. All of them stared at the gigantic dragon figure behind Zhu Lai in a daze, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority and insignificance in their hearts. It was only at this moment that they realized how wise and powerful their palace lord was. When Li Jiao had knocked out the large dark-faced man and tossed him out, they had felt that their palace master was a bit heartless, and their hearts had turned cold. But now, they understood that it wasn't that Li Jiao was a coward, but that he had foresight. Not to mention the strength of the High Heaven Palace's palace master. Just this dragon race was enough to wipe out everyone present. If there was any conflict at that time, only the Fire Dragon Palace would be unlucky. A dragon race, a real dragon race, a dragon race that had always only existed in legends and ancient books had suddenly appeared in front of them, giving everyone an extremely unreal feeling. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they understand how weak the descriptions in ancient books were. The strength of the dragon race was not something that could be summarized in a few words. When the dragon race was angry, who could face it head-on? Clashing with the dragon race was tantamount to going against the entire Dragon Island. The Fire Dragon Palace did not have the courage or ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lai had already walked up to the high platform, reached out, and grabbed Li Jiao's neck, lifting him up. Despite his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation, Li Jiao was like a baby in front of Zhu Lai, completely unable to resist. Although he struggled, he still couldn't break free from his shackles, his face quickly turning red and his breathing labored. Chapter 29:45. Save me. Li Jiao couldn't break free from Zhu Lai's restraint. He only felt that his neck was about to be crushed. The cold, murderous intent in Zhu Lai's eyes made him even more terrified. He could only tilt his head and ask Xianxia for help. Since the two of them came together, then Xianxia's words must have some weight. Xianxia shrugged and said, "Brother Li, I'm sorry. I can't help you with this matter." Li Jiao's throat made a gurgling sound. He was already unable to spit out a word. The group of Fire Dragon Palace elders were even more anxious. They couldn't do anything as they watched their own palace master being humiliated like this. They couldn't do anything. It was extremely awkward. I forgot to tell you, this dragon race is Zhu Qing's younger brother. He also came from Dragon Island. Do you still remember Zhu Qing? She's the female dragon that went to that place. Speaking of this matter, Brother Li also has to bear a lot of responsibility. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Zhu Qing went to that place and hasn't returned yet. She seems to have encountered some danger. Then, her younger brother came out from Dragon Island, wanting to save his sister. TSK. The affection between siblings is really touching. However, when he found out that this matter was caused by you, his impression of Brother Li isn't too good. Li Jiao's eyeballs were about to roll out, leaving only white kernels. Ah, that's right. Xianxia continued to pour oil on the fire. This brother seems to dislike those with impure bloodlines. He kills one when he sees one, two when he sees two. I did mention Brother Li's situation to him before. I don't know if he listened to me. In short, this is a matter between Dragon Island and your Fire Dragon Palace. It's really inconvenient for an outsider like me to interfere. Until now, Li Jiao finally understood what Xianxia meant by crisis. This was indeed a huge crisis. He couldn't understand, even if he racked his brain. The dragon race was rarely seen by ordinary people. Why would one appear in front of him every few days? And it was all related to this High Heaven Palace's palace master. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Dragon Island was behind Lingxiao Palace. In this situation, even if this dragon race really killed him, he had no one to reason with, let alone count on his subordinates to avenge him. He wanted to speak. However, no matter what, he couldn't spit out a single word. Left with no choice, he could only raise one hand and raise 3 fingers, continuously shaking them. Brotherly, what do you mean? I don't understand your hand signals. Xianxia was at a loss. Li Jiao continued to sway. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to him. The 3 fingers turned into 2, and finally, it turned into 1. Only then did Kai Yang say, I understand a little. Since Brother Li is so sincere, I think it's not impossible to discuss. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, let him go first. If you really kill him, don't expect to find your sister. Zhu Lai coldly snorted and threw Li Jiao out like a rag sack. There was a loud boom. Li Jiao fell heavily to the side and rolled a few times before stabilizing himself. He hurriedly got up and coughed violently. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, he didn't even have the courage to look at Zhu Lai, avoiding his gaze. He was terrified to the extreme. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator here, he wouldn't have behaved so miserably. But facing a pure Dragon Clan cultivator, he couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance or resentment. He only felt that he was inferior in every way and deserved to be abused. Brotherly, there's no time to lose. We have to set off now. Xianxia looked at Li Jiao and said. Li Jiao nodded weakly. Xianxia smiled. Don't look so wronged. I don't want her life. I just want you to lead the way. What's more, it's not like you didn't earn anything. This palace master can give you a year to repay the debt. Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Xianxia would bring a dragon race over, he would have agreed to everything and wouldn't have haggled with him. Now, the original 3-year deadline had been reduced to 1 year, and it was he who asked for it. Li Jiao turned around and ordered the people of the Emperor Realm, I ask everyone to take care of the palace. This Li will be back soon. All the elders nodded and looked at Li Jiao sympathetically. They also knew about Li Jiao's situation and knew that he wasn't a coward. It was just that he had encountered a nemesis and couldn't do anything about it. Embarrassed to stay any longer, Li Jiao urged Xianxia to hurry up and set off. Summoning the flowing cloud shuttle, the 3 entered and turned into a streak of light as they rushed north. Among the 4 great territories of the Star Boundary, every territory had its own dangerous and forbidden areas. The Southern Territory had the Southern Swamp, the Eastern Territory had the Wild Lands, the Western Territory had the Western Desert, and the Northern Territory had the Frozen Earth. These were only the most famous places, and there were countless other large and small dangerous areas. However, in terms of danger and mortality, if the Northern Territory's Frozen Earth was ranked second, then there was no other place that could be ranked first. The Frozen Earth was publicly recognized as the most dangerous place in the Star Boundary. Even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter a forbidden area. Other places, such as the Southern Swamp and the Wild Lands, had many hidden life forces. Although they were extremely dangerous, there were also many hidden opportunities. However, within the Frozen Earth, there was only death and ice, nothing else. No one knew what the Frozen Earth was like because those who entered had all died. Li Jiao was able to escape from the Frozen Earth by luck. Firstly, his luck was good, and secondly, he didn't go too deep. The place he went back then was only the edge of the Frozen Earth. That was several hundred years ago. At that time, Li Jiao had just broken through to the third-layer Emperor Realm and was in high spirits. He acted recklessly, thinking that the world was so big that he could go anywhere. On a whim, he went to the frozen earth. That trip was a narrow escape. After that trip, Li Jiao swore that he would never go to the frozen earth again. It was at that time that Li Jiao brought the dragon blood flower back to the Fire Dragon Palace. He never thought that he would have to go there again after several hundred years. Even though it had been a long time ago, Li Jiao's memory of that experience was still fresh. Along the way, he had revealed a lot of information about the frozen earth to Xianxia and Zhulai. Although it wasn't much, it was still useful. According to Li Jiao, the biggest characteristic of the frozen earth was its cold. That kind of cold wasn't just cold in the ordinary sense, but cold that could extinguish all life. It was a kind of cold that was indescribable and irresistible. That damn place seemed to have a natural restraining effect on all life. Any existence with vitality couldn't survive there for long. This information was quickly verified. The further north the flowing cloud shuttle flew, the colder the environment outside became. Everywhere they looked was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers constantly fluttered in the sky, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. Apart from white, no other color could be seen. Even though they were hiding inside the flowing cloud shuttle, the three of them could still feel the cold. Although it was weak, it was still extremely rare. Although the flowing cloud shuttle was a flight-type artifact, it was still an Emperor artifact. Moreover, it came from Hoyu and had many defensive functions. Even such an Emperor artifact couldn't resist the erosion of the cold, so one could only imagine how harsh the environment outside was. Li Jiao's expression became uglier and uglier. If it weren't for Zhu Lai's deterrence, he would have already retreated. 10 days after setting off from the Fire Dragon Palace, the three of them barely reached the edge of the frozen earth. Li Jiao still remembered the location where he had found the dragon blood flower, so he had been leading the way. 2 days later, Li Jiao suddenly said excitedly, over there, do you see that Three Fingers Mountain? It's right there. That's where I found the dragon blood flower." Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai, who frowned slightly and slowly shook his head. He and Zhu Qing were siblings, and they were both red dragons, so they could more or less sense each other. If Zhu Qing was still there, he would definitely be able to detect her. However, at this moment, he couldn't feel any aura belonging to Zhu Qing. Regardless, Yang Kai still controlled the flowing cloud shuttle to fly towards the Three Fingers Mountain. There was a hollow between the mountain peaks, so the flowing cloud shuttle slowly descended and the three of them walked out. As soon as they left the protection of the flowing cloud shuttle, a chill that penetrated deep into their bones and souls rushed towards them from all directions. The three of them couldn't help but shiver and circulate their emperor chi to resist. This was only the edge of the frozen earth, but it was already so cold. An ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to last long here, so it was hard to imagine what the situation inside the frozen earth was like. Zhu Lai's dragon breath seemed to have a restraining effect on this kind of cold. Seeing this, Li Jiao couldn't help but move closer to him, but Zhu Lai just looked at him coldly, so he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly and take 2 steps back. Yang Kai released his divine sense, covering an area of 100 kilometers. After a while, he retracted it and couldn't help but shiver. In that short period of time, he felt that his divine sense was almost frozen. If he hadn't retracted it, he was afraid that it would have been damaged. "Are you sure this is the place you pointed out to Zhu Qing that day?" Yang Kai turned to look at Li Jiao and asked. Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Yes, I remember this place. Unless there's another place in the frozen earth that is exactly the same as this place." The Three Fingers Mountain was a very good landmark. Although it had been a few hundred years, Li Jiao's memory wouldn't be wrong. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said, "I remember that the dragon blood flower was found in this direction." Yang Kai and Zhu Lai followed him. After a while, Li Jiao stopped at a certain place and looked up at the direction of the Three Fingers Mountain. After silently calculating for a long time, he nodded and said, "It's here. It's definitely here." Zhu Lai also said, "I can feel a very weak dragon breath." As he spoke, he raised his hand and flames spurted out from his palm, turning into a lifelike fire dragon that crashed into the snow on the ground. The hot flames melted the snow, and soon, a gully more than 100 meters deep appeared on the ground, revealing the soil buried under the snow. The soil was frozen hard, even harder than steel. However, there was a very obvious mark on the soil, which seemed to be a huge claw print. Li Jiao said excitedly, "See, I was right. This is the place where the giant dragon fell." The huge claw print was obviously left behind by the giant dragon's claw. Even after several hundred years, it was still well preserved under the cover of the snow. Chapter 2946. The three of them worked together and quickly removed all the snow that covered the area. The huge mark left behind by the giant dragon's fall appeared before their eyes. Just as Li Jiao had said before, there were only marks here and no corpse of the giant dragon. This was because the essence of the giant dragon's flesh and blood had become nutrients, nurturing a dragon blood flower. There was no information left behind by Zhu Qing here, so no one knew if he had come here before. Yang Kai silently sensed for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "The source is not here." Although he was not a member of the dragon race, ever since he cultivated the dragon transformation art that Zhu Qing had taught him, the golden divine dragon source had begun to truly fuse with him. His bloodline and body were gradually transforming into the dragon race. So, if there was a source of the dragon race here, he would definitely be able to sense it. Zhu Lai glanced at him and said, "I want to use the dragon race secret technique, protect me." Yang Kai nodded seriously and walked to the side. Li Jiao's expression changed as he looked at Zhu Lai with curiosity and desire. The dragon race secret technique was a very mysterious secret technique that could only be used by those with the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai could suppress Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing with the power of his bloodline, but without systematic learning. Even he could not use the dragon race secret technique because it involved the use of the dragon yuan and the incantation of the dragon language. Li Jiao had a trace of the dragon race bloodline, so he was naturally curious and yearning for it. Zhu Lai closed his eyes and calmed his mind. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and slid his other hand like a knife. His sharp nails cut into his palm, and the air was immediately filled with a thick smell of blood. Zhu Lai clenched his wounded hand and raised it high. The dragon yuan in his body surged, and a low incantation came from his mouth. The incantation was profound and complicated, and it was very awkward to listen to, as if Zhu Lai's mouth was stuffed with something to speak. Li Jiao, who had pricked up his ears, had a blank expression on his face as he anxiously scratched his head. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a pure dragon race that was displaying the secret techniques of the dragon race in front of him. Naturally, he had the intention of secretly learning from it. Unfortunately, he couldn't even understand what it was saying, so how could he learn it? Yang Kai didn't understand either. However, he felt that when Zhu Lai used the Dragon Clan's secret technique, it was somewhat similar to the witchcraft that the ancient witches used. Both of them required chanting. Under the gazes of the two, drops of blood dripped from Zhu Lai's palm. His dragon blood was different from normal blood. It was like a burning flame, emitting a scorching aura. After landing on the ground, there was a crackling sound as it melted into the ground and disappeared. Zhu Lai's incantation grew louder and louder, gradually becoming similar to a dragon's roar. It also sounded like rolling thunder, causing pain in people's eardrums. His red hair danced in the wind, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The world seemed to be completely filled with this dragon's roar. Suddenly, Zhu Lai's voice stopped. His aura, which had risen to its peak, was like a deflated balloon. It withered quite a bit in an instant, and even some sweat seeped out of his delicate face. Although he didn't know what kind of dragon race secret technique this was, this move undoubtedly consumed a lot of his energy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao both looked at him anxiously, but Zhu Lai's gaze was lowered as he stared at the ground. The ground was soaked in his blood, and at this moment, it was completely red. The scorching energy collided with the cold air here. Steam was rising from it. At a certain moment, Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. At the same time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao also felt a slight change. The ground, which was soaked in blood, was squirming. It seemed like something was about to break out of the ground. Under the gazes of the three people, a dark red dot bloomed from the ground and quickly rose. Its branches and leaves spread out, and in just a moment, there was an extra-foot-tall plant on the ground. The plant was bright red, as if it was soaked in blood. At first glance, this thing looked like a blood coral. Zhu Lai sucked up the foot-tall blood coral and held it in his hand. A dense red light gathered on the crown of the tree and floated in a certain direction as if it had a mind of its own, like a red ribbon hanging on the crown of the tree. Strangely, the direction in which this red ribbon floated was completely different from the direction in which the wind was blowing. Zhu Lai pointed in the direction the red ribbon was pointing and said, "Zhu Qing is over there, still alive." Although he didn't know how he came to this conclusion, there was no doubt that it was related to the dragon race secret technique he had used. Yang Kai didn't say anything else and summoned the flowing cloud shuttle, shouting, "Let's go." Li Jiao stood in place and looked at Yang Kai fawningly. "Palace Master Yang, this has already brought you to your destination. The rest of the journey." "Hey," the gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. This Li is still. Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Lai picked him up and threw him into the flowing cloud shuttle, leaving him with a bitter and resentful expression. He didn't know why this dragon race master was still unwilling to let him go. He had already completed his mission and brought Yang Kai and Zhu Lai to their destination. What happened next should have nothing to do with him. He should be able to leave this damned place and return to the Fire Dragon Palace. But things just didn't go as he wished. As a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, he hadn't tasted this kind of powerlessness for many years. He secretly made up his mind that if he could return alive from this trip, he would never have anything to do with the dragon race in the future. This was simply going too far. The flowing cloud shuttle tore through the air, but its speed was getting slower and slower. After using the secret technique, Zhu Lai had become very weak. Yang Kai held the blood coral in his hand and used the red light to guide him in the direction of Zhu Qing. Less than 2,000 miles into the frozen earth, the drift cloud shuttle, which was flying in the air, suddenly shook violently. Then it plummeted down. Yang Kai was slightly startled, thinking that it had been attacked, but he soon understood what had happened. Kicking Li Jiao away, he woke up Zhu Lai, who was meditating and recovering. Immediately after, he put away the flowing cloud shuttle and stood in the air. A biting cold wind blew, enveloping everyone in it, as if it could freeze one's soul. In such a dangerous environment, even a master who cultivated the ice attribute principle wouldn't be able to stay for long. Li Jiao trembled as he flew over, a gloomy expression on his face as he asked, "What's wrong?" Just now, hiding in the flowing cloud shuttle had provided him with a layer of protection. But now that he was directly in contact with the frozen ground, he could clearly feel his vitality slowly draining away. Although it wouldn't be a big problem for the time being, staying in this place for too long would shorten his lifespan. "It's nothing. We'll probably have to walk the rest of the way on our own." Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai as he spoke. A flight-type Emperor artifact, like the flowing cloud shuttle, was actually frozen to the point of being unable to operate normally in this place. No one would believe such a thing if they hadn't experienced it themselves. Zhu Lai's expression didn't change, but Li Jiao's face paled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Gentlemen, this Li has a presumptuous request." Zhu Lai stared at him, his expression even colder than the cold of the frozen ground. Li Jiao's words suddenly changed. "This Li could bring up the rear." "Very well." Yang Kai smiled lightly, holding the dragon blood coral in one hand as he took the lead and flew forward. Zhu Lai stretched out his hand, grabbed Li Jiao, and threw him forward, having him follow closely behind Yang Kai while he walked at the back. Flying in the frozen ground was definitely not a pleasant thing, but Yang Kai soon discovered an interesting phenomenon. The higher he flew, the greater the consumption and the more terrifying the life-extinguishing cold became. After noticing this, he immediately flew down and stayed close to the ground, so the resistance he felt was much less. However, as a result, his speed was much slower, but it was also much safer. After an entire day, the three of them had only traveled a few hundred kilometers. This was simply inconceivable for a group of people from the Emperor realm. After a day, the three of them were shivering all over, their hair and faces covered in ice. No matter how much they circulated their Emperor Qi, they couldn't resist the cold that invaded their bodies. Li Jiao wanted to leave several times, but every time he met Zhu Lai's eyes, the courage he had tried so hard to accumulate suddenly collapsed. He couldn't say a word and could only desperately keep up with Xianxia's pace. He couldn't understand. Xianxia was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he last so long? Logically speaking, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master like him should have frozen to death here long ago, but among the three of them, he seemed to be in the best condition. In this regard, even Zhu Lai, who was a Dragon Race Master, couldn't compare. Another day later, Xianxia, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and listened. He vaguely sensed something. Li Jiao, who was following behind him, almost bumped into him. Seeing Xianxia's dignified look, he couldn't help but ask nervously, "What's wrong, Palace Master Yang?" Xianxia looked past Li Jiao and said to Zhu Lai, "Something is coming." Zhu Lai nodded slightly. He had also sensed that something was coming. The surrounding air and chill were emitting an abnormal fluctuation. "What is it? What is it?" Li Jiao asked with a pale face. The frozen earth was lifeless, so what could be here? Seeing that Xianxia and Zhu Lai both seemed to be serious, he couldn't help but feel worried. It should be that thing. Xianxia looked up into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Li Jiao followed his gaze and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He saw that on the horizon, a black mass had appeared at some unknown time. It was like a giant curtain that covered the entire sky and was quickly moving towards them. Cold wave. Li Jiao seemed to have thought of something and quickly retreated as he cried out in alarm. On the line between life and death, he finally suppressed his fear of Zhu Lai and ran back the way he came without looking back. He only wanted to get as far away from the cold wave as possible. Xianxia and Zhu Lai chased closely behind him. The fear of death offset all unfavorable factors. This time, Li Jiao took the lead and ran faster than anyone else. "What is a cold wave?" Xianxia asked as he ran. "Heaven's wrath," Li Jiao replied with a ferocious expression. He hated his parents for not giving birth to him with two more legs, running so slowly. The heaven's wrath unique to the frozen earth. Chapter 29:47. Li Jiao had escaped from the frozen earth in the past, so he naturally paid more attention to it. However, there was too little information about the frozen earth in this world. Even if he wanted to collect it, he couldn't find much useful information. He knew that there was a kind of heavenly might in the frozen earth called the cold wave, and that no one could survive it. However, he didn't know how the cold wave was formed, how to avoid it, or what it looked like. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately confirmed that it was the cold wave. The three of them weren't fast, so they couldn't escape the cold wave even if they tried their best. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Xianxia and Zhu Lai's expressions turned ugly. No one could remain calm in the face of a life and death crisis. Xianxia tried to use space principles, but found it extremely difficult. The chill in the frozen earth seemed to be able to freeze space, so he had to give up on the idea of teleporting. The cold wave was getting closer and closer to the three of them. The bone-chilling cold was like a sledgehammer hitting their backs, making them shiver uncontrollably. Li Jiao's face suddenly turned ferocious. "If this Li is killed by you this time, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." The grievances and anger he had accumulated over the past few days finally exploded at this moment. He was about to die, so how could he have so many scruples? He opened his mouth and said, "Xianxia, aren't you very powerful? Even the Monster King's divine spirit is under your control. Think of something now." Seeing that Xianxia didn't say anything, he said angrily, "You can only rely on the tiger's might. Do you really think this Li is afraid of you? If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji Ying's face, this Li would have already brought people to flatten your high heaven palace." I would have wiped out your entire High Heaven Palace. I would have made you wish you were dead. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm master dares to be so arrogant in front of this Li. You don't know what you're talking about. He cursed angrily, but it seemed that he still hadn't had enough. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, Dragon race? So what if the dragon race is so great? Can you look down on me because of the dragon race? This king's bloodline is impure, so what? This king was born from his mother and raised by his father. This king cultivated to the Third-Order Emperor realm with his own efforts. If you don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, I'm afraid you won't even be as good as me. Who knew who he was trying to impress by putting on an arrogant look all day long? If you have the ability, don't use your bloodline to suppress this seat. This Li will definitely let you know this seat's power. Fuck. Why did this Li get involved in this mess with you? You two Jinx, I already knew that coming to the frozen earth with you wouldn't end well. You should have left earlier. It's all your fault. This Li has already brought you to this place. Why are you still holding on to this Li and not letting go? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Just you wait. If I can survive this ordeal, I'll definitely bring my men and kill my way to the High Heaven Palace. Kill my way to Dragon Island and kill all of you. He chattered incessantly, as if he had lost his mind and became a little hysterical. Unfortunately, no matter how he vented his anger, Xianxia and Zhu Lai did not seem to care about him. The two of them exchanged glances. Zhu Lai said, Hurry up and use whatever trump cards you have. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will really be too late. Xianxia curled his lips. You have many dragon race secret techniques, yet you're counting on me? I'm only in the First Order. What trump cards could I possibly have? Zhu Lai took a deep look at him and sighed. Fine, since you want to hide your strength, I won't force you. Let me do it. Li Jiao's cursing came to an abrupt end, as if his mouth was pinched by an invisible hand. He looked at Xianxia, then at Zhu Lai. With a smile on his face, he asked cautiously, Master, do you have a way to get out of this crisis? Zhu Lai said coldly, You can try. Li Jiao immediately said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Xianxia looked at him with a smile as he ran. Li Jiao's snow-white face couldn't help but blush as he said awkwardly, Master, you must take me with you. Just now. I don't know what happened, but I was blinded. That was definitely not my true thoughts. Master, please don't take it to heart. He couldn't wait to slap himself. He spoke too quickly and didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. He didn't know if this dragon race would be willing to take care of him. Fortunately, his worries were superfluous. When a dragon's roar sounded, a giant red dragon figure appeared above Zhu Lai's head. The giant dragon circled and wrapped the three of them in an instant. The biting cold seemed to be isolated, giving people a sense of security for no reason. Zhu Lai let out a low shout, and some signs of dragon transformation appeared on the surface of his body. He then turned around and rushed in the direction of the cold wave. Li Jiao was scared out of his wits. He screamed, but he didn't dare to break away from the protection of the red dragon. He could only watch as he got closer and closer to the cold wave. Xianxia was also slightly surprised, but he soon understood Zhu Lai's plan. With the current speed of the three of them, it was impossible to escape the cold wave's pursuit. Rather than being caught, it was better to do the opposite. Perhaps they could rely on the three of them to make a breakthrough. This wasn't a good idea, but it was worth a try. Perhaps it could really get them out of this crisis. In the whistling, cold wind, the cold wave was getting closer and closer to them. Li Jiao was so shocked that his face was pale. Otherwise, with his powerful mental strength, he would have fainted already. After a dozen breaths, the three of them finally collided with the cold wave and were directly enveloped by the darkness. Zhu Lai's expression changed greatly as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This cold wave was a little different from what he had expected. It didn't seem to be a natural disaster formed by the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This cold wave felt more like an indescribable existence to him. All of his preparations were unable to be used and were directly swallowed up. Xianxia even cried out involuntarily, "The law of space?" He never thought that the cold wave that existed in this frozen earth would contain extremely rich power of the law of space. The moment he was enveloped by the cold wave, the surrounding space became chaotic, giving him a feeling of being teleported. Furthermore, this feeling was even more intense than being teleported across territory. It was as if his entire body was being torn apart, turning into countless fine powder that surged into the passage in the void. Almost instinctively, Xianxia also urged his law of space. The next moment, he felt dizzy and could no longer sense the existence of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. No one knew where the two of them had gone. Xianxia only felt as if he was falling and could not see the bottom. The feeling of dizziness became more and more serious, and only when he urged his law of space did he feel better. After an unknown amount of time, the feeling of dizziness suddenly disappeared. He fell heavily on a piece of land, bounced up, and rolled a few times before finally stabilizing. All the bones in his body felt as if they had been shattered. An unprecedented nausea welled up in his heart, causing him to retch a few times. The surroundings were quiet. It was still covered in white snow, but there was no trace of Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. Slowly getting up, Xianxia's expression gradually became solemn. Although the surrounding scenery didn't seem much different from before, it was no longer as cold as before. He keenly felt that this place was different, as if it was another world, a world that didn't belong to the same plane as the frozen earth. He tried to sense the law of heaven and earth in the surroundings, and a moment later, his guess was confirmed. This was indeed another world. Although the law of heaven and earth here was complete, it seemed to be very chaotic. It was very different from the law of the star boundary. In other words, he was not in the star boundary now. Recalling what he had encountered before, he gradually had a guess, but he was not too sure. The only thing he was certain of was that the reason he had come to this place was greatly related to the cold wave. Perhaps the cold wave was the entrance to this world, and its world-destroying power was just a disguise. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the corner of his eyes. Xianxia turned his head and saw the dragon blood coral in his hand blossoming with a light 100 times more intense than before. The dense light on the coral crown had condensed into a thick red ribbon at this moment, drifting in a certain direction, guiding Xianxia. Zhu Qing. Xianxia raised his brow, immediately understanding why the dragon blood coral had such a change. This was something that Zhu Lai had created using his own dragon blood and the dragon race's secret technique. Its main purpose was to find Zhu Qing's whereabouts. Previously, when he was searching in the frozen earth, it had indeed guided him. However, it was far less fierce and obvious than the guidance this time. Zhu Qing was nearby. She might not be far from him. When the cold wave arrived, it swept across a wide area. He was brought into this world by the cold wave. So, if Zhu Qing was also swallowed by the cold wave, she should also appear in this world. That was why the dragon blood coral was acting so strangely. Thinking of this, Xianxia hurriedly pulled himself together, picked up the dragon blood coral, and dashed in the direction it was guiding him. In the vast snowy mountains, Xianxia walked alone. An hour later, Xianxia indeed found a familiar figure less than 300 kilometers away from where he had just appeared. Blood-red hair like fire, a petite body lying on the snowy ground. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Xianxia hurriedly ran over and helped the figure up, brushing away the hair that brushed against her face. As expected, he saw Zhu Qing's face. He sighed slightly. Although he did not know where he was now, he finally had some good news. He had found Zhu Qing. As for Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, Xianxia estimated that they should not be in any danger. Although the cold wave looked terrifying, it did not seem to be harmful. The reason he had separated from them was because he had instinctively used his space principles when he was enveloped by the cold wave. Zhu Qing's situation seemed a little strange. She was still a member of the dragon race, and her cultivation was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. There was no reason for her to faint on the ground for no reason. Perhaps it was related to being swallowed by the cold wave. After all, after being swallowed, even Xianxia, who was proficient in space principles, felt nauseous for a while. However, this was not the main reason. Xianxia felt that her body was very cold, like a block of ice. Even her vitality was extremely weak. Chapter 29:48. Helping Zhu Qing up and letting her lean on him, Yang Kai stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist, pouring his emperor qi into her body to investigate her condition. After a while, Yang Kai frowned. The aura in Zhu Qing's body was extremely chaotic. This kind of chaos did not seem to be the result of serious injuries, but more like a misfire that had become the demon race. This puzzled Yang Kai. He did not know what happened to Zhu Qing in the frozen earth that caused her to be in danger of becoming the demon race. After all, she was a member of the dragon race. In addition, Zhu Qing's body was also in an extremely bad condition. She had probably stayed in the frozen earth for too long, so her vitality had been eroded by the cold. Most of her physique had lost its vitality, and if she was not treated soon, her body would likely be destroyed. Yang Kai did not dare to delay. Releasing his divine sense, he quickly found a cave nearby, picked up Zhu Qing, and quickly ran into it. This cave was probably left behind by some kind of wild beast, as there was a pungent smell inside, but it had been abandoned for a long time. It seemed that no living creature had entered it for a long time. In order to avoid any unnecessary interference during the treatment process, Yang Kai directly summoned the sealed world bead and brought Zhu Qing into his sealed world bead. In an environment filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, Yang Kai placed Zhu Qing flat on the ground, took out a large number of pills from his space ring, opened her mouth, and stuffed them in without any explanation. Zhu Qing's current situation was a bit tricky. Affected by the cold of the frozen earth, her body was seriously damaged, and the dragon yuan in her body was in chaos for some reason. So if Yang Kai wanted to save her, he would have to force the cold invading her body from the outside. Only then would she be able to control the dragon yuan in her body. Most of the pills in Yang Kai's hands were high-quality spirit pills, so if he stuffed them in her mouth, at least 1,000,000 source crystals would be gone. However, the effect was also extremely significant. With the help of Yang Kai, the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills quickly spread through Zhu Qing's limbs and bones, gradually emitting bursts of bone-chilling cold. This cold was similar to the pervasive cold of the frozen earth. Overflowing from her body, the surrounding flowers and plants quickly withered. Gradually, a trace of warmth returned to her cold body, and some vitality appeared on her snow-white face. Yang Kai kept calling her name, even breaking into her knowledge with his divine sense in an attempt to wake her up. But even so, Zhu Qing did not respond. She seemed to be unable to perceive any information from the outside world, her eyes tightly closed, as if she was already dead. Yang Kai could only continue to urge his Emperor Qi to alleviate her crisis. After an unknown amount of time, the situation did not improve much. After the Emperor Pill's medicinal efficacies took effect, the cold in Zhu Qing's body became vigorous again. This cold seemed to have a life of its own, able to divide and multiply in her body, and as long as a trace of it remained, it could rise again. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and sighed, staring at her delicate face. After a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind and reached out his hand. A ball of dark green light suddenly appeared in his palm. Although it was just a ball of light, it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality. The essence of the immortal tree. This time, Yang Kai did not pluck the leaves of the immortal tree because there were not many leaves left. If he plucked any more, the immortal tree would become bare. Extracting the essence of the immortal tree like this would inevitably cause some damage to the immortal tree. But with his life at stake, Yang Kai could not care less. You're on your own now. If this can't save you, then your life has indeed come to an end. Yang Kai muttered to himself, pinching open Zhu Qing's mouth with one hand and stuffing the green light into her mouth with the other. The green light turned into a drop of tree sap and rolled down Zhu Qing's throat into her stomach. A dazzling light burst out, and Zhu Qing's body suddenly became green, as if moss had grown all over her body. At the same time, her weak vitality suddenly erupted, like a basin of oil being poured into a raging fire. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Astra's traces of cold leaked out of Zhu Qing's pores like tiny insects, melting with the green light around her body, creating a series of crackling sounds. Yang Kai watched quietly, his divine sense constantly monitoring Zhu Qing's situation. With the passage of time, the cold leaking out of Zhu Qing's body became less and less, and the green light around her body became weaker and weaker, as if the cold and the essence of the immortal tree were about to run out of energy. Zhu Qing's body gradually regained its vitality, and her exposed skin slowly turned dark red. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. At a certain moment, when the last trace of cold in Zhu Qing's body was expelled, the green light that enveloped her body also slowly disappeared. The essence of the immortal tree was not exhausted, but it would become the capital for Zhu Qing to become stronger in the future, hiding in her flesh. She lay on the ground, as if she could sleep until the end of time. Yang Kai crossed his arms and stood beside her, looking down at her from above. His eyes swept over her from head to toe in an unscrupulous manner, and he could not help but feel a little excited when he held her in his arms. As expected of the dragon race, this chest, this ass, these thighs, this fesque, Yang Kai commented, as if he was admiring a work of art. Suddenly, a trace of evil spread in his heart. After suffering such a big loss, shouldn't he collect some interest? In any case, it was not like he had never taken advantage of this girl before. The first time was strange, the second time was familiar, and the third time was a walk in the park. If it were not for her, he would not have taken the risk to come to the frozen earth, and he would not have been inexplicably swallowed by the cold, causing him to not even know where this place was. Perhaps he would not be able to leave this place for the rest of his life. He would have to live here with her and give birth to a bunch of little dragon people. An excited voice in his mind clamored, collect interest, I must collect some interest. As soon as he thought of this, Kai Yang was startled. He knew that it was his suppressed desire causing mischief. He hurriedly tried to suppress the impulse in his heart, but his hand suddenly felt a lingering softness that made him forget to return. Looking over, Yang Kai could not help but be stunned. His two hands had unknowingly covered Zhu Qing's perfectly round chest, and it was the towering fullness that transmitted amazing elasticity that made him involuntarily pinch twice. His breathing became heavy. Yang Kai felt the blood in his body boil, and the clamoring voice in his mind became even louder. His eyes were firmly locked below Zhu Qing's slender white neck, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, like a traveler who had been walking in the desert for several months who saw a basin of clear water and wanted nothing more than to plunge his head into it. The person in front of him suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with an expressionless face. When their eyes met, Yang Kai felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, and his whole body instantly sobered up. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with an embarrassed smile, "If I told you this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Zhu Qing did not respond in the slightest, and those clear eyes were still coldly staring at him. Yang Kai stood up, frowned and pondered for a moment, and then put on a troublemaker's posture. "Well, I did touch, so what? I won't lose a piece of flesh from touching a few times. And speaking of which, I saved your life. If I didn't come to the frozen earth to find you and save you from the fire and water, I'm afraid you would have already died. So just treat what happened just now as a thank you gift from me, and we are even. I think this is very fair. What do you think?" Zhu Qing still did not respond. Yang Kai said with an annoyed face, "Can't you give me some reaction?" As if in response to Yang Kai's endless chatter, Zhu Qing really did give a reaction, but it was a little different for what Yang Kai had expected. She opened her mouth, and a very painful groan came from her throat, as if she was about to die, and then her whole body suddenly curled up, and at the same time, her body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Yang Kai was shocked. It's still not enough? He thought that the essence of the immortal tree had not dispelled the cold that had invaded her body, but he soon realized that something was wrong. This kind of cold was not the cold of the frozen earth. Although it was cold enough, it was somewhat different from the cold of the frozen earth, and they did not come from the same source. Just as Xianxia was at a loss, a high-pitched dragon's roar sounded, and then a giant dragon phantom rushed out from Zhu Qing's body. Xianxia looked at the giant dragon phantom in a daze, and wondered if he had seen wrongly. Zhu Qing was the red dragon of the dragon race, so her dragon race origin was the same as Zhu Lai's. If she revealed her true form, it would definitely be a red dragon, but at this moment, what appeared in front of Xianxia was actually a snow-white crystal dragon phantom. At first glance, the giant dragon looked like a lifelike ice sculpture, and there was not the slightest flaw, but it was completely different from the red dragon. This was an ice dragon, and the cold aura that was emitted from Zhu Qing's body was exactly that of this ice dragon. Xianxia wondered if he had recognized the wrong person. Did Zhu Qing have a twin sister or something like that? There were many people in the world who looked alike, but as a member of the dragon race, it was impossible to make a mistake. At this moment, another high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. When Xianxia looked over, he saw a red dragon phantom appear. The second dragon that appeared actually came from Zhu Qing's body. Xianxia's expression changed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He instantly understood a lot of things. Two origins. There were actually two origins in Zhu Qing's body, and the two origins were of opposite attributes. The red dragon that appeared later was clearly Zhu Qing's origin power, and the ice dragon that appeared first was just an invader. The two origins clashed in Zhu Qing's body, causing her dragon yuan to become chaotic and showing signs of becoming the demon race. Although Xianxia had checked her situation before, he didn't notice this. It wasn't that he didn't check carefully enough, it was just that Zhu Qing's source was hidden too deep. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Qing's body was seriously injured, he had overlooked it. No wonder Zhu Qing did not wake up even though her body was fine. It turned out that the real problem was not her body, but the conflict between the two origins. Then the question was, where did this ice dragon's origin come from? Chapter 2949. It was impossible for a normal dragon race to have two sources of power, especially two diametrically opposed sources of power. Ice and fire could not coexist at all. If Zhu Qing had two sources of power in her body, she would not have lived to this day. In a flash, a bold guess appeared in Xianxia's mind. That ice dragon source was most likely the power left behind by the giant dragon that died in the frozen earth. The reason why Zhu Qing came to the frozen earth was not to find the bones of her clansmen, because Li Jiao had said very clearly that the giant dragon's bones had long been reduced to dust, and there was not the slightest bit of it left behind. Zhu Qing insisted on coming here only to bring back the source of power left behind by her clansmen. Now it seemed that she had found it, but was harmed by this ice dragon source. The source of power had no thoughts or reason, it was just a kind of power. The two kinds of power coexisted in Zhu Qing's body, and there was an instinctive rejection and struggle. With Zhu Qing's body as the battlefield, they fought endlessly. Xianxia could not see this kind of internal struggle unless these two kinds of power were directly exposed like this. And just as he was shocked, the two giant dragon figures roared in unison and then plunged into Zhu Qing's body and disappeared. Zhu Qing wailed in pain. At this moment, she was completely unconscious. Opening her eyes just now was not consciously controlled, but an instinctive reaction of her body. A thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of Zhu Qing's body, and traces of coldness overflowed from her flesh, as if to completely freeze her. But very soon, a scorching hot energy spread out, shattering the chill in the air. Zhu Qing felt as if her entire body was on fire. Her skin was red, and her whole body was boiling hot. Even the ground she was lying on was scorched. The two kinds of power appeared alternately in Zhu Qing's body, and it went round and round, as if it would never stop. Zhu Qing's groans became more and more painful. Xianxia was a little confused, and he did not know what to do. If it was just an injury, no matter how serious her injuries were, he could always think of a way to deal with them. In fact, Zhu Qing had been healed by the essence of the immortal tree, so her injuries weren't too serious. It was just that the two essences were fighting uncontrollably. As the battlefield's physical body, it was bound to be severely damaged. Source Essence. Source Essence. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he rushed forward and pulled Zhu Qing into his arms again, letting her lean against him. Then he silently activated his own golden holy dragon origin power. A dazzling golden dragon shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into his body in a flash. The temperature of Zhu Qing's body changed very quickly. A moment ago, it was as hot as fire, but the next moment, it was as if she had just been picked up from a world of ice and snow. It was bone-chilling cold. When the aura of the golden holy dragon's origin was revealed, the speed at which the hot and cold alternated suddenly slowed down. There's hope. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was just trying to see if his golden holy dragon's origin could have some suppressive effect. Now it seemed that it was indeed effective. The most important thing now was to wake up Zhu Qing. Only when she was awake could she fully activate her own origin power and suppress the ice dragon's origin and expel or kill it. So, Yang Kai pressed the tip of his tongue and activated his divine sense. Just as he was about to cast a spell, Zhu Qing suddenly hugged him tightly. As if she had tasted something sweet, the aura on Yang Kai's body made Zhu Qing subconsciously react correctly. Although Zhu Qing's figure was petite and exquisite, she was still a member of the dragon race. Her strength was not inferior to Yang Kai's. When they first met, Yang Kai had experienced her violent strength. With this tightening, Yang Kai only felt that his body was about to be broken. He couldn't help but turn a little pale. However, the soft sensation that came from his chest made his mind ripple. This was not the end. Zhu Qing was like a puppy, snuggling in his arms and sniffing, making strange sounds in her throat, as if she had found some delicious food and wanted to eat it. Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning and suddenly became extremely stiff. It was not until a burst of pain came from his chest that he suddenly woke up, as if from a dream. He angrily pushed away Zhu Qing's head and pressed his palm against her face, hissing, "Are you a dog? Why are you biting people?" Zhu Qing's eyes were blurred and filled with a strange light. Her breathing inexplicably became rapid. Yang Kai could clearly feel the hot breath from her nostrils burning his hand. Her delicate face was tender and beautiful, exuding a kind of charm that made people want to fly into a flame. Yang Kai felt as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling in his heart. It was difficult to suppress the itch. Zhu Qing opened her mouth again and bit Yang Kai's hand with her white teeth. This bite was so heavy that it really left a mark, and golden blood came out from the wound. The blood was like the most delicious food. Zhu Qing swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Her small and warm tongue kept licking Yang Kai's palm, giving him a tingling feeling. Yang Kai wanted to withdraw his hand, but after being licked by her, he was a little reluctant to do so. But soon Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. After swallowing his blood, Zhu Qing's condition seemed to have improved a lot. The frequency of the alternating cold and heat became slower and slower, and the duration of the cold breath became faster. It was only a flash in the pan before it was suppressed by the heat. His blood seemed to be of great help to her current state. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai vaguely understood. Although he was born a human, after cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he began to truly integrate with the golden divine dragon source. In other words, the blood in his body was no longer pure human blood. There was also some blood of the dragon race, and it was an extremely high-level dragon race bloodline. In the dragon race bloodline, the strong had a strong suppressive power over the weak. The golden divine dragon source could help Zhu Qing alleviate the crisis, so his own half-dragon blood would naturally be even more effective. No wonder Zhu Qing bit him. She must have noticed it herself, so she did this. Yang Kai could of course get rid of her, but he just stood there and let Zhu Qing drink his blood. Zhu Qing was still in a daze and had not regained her consciousness. Her hazy eyes were full of charm. She swallowed Yang Kai's blood in big mouthfuls, and her nimble tongue kept circling Yang Kai's palm. The evil thoughts in Yang Kai's body were about to explode, and he needed to desperately suppress them to stabilize his mind. He turned his eyes away, not looking at Zhu Qing's eyes and not feeling the numbness in his palm, for fear of another accident. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt Zhu Qing let go of his hand. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Zhu Qing looking at him with a red face. She said in surprise, "You're okay?" He could see that Zhu Qing should be awake and should have regained her consciousness, because the information revealed in her eyes was a little different from before. The answer to his question was a dragon race secret technique. Zhu Qing opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. This blood was Zhu Qing's own blood. It was dark red, like a burning flame. The dragon blood dissolved in midair, turning into a strangely shaped seal, and suddenly hit Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was blank, and he fell straight to the ground. This dragon race secret technique seemed to have a very strong binding power, making Yang Kai unable to even move his fingers. He was shocked and instinctively wanted to urge the power of the golden divine dragon source. Although the dragon race secret technique Zhu Qing used was powerful, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to break it by relying on the suppression of the golden divine dragon source. Just now, Yang Kai was caught off guard. He did not expect that she would attack him, so he fell for it. However, he did not act immediately because a delicate fragrance suddenly hit him in the face. Zhu Qing was kneeling between his legs, her hands on his chest, looking down at him condescendingly. Her fiery red hair spread like the most exquisite silk on her smooth back, covering her slender buttocks, but it also added to her seductive charm. Her breathing was extremely rapid, as if she was about to die, unable to breathe, and her towering and plump chest was constantly rising and falling, creating a breathtaking arc. The delicate fragrance that made one's heart flutter became stronger and stronger, as if every pore on her body was emitting this fragrance, filling the entire world. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and she was obviously very nervous, but her eyes were like a stirred pool of water, showing her extreme restlessness and struggle. What are you doing?" As soon as Yang Kai spoke, he felt that he had asked a stupid question. He recognized this look. It was a look of extreme hunger. In the past, Shanqing Luo would often reveal such a look. His blood seemed to have been ignited, beginning to boil in his meridians, flesh, and blood, making him feel as if his body was on fire. The evil thoughts that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly found an outlet, drowning his reason. The two small hands on his chest suddenly exerted force, directly tearing his clothes apart. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his mouth, but no words came out. His clothes quickly became messy, and the clothes wrapped around the two of them quickly turned into pieces, fluttering in the air. Zhu Qing's throat constantly made strange sounds, and her hot and tender body rode on Yang Kai's body, twisting restlessly. She knew what she wanted, but she had never had such an experience, so it took her a long time to gradually master the method. Her white body sank slightly, her teeth biting her red lips as her brow furrowed. Yang Kai closed his eyes, spread his hands, and grasped the grass around him, whispering, "It's my first time, be gentle." Zhu Qing's body suddenly sank, and an abnormal blush appeared on her snow-white skin. She raised her head as if she was suffocating, her beautiful hair falling like a waterfall. She did not respond for a long time, and only after a long time did she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yang Kai also roared, feeling as if he had fallen into magma, an unimaginable heat enveloping him from all directions, as if it was trying to melt him. He had never experienced such a feeling before, giving him an indescribable sense of excitement. In a mysterious small world, the sky was the quilt, the earth was the bed, the hair was disheveled, and their 10 fingers were intertwined. They were not allowed to live a life of luxury, nor were they allowed to accompany each other in the afterlife. Chapter 2950. The wind and rain lingered in the air, charming and alluring. Everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before Zhu Qing slowly opened her eyes, just in time to see a pair of smiling eyes. The man in her dream was lying on the grass, his head resting on his arms, looking at her with a smile. His eyes were overflowing with an indescribable feeling, and she was actually lying on top of him. She didn't know how long she had slept. She was completely naked. Feeling the warmth of the other person's skin, Zhu Qing couldn't help but scream and try to get up. But just as her body moved, she fell back down. She couldn't help but cover her lower abdomen, her forehead sweating from the pain. "Don't move." Kaiyang reached out and grabbed her waist, his big hands unscrupulously moving up and down her smooth back and waist. Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan. The fiery red color climbed up her cheeks like two clouds. The intimate touch and caress of the opposite sex made her lose her balance. She only felt that her whole body was soft and she couldn't exert any strength. "What did you do to me?" She gritted her teeth and asked, tears welling up in her eyes. "Hey!" Yang Kai's hand stopped. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but it just so happened to be placed on her delicate round buttocks. With an unhappy expression, he said, "You're asking the wrong question. Don't you remember what you did?" "I..." Zhu Qing opened her mouth, her expression changing. The scene in her dream gradually became clear. The blood slowly faded from her face, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. He remembered. Slowly, he remembered everything. She came to the frozen earth and found the lost giant dragon origin. But when she was trying to collect it, there was an accident. She didn't know why the ice dragon origin didn't cooperate, but instead escaped into the depths of the frozen earth. She chased it all the way, going through many hardships, and finally caught up. Just as she was about to subdue it, the ice dragon origin rushed in her body and clashed with her own origin. She had no choice but to find a quiet place to resolve the crisis. If there was no interference, she should be fine. However, a sudden disaster disrupted her plans. She felt a force approaching her, and before she could escape, she fell into darkness. After that, it was what happened in the dream. "It's your blood." Zhu Qing understood everything. "What?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing grits her teeth, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Why are there so many evil thoughts in your blood? What do you think about every day?" If she hadn't drunk his blood and been influenced by his evil thoughts, how could she have done such a shameless thing in her dream? "So it's my fault?" Yang Kai was speechless. "I didn't ask you to drink it. You were the one who refused to let go. At that time, I'll kill you." As Zhu Qing spoke, she was about to make a move. However, when she moved slightly, she felt a pain coming from her lower abdomen. She couldn't mobilize any strength at all. Yesterday seemed to be a little too crazy. Yang Kai sneered. "You want to go back on your word after eating? And you want to kill me? This is the first time I've seen a woman like you." As he spoke, he used a little force and flipped Zhu Qing over. Then he supported himself with his arms and leaned against her. Zhu Qing looked at him nervously and said in a trembling voice, What are you doing?" This aggressive posture made her uncomfortable. She couldn't show the pride of the dragon race. Yang Kai put his hand on her lower abdomen and gently rubbed it. He poured his emperor's qi into her body through his palm to relieve her discomfort. It's everyone's first time, so it's inevitable that we don't know how to control ourselves. We'll get used to it slowly in the future. And I don't know what you're thinking, but I feel that since things have already come to this, there's no point in blaming others. Look at me. Although I'm a human, I'm not bad, right? I've been looking at myself for decades, and the more I look, the more handsome I become. As for you, although your temper isn't very good, it's not bad. Can we make do with each other? Everything has a beginning and an end. His serious expression made Zhu Qing a little absent-minded. Ever since she met Yang Kai, this was the first time Zhu Qing had seen such an expression on his face. The big hand, rubbing her lower abdomen, seemed to have some kind of magical power that could destroy all solid defenses. Endless ripples appeared in her heart, making it impossible for her to calm down and think. "You want to take responsibility?" Zhu Qing didn't know why she couldn't get angry anymore. She asked softly. No. You have to take responsibility for me," Yang Kai said seriously. Zhu Qing felt that this was both annoying and funny. She pretended to be cold and said, "Why should I take responsibility for you? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, "Do you feel better?" "Much better." Zhu Qing nodded. Suddenly, she realized that the topic had been changed. She couldn't help but glare at him. Yang Kai said again, "Do you want to do it again?" The topic changed a little too quickly. Zhu Qing's momentum that she had just gathered suddenly dissipated. The warmth in her lower abdomen was like a prairie fire that quickly spread, making her whole body hot. Zhu Qing's long eyelashes trembled, but before she could say anything, Yang Kai had already let out a low roar, mounted his horse, and charged into battle with his spear. Along the way, he slaughtered his enemies, causing them to throw away their armor and beg for mercy. Half a day later, Zhu Qing looked like she had lost her soul. She lay on the ground like a walking corpse. Her hair was messy, and she said weakly, "Please, let me put on my clothes. I'll help you." Yang Kai grinned like a ladle. "No, you said so just now. I won't believe you anymore. I promise it's true this time. Don't lie to me again." "I won't lie to you." One day later, Zhu Qing curled up in Yang Kai's arms. She was quiet like a sleeping cat. Her breathing was light and slow. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "There's still a long way to go. Let's stop here this time." "Okay," Yang Kai replied. "Let go of me. I want to put on my clothes." "Okay. What do you want to let me go?" "One more time." "One last time?" "One last time." One day later, they didn't know how many one last times. Finally, the two of them were clean and dressed neatly. Zhu Qing was a little uncomfortable. She sat on the ground quietly. Facing the clear pool in front of her, she combed her long hair. Facing the shadow in the pool, the shadow seemed a little melancholy, but the corners of her eyes couldn't help but slightly raise. Stretching his body, Kai Yang's bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. He felt an indescribable comfort flowing through his body. Lowering his head to look at the person in front of him, he then reached out and gently embraced her from behind. Zhu Qing's body trembled slightly. When she realized that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of touching her and only buried his head in her hair and took deep breaths, she relaxed. "How many?" Zhu Qing suddenly asked. Yang Kai raised his head and rested his chin on her shoulder. He stared at the shadow in the pool and said blankly, "How many?" Zhu Qing sighed and said, "What number am I?" "The first one. Didn't I tell you before?" Yang Kai replied seriously. Zhu Qing snorted and said, "So many tricks. Did you play with yourself before? And after these few days, do you think I will trust you so easily?" Yang Kai looked worried. "We're already like this. Why don't you trust me? I'm very hurt." Zhu Qing grabbed his hand that was slowly moving toward her chest. She turned her head and sneered. "This is your only chance to be honest. Think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai blinked and looked at the charming face that was so close to him. Then he kissed her. "Oh, you bastard." Zhu Qing struggled with all her might, but the strength in her hand was getting weaker and weaker. The clothes that she had just put on were messy again. "I've had enough of you." Zhu Qing, who had put on her clothes again, said angrily. When she saw that Yang Kai still had the intention to come over, she quickly pointed at him and said, "Don't come near me for 10 days. Otherwise, I'll cut all ties with you and never talk to you again." Okay. Yang Kai raised his hands in surrender. "Don't be nervous. I won't come near you." Zhu Qing's eyebrows furrowed. She was secretly sulking for a while. Only then did her expression soften. In fact, she was even more angry at herself. Facing this man who had touched her skin for the first time, she didn't have any thoughts of resistance. Taking what he wanted was not something a dragon race person should do. "I won't ask about the past. As for the future, no one can say for sure. You can do whatever you want. I only have one request. If I don't agree, don't force me." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, I'll do as you say." The last bit of complaint in Zhu Qing's heart disappeared instantly. "How are you now? The ice dragon's origin won't be harmful anymore, right?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Although Zhu Qing's condition was very stable these past few days, The ice dragon's origin was still in her body. She had to be careful. I'm fine now. The ice dragon's origin has been suppressed by me. I'll put it in the dragon tomb when I return to the dragon island. Zhu Qing's face suddenly blushed. Xianxia was baffled by her reaction. After pausing for a moment, she asked, "Did you come here specifically to find me?" Xianxia said, "Why would I come to the frozen earth if I didn't come to find you? This damned place really is a forbidden area. If it weren't for my good luck, I don't know when I would have found you." He said it casually, but Zhu Qing suddenly felt a sweet feeling. Her chest was full of warmth. "All right, your little brother is also here." Zhu Qing frowned and said, "My little brother? Zhu Lai?" "Yes, that's the guy. If it wasn't for him using the dragon race secret technique, I wouldn't have been able to find you. He actually didn't want you to go back to the dragon island with him." Xianxia sneered and said, "He wanted to, but after I taught him a lesson, he became a lot more obedient. Although that guy is crazy, he doesn't have much ability. Your husband, I beat him up 2 to 3 times." What husband?" Zhu Qing's face was a little red. She couldn't help but glare at him flirtatiously. Xianxia's eyes widened again. Chapter 29:51. Zhu Qing sensed that something was wrong and quickly changed the topic. "Where is he?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't know where he went. When the cold wave hit, we were all caught up in it and brought into a small world. He and I were separated, but he shouldn't be in any danger, so you don't have to worry." A small world. Zhu Qing was shocked. Recalling the hazy feeling she had before, she suddenly realized that the irresistible crisis had actually been brought into this small world. She turned her head and looked around, asking, "Is this that small world? It looks pretty good." Inside the sealed world bead, there was an abundant world energy aura, and the environment was quite good. Especially after the 5-colored treasure pagoda appeared, the sealed world bead had undergone a fundamental change. It was now a self-contained world with complete world principles, a true paradise. "Ha!" Xianxia smiled and shook his head. "This is not that small world. This is another one that belongs to me. HM?" Halfway through his words, Xianxia suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something unusual. Zhu Qing asked, "What's wrong?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Let me show you something interesting." While speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed in a certain direction. Zhu Qing stared curiously, then saw a black, puppy-like thing appear out of thin air in front of her. As soon as the black puppy appeared, it barked a few times, as if it had been greatly frightened, but looking at it shaking its head and wagging its tail, its previous weakness had disappeared. Where did this little monster come from? It's so ugly. Zhu Qing stared at the black puppy and glanced at Xianxia. She teased, "It looks like you." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "It's not an ordinary little monster. What's so special about it?" Zhu Qing frowned. "You're from the dragon race. Observe carefully," Xianxia said as he brought the black puppy in front of him. After hearing Xianxia's voice, the black puppy seemed to have calmed down. It stared at him with a pair of black eyes, panting and showing a fawning expression. Saliva flowed down its big tongue, looking extremely disgusting. Zhu Qing finally noticed something unusual. She hesitated and said, "It seems to have a very powerful bloodline. It's just not very pure." The dragon race was bound by bloodlines, so they were very knowledgeable about bloodlines. After Gong Yu activated the Return to Ruins bloodline, there were traces left behind. Zhu Qing saw through this. "Magical beast Return to Ruins. Have you heard of it?" Xianxia asked. Zhu Qing shook her head blankly. Xianxia said, "This is the first time I've heard of it, but I've seen how powerful it is." As he spoke, he shook the black puppy and said, "Boy, show me what you've got." "Woof woof. Don't play dumb. It's the move you used before. If you dare to refuse, I'll stew you and eat you." "Woof woof." Zhu Qing put her hand on her forehead and said, "It's not sentient. It only has some human nature. It won't understand what you're saying." Xianxia sneered. "It knows whether it understands or not. But forget it. If you say it doesn't understand, then so be it. You're lucky. You actually came back to life. As he spoke, he let go of his hand. The black puppy fell to the ground. It turned its head to look at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Qing. It slowly walked to Yang Kai and climbed down. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. It seems to like you a lot. Stop pretending to be cute. Yang Kai stretched out his foot and kicked the black puppy, but it still looked indifferent. Yang Kai ignored it and looked up at Zhu Qing. Let's go out first. We have to figure out where we are first. I don't know if we can return to the star boundary. It's not that serious. Aren't you proficient in space principles? Zhu Qing felt that Yang Kai was being a bit alarmist, but she didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. She felt that no matter where she was, as long as she could be with this man, it would be fine. Yang Kai smiled, and with a thought, he left the small sealed world with Zhu Qing. Back in the cave, Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and said, "Do you want me to carry you? We don't know where we are, so we have to see if anyone is here first and ask for some information." Zhu Qing blushed and said, "I'm not that weak yet." Saying so, she took the lead and walked out of the cave. Although her steps were light, she seemed to frown with every step. Yang Kai snickered, but suddenly his face sank and he said, "You're so annoying." Zhu Qing's tender body trembled, and her beautiful face turned pale in an instant. She said in a trembling voice, "You think I'm annoying already?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this guy." As soon as he said so, a dog barked and the black puppy was thrown out of the small sealed world. After landing on the ground, it angrily barked at Yang Kai, as if saying, "Why didn't you take me with you?" Okay, stop barking. If you bark again, I'll throw you back," Yang Kai said impatiently. The black puppy's barking stopped abruptly, and it quickly ran out of the cave, passing by Zhu Qing. From now on, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and it was free to run as it pleased. Zhu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai came forward and hugged her. She struggled a little, but she didn't insist. After leaving the cave, a white world appeared in front of them. At first glance, this place didn't look much different from the frozen earth, but both Yang Kai and Zhu Qing knew that this wasn't the frozen earth, because this place didn't have the kind of cold that even they couldn't resist. Woof woof! The black puppy's barking came from afar, and it seemed to be very panicked, as if it had encountered something terrible. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense, and soon his face showed joy. Zhu Qing also noticed this, and she wasn't used to being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of others, so she subtly distanced herself. A black shadow flashed, and the black puppy returned. Following closely behind it were two vigorous figures, a man and a woman, both of them exuding strong energy fluctuations. When they met Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, the man and woman were obviously taken aback, because they had carefully investigated this area before and hadn't noticed the aura of any living people. They hadn't expected that there would be two more people here. If they were enemies, the two secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The little black dog quickly circled behind Kai Yang and hid behind him, hiding very well. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, two friends." Although the cultivation of this man and woman wasn't bad, they were only around the Tao Source realm, so Yang Kai didn't care too much about them. It was just that it was rare to meet living people here, so naturally, he wanted to quickly inquire about them. The man and woman looked at each other, and the man cupped his fists in return, frowning as he asked, "Does that little beast belong to you two?" He was a Tao Source realm cultivator, but facing Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he even questioned him, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. This kind of thing was rare in the star boundary, unless the other party's identity had a great origin. It could be seen that this man and woman didn't seem to have a great origin, just an ordinary cultivator. As a newcomer, Yang Kai could only do as the Romans do, so he smiled and nodded. Yes, Along's intelligence hasn't been fully developed yet, so he is naughty and mischievous by nature. If he has offended you, please forgive him. The man shook his head, and his divine sense went past Yang Kai to carefully examine the black puppy. After a while, he said, "Maybe I was wrong. He didn't offend us, just a misunderstanding. What's your name? Yongkai. In this foreign land, there was no need to hide his name. At this moment, the woman who had been standing beside the man suddenly whispered a few words to her husband. The man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yongkai in surprise. You two came from the outside? If it weren't for his wife's reminder, he might not have noticed it, because the two in front of him were dressed slightly differently from him. Yongkai smiled bitterly. We did come from the outside. The man nodded. We haven't had an outsider come to our place for a long time. It seems that your luck isn't very good. I was just about to ask, what is this place? Yongkai asked solemnly. The man said, this place is called the Reincarnation World. The Reincarnation World? Yongkai frowned, and when he was about to ask more, the man said, if you want to live, come with me quickly. We don't have enough time. What time? Yongkai was stunned. The man didn't intend to answer him. After saying that, he turned around and flew in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really in a hurry. It was the first time Yongkai had met a Dao Source Realm cultivator with such a temper. Not only did he speak with such assurance in front of the Emperor Realm, but he also acted like he was superior. However, this was still a clue, so he couldn't just give it up like this. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Qing, he immediately followed. The two of them were strong, so they naturally weren't afraid of a little Dao Source Realm cultivator. His figure flickered as he chased after Kai Yang. The little black dog nimbly bit on a Kai Yang's clothes and stubbornly stuck to him, not wanting to be shaken off. Even when the wind blew into its mouth, it still refused to let go. In the end, Zhu Qing pitted it and reached out to scoop it up. The group of four quickly arrived in front of a mountain wall. At first glance, this mountain wall looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would see traces left behind by a secret technique. The leader of the group took out a mirror and projected a beam of mystic light onto the mountain wall. Immediately, a cave large enough for two people to pass through appeared. The four of them entered one by one and entered a dry passage. Only then did the man and woman let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Yongkai asked curiously, why are we in such a hurry? The man led the way in front and explained, because in a while, the world principles will change. At that time, all the demons will come out, and the outside will become very dangerous. No one will be able to survive in such an environment. The world principles will change. Yongkai was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chapter 2952. The laws of heaven and earth were the supreme power, the foundation that maintained everything in the world. It was impossible for this kind of fundamental law to change in a short period of time, unless doomsday arrived. However, the other party seemed to be speaking with certainty, and he didn't look like he was lying, so he simply couldn't accept it. Hurry up! What are you still dawdling over there for? A low shout suddenly came from inside the cave. Yongkai raised his eyebrows. There was actually someone else in this cave. After hearing this person's urging, the man and woman hurriedly walked into the depths of the cave. Yongkai signaled Zhu Qing with his eyes and hurriedly followed. A dim light bloomed. In a stone room that wasn't very spacious, a middle-aged man stood there with a gloomy expression, as if he was waiting for something. Steward Liao, the man who led Yongkai here, stepped forward and saluted the man with a respectful attitude. However, Steward Liao didn't even look at him. He just curiously stared at Yongkai and Zhu Qing, who followed over, and said in surprise, why are there two more people? Where do they come from? They look a little unfamiliar. The man replied, they seem to have wandered in from the outside and just happened to meet us, so we brought them along. From the outside? Steward Liao clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but look at the two unfamiliar faces. When he saw Yongkai, he didn't have any special reaction, but when he saw Zhu Qing, his eyes couldn't help but light up, revealing an interested expression. Zhu Qing was originally a heavenly beauty, and after being nourished by the rain for a few days, she was at her most tender and beautiful at this moment, so she naturally looked particularly attractive. Zhu Qing's expression was cold. Although she didn't like being stared at like this, she didn't get angry. Xianxia's figure flashed and stood in front of her, blocking the man's gaze. Steward Liao coldly snorted. His expression was somewhat unhappy. Outsiders really don't know the rules. He looked up at the man and said, "Don't tell me you also don't know the rules?" The man hurriedly said, "Thank you, Steward Liao." Steward Liao's expression became slightly better, and he beckoned to the couple. The two of them immediately took a step forward. All of a sudden, Steward Liao muttered something under his breath and activated his own strength. Using his fingers as a sword, he pointed here and there in the air in front of the man. Xianxia was stunned because he could see some traces of wizard magic in it. This made him a little curious, and he paid more attention to it. Not long after, a complicated mark suddenly appeared in the void. Steward Liao reached out and patted it, and the mark directly entered the man's body. The mark seemed to have other uses, and it did not attack. The man's body only shook slightly, and he was fine. When it was the woman's turn, a rare smile appeared on Manager Liao's cold face. On the contrary, the woman had a nervous expression and looked at her husband for help. The man slowly shook his head and lowered his gaze. Manager Liao followed the same pattern, but this time his hands and feet weren't very obedient. As his fingers and swords poked here and there, they actually touched the woman's body from time to time. Occasionally, they would sweep past her full breasts, causing the woman's delicate body to tremble slightly. The man turned a deaf ear to it and stood at the side with his head lowered. On the other hand, Manager Liao was in a good mood, and his actions became more and more unbridled. This caused the woman's expression to become more and more unsightly, but she could only force herself to endure it. Not long after, the mark was formed again. Steward Liao patted the mark into the woman's body reluctantly and leisurely stopped. Only then did the woman's stiff body relax, and she looked at her husband with grievance. Turning his head, Steward Liao's face immediately turned cold. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Since you're from the outside, I'll explain the rules here to you." Xianxia looked at him with a smile and said, "Please enlighten me." Steward Liao said, "After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. In the entire reincarnation world, there's no safe place other than the human sovereign city. Therefore, if you want to live, you must go to the human sovereign city. Do you understand?" "Understood. Let's go to the human sovereign city." Xianxia looked as if he had learned a lesson. Steward Liao continued, "And if you want to go to the human sovereign city, you must use the seal of human sovereign on you. Only those who have the seal of human sovereign can teleport to the human sovereign city through the array. Therefore, there's only one rule here. In this vast world, I'm the most powerful." Xianxia replied with an "oh" and cupped his fists. "I'll learn a lot." Steward Liao waved his sleeves and said in a low voice with his hands behind his back, "Let me ask you, do you want to live or die?" Xianxia smiled and said, "If we can live, of course we want to live." Steward Liao nodded and said, "You're promising. Come over. Let me cast the seal of human sovereign on you." Xianxia stepped forward, but Steward Liao waved his hand with a look of disdain and said, "The woman will go first. Stand aside." Xianxia frowned and didn't insist. He stepped aside and said, "Steward Liao, please be careful. My wife has a bad temper." Steward Liao snorted coldly and said, "If you want to live, then be sensible." As he spoke, he started chanting again. His fingers were like swords, pointing in the air in front of Zhu Qing. It looked like he was drawing something in the air. At the beginning, he was quite obedient, but after a while, the range of his hand movements increased. When his fingers swept across, they directly swept toward Zhu Qing's chest. At this moment, his expression became extremely excited, obviously anticipating something. Zhu Qing suddenly looked up and stared at him coldly. Steward Liao was shocked, but his hand movements didn't stop at all. He looked like he wanted to take advantage of her. Woof! Ah! A dog's bark and a scream sounded almost at the same time. The little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms suddenly opened its mouth and bit Steward Liao's big hand. Its mouth wasn't very big, but it swallowed Steward Liao's entire hand. Its sharp teeth were firmly stuck on his wrist, and blood instantly flowed out. Steward Liao was in pain and couldn't stop howling. However, the little black dog refused to let go and looked like it was going to bite his hand off. Its head kept shaking, and it even let out a low growl, as if it was trying to show off its power. Let go of me. Little bastard, you're courting death. Steward Liao cursed angrily. Since he couldn't break free, he fiercely slapped the little black dog with his palm. When the energy surged, thunder and lightning flashed in the cave. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a blast of energy pierced through the air and attacked. Steward Liao howled in pain again, and the arm that he swung out drooped down weakly. Steward Liao turned his head and looked at Xianxia with resentment and hatred. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You actually dare to attack me?" It had been a long time since he encountered something like this. He had always been the one bossing people around and taking whatever he wanted. He didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. The pair of men who led Xianxia and Zhu Qing here were also shocked. Seeing that Steward Liao was at a disadvantage, the man hurriedly said, "Stop! Don't hurt him." The woman also finally spoke, "Don't hit him. You will regret it." This was the first time she spoke, and her voice was filled with indescribable anxiety. Steward Liao also hurriedly said to them, "Quick, quick, quick! Kill these two people for me. Otherwise, I will punish both of you." The man and woman were stunned when they heard this, and their faces turned pale for a moment. It was as if they had committed a terrible crime, and they were at a loss for what to do. "Why are you so arrogant?" Xianxia walked in front of Steward Liao, stared at him curiously, and said, "Tell me, why are you so arrogant? A mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master." Steward Liao's forehead was full of cold sweat. He struggled a few times, but couldn't break free from the little black dog's grasp. He sneered, "Why? Because I am a steward, because I control the seal of human sovereignty." Xianxia turned his head to look at the man and woman and said, "Just because of this seal of human sovereignty? So you have to swallow your anger, even if you were bullied? This guy's strength isn't as high as yours, right?" The man lowered his head and said, "Without the seal of human sovereignty, you can't enter the human sovereign city. If you can't enter the human sovereign city, you will die." Xianxia sneered, "What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? You are a man, after all. If you don't dare to retaliate when your wife is being bullied in front of you, you might as well die." He turned his head and winked at Zhu Qing, saying, "Qinger, don't worry. Your husband won't let you lose a single hair, even if I die." Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, "Don't be so glib. I didn't see you do anything just now." Xianxia smiled and said, "He's just a piece of trash. You can kill him in one breath. Why would you need me to do anything?" Zhu Qing snorted and didn't say anything else. The man was humiliated by Xianxia's words. The woman walked forward and grabbed his hand. She looked at Xianxia and said, "You are new here, so don't speak carelessly if you don't know the rules here. Hurry up and let go of Steward Liao. Otherwise, you won't be able to establish yourself in the human sovereign city." Steward Liao was also energized, and he shouted, "Newcomers always have to suffer a little before they learn the rules. Hurry up and let go, or I will make you die a horrible death." Xianxia smiled and asked, "Will I be able to settle this peacefully if I let you go?" Steward Liao said, "Don't even think about it. I am a member of the human sovereign city. If you dare to hurt me, the human sovereign city will not accept you. As for you, woman, if you can submit to me, it might be a way out. Your IQ is a serious flaw." Xianxia looked at him speechlessly. He was about to die, but he was still threatening him. He really didn't know what this guy was thinking. Zhu Qing shouted in a low voice, "Bow wow, bite him." When the little black dog heard the command, it was as if it was assisted by the gods. Its mouth suddenly split open and became incomparably huge. It actually swallowed Manager Liao into its stomach in one gulp. In the end, it even stretched out its large tongue to lick its mouth, looking as if it hadn't had enough. It was the first time Zhu Qing saw the black puppy use such a divine technique. She couldn't help but be stunned. She just wanted the black puppy to use more strength. She didn't expect it to swallow someone directly. What kind of divine technique was this? When the man and woman saw it, their expressions changed. They said in horror, "Demonic beast. It's really a demonic beast." They chased after the black puppy because they felt that it had the aura of a demonic beast. In the end, they confirmed that it was just their imagination. But now, it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. It was just that the black puppy hid its demonic chi too deeply. When it mutated just now, there was a very obvious demonic chi surging out, so they recognized it immediately. Chapter 29:53. Xianxia looked at them curiously and asked, "Do you recognize demonic beasts?" The man immediately shielded his wife behind him and looked at Xianxia cautiously. "Are you from the demon race?" Xianxia was really surprised this time. This guy could say the words demonic beasts and even knew about the demon race. This was very unusual. The man became even more vigilant and gritted his teeth. "You came from the Demon Fury City?" Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know what the Demon Fury City is, and I don't know what the demon race is. You probably misunderstood." As he spoke, he suddenly frowned because he suddenly felt the world shake at this moment. The laws of heaven and earth that filled the surroundings seemed to be distorting and changing. He glanced at Zhu Qing and saw that Zhu Qing also had a look of surprise on her face. The laws of heaven and earth were really beginning to change, and it was definitely a huge change, which was why there were such obvious signs. "Just kill us." The man's face was ashen, and he no longer had any desire to live. Steward Liao was swallowed by a demonic beast, and two people who seemed to be from the demon race suddenly appeared in front of them. They were very strong, so there was no way they could survive. He hugged his wife tightly, and he just wanted to enjoy a moment of warmth before he died. "It's easy to die. I don't need to do it." Xianxia stepped forward and walked in front of a spell formation. There was nothing else in this cave except for this spell formation, so it was very eye-catching. He pointed at the spell formation and said, "Can we teleport to the human sovereign city from here?" The man's eyes dimmed as he looked over and nodded. "Yes." Xianxia released his divine sense and checked. A spatial spell formation, but it seems to be a little different. The man said, "It's useless. If you want to activate this spell formation, you must have the seal of human sovereign." "Don't you have the seal of human sovereign? Why don't you go?" Xianxia turned to look at them. The man said, "It must be the seal of human sovereignty on Steward Liao's body. That's the master seal. Only the master seal can activate the operation of this formation. The seals on our bodies are only auxiliary seals. There's no way we can activate the formation." "I see." Xianxia nodded, seeing that he had yet to make a move and was instead studying the array seriously. Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. The man hesitated and said, "Are you really not a member of the demon race?" Xianxia replied while examining the formation, "Is there a demon race in this world?" The man said, "There is. Our human race and the demon race are at odds with each other. We have coexisted in this world for countless years. You don't look like a member of the demon race, but why do you have a magical beast by your side?" Xianxia did not answer his question. The origin of the black puppy was a little strange, and it would be troublesome to explain. He asked, "Humans and demons coexist. It must be hard for you to survive." The man said, "The human sovereign city provided protection. If not for the human sovereign city, we wouldn't have been able to survive." Xianxia said thoughtfully, "Is it related to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth?" "That's right. After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. When that time comes, our human race will not be able to move around freely, but the demon race will be able to move around freely. During this time, no one will dare to leave the human sovereign city. Otherwise, there's only a slim chance of survival. So the laws of heaven and earth before were suitable for the human race to survive, and the demon race had to go into hibernation." "That's right. What a magical world." Xianxia had a look of amazement. The man smiled bitterly and said, "We were born here. No one knows why this world is like this. Perhaps only the master of the human sovereign city can understand. Human sovereign city. Xianxia heard the man mention these two words several times. He couldn't help but think, is that the master of the human sovereign city? The man said solemnly, that's the master of the human race. He protects the human sovereign city and protects all humans. His words were full of respect, as if he held the human sovereign city in high esteem. Xianxia smiled and continued to study the formation. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. A large amount of demonic qi and some other strange things appeared in the void around them. Although the couple used their power to form a layer of protection on the surface of their bodies, it wouldn't last long. However, it looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the protection was broken, it would immediately be eroded by the demonic qi and turn into a demonic creature. Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, so she didn't feel much. However, she still needed to use her dragon yuan to dispel the erosion of the demonic qi. Only the little black dog's eyes lit up. Its nose twitched, and it kept sniffing around excitedly. It had the bloodline of the return to ruins. It was the descendant of the mutated beasts in the territory of demons. When the demonic qi surged, it naturally felt a sense of familiarity and joy. All right, come over here. Xianxia suddenly stood up and called out. Zhu Qing walked over with the little black dog in her arms and stood beside him. The couple hesitated. The man said, what are you going to do? I'm going to take you to the city of human sovereign city. The man was shocked. You don't have the seal of human sovereign. How are you going to go to the city of human sovereign city? Xianxia sneered. Who told you that you can't go to the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city? If you continue to dawdle, it'll be too late. Do you want to live or die? The man was still hesitating, but the woman pulled him back. The man finally made up his mind and said, all right, I'll trust you this time. Xianxia grinned. I hope you can keep the matter with Steward Liao a secret. The man smiled bitterly. It won't do us any good to say it. Moreover, the city of human sovereign city has its ways of finding out the truth. In fact, I think it's best if you don't go to the city of human sovereign city. If you really do go in, it won't matter how strong you are. That's hard to say. When Xianxia finished speaking, his expression suddenly became solemn. The law of space began to fluctuate. The four of them were standing in a space array that was connected to the city of human sovereign city. Under normal circumstances, someone like Steward Liao would brand the person who was teleporting with the seal of human sovereign. Then, he would activate the space array and teleport them. However, these complicated steps were only layers of disguise. They were the means the city of human sovereign city used to control the human race. In front of Xianxia, who was proficient in the law of space, this disguise was easily stripped away. He directly used his mind and the law of space to open the other end of the space array, so there was no need for the seal of human sovereign. With a flash of light, the man and woman both stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that the space array was really operating. For a moment, they were unable to contain their joy, feeling as if they had just escaped death. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth around them were extremely obvious. The world's world energy had turned into demonic qi. In such an environment, it was indeed unsuitable for the human race to survive. Even if they were strong enough to temporarily resist the erosion of the demonic qi, if they lived in such an environment for a long time, there would be a moment when their strength would be exhausted. At that time, they would be eroded by the demonic qi, lose their reason, and become a demon. A moment later, the light in the cave receded and the four people on the space array disappeared. The clamor suddenly came from all directions, making them feel a little uncomfortable. Xianxia looked around and found that they had arrived in a prosperous city. Below their feet was a huge space array, and on the space array, there were people who had just appeared walking down. Their cultivations varied, and their expressions varied. Some were overjoyed, some were gloomy, and some were seriously injured, gasping for air. These people were clearly like Xianxia and the others. In order to avoid the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, they had just rushed back from the outside. Xianxia saw many existences from the Emperor realm among them. The four of them stood on top of the space array and were not too conspicuous. The entire city seemed to be very prosperous. People were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and there was an endless stream of people. There were many shops all around, selling all kinds of specialties from this world. Sounds of shouting rang out one after another, giving people the feeling that they had accidentally intruded into the secular world. It was the first time Zhu Qing had come to such a lively place, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised and look around. Neatly dressed guards were walking down the street. Their footsteps were orderly, and they were dressed in the same uniform. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the guards of the human sovereign city. However, these guards didn't have high cultivations. The leader was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and the rest were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, many cultivator on the street, no matter how strong or weak their cultivations were, avoided them like snakes or scorpions, as if they were very afraid of them. Xianxia clearly saw a second-order Emperor Realm Master make way for them. This world didn't seem to be divided by cultivation. The man and woman from before were clearly weaker than him, but they didn't show the slightest bit of respect for the strong. As for Manager Liao, it was even more obvious. His cultivation was lower than anyone else's, but he could order the man and woman around and make them cower in fear. Some people flew by in the sky. There weren't many of them, and their cultivations were uneven. Farewell, both of you. Take care. The man seemed to be in a hurry to separate from Xianxia and Zhu Qing, so as not to be implicated by them, so he immediately said goodbye as soon as he came back to his senses. Xianxia sensed his thoughts and nodded casually. The woman suddenly said, "I'll give you two a piece of advice. Don't provoke those with a leaf symbol embroidered on their chests. The more leaves there are, the more noble their identity is. This isn't your original world, and it's not a place where the strong preys on the weak." With a loud bang, Yangkai's body was as steady as Mount Tai, but a violent force spread from his body to his feet, shattering the stone floor. Yangkai rolled his eyes, glanced at the brawny man, and said lazily, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" The brawny man showed a surprised expression and grinned. "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have some skill. Unfortunately, you have met me." As he spoke, the strength in his hand suddenly became more violent. Blue veins bulged on his thick neck, as if he was using all his strength to push Yangkai to the ground. Yangkai glanced at the others and saw that the remaining guards were looking at him coldly. They seemed to think that he had committed some taboo and had to be punished. The third prince, on the other hand, had a cold look on his face and didn't care much about him. However, when he saw Zhu Qing, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but that was it, and he didn't pay any more attention to him. His gaze crossed the crowd in half of the human sovereign city and stared at a certain spot with a fiery light shining in his eyes. He was still standing here, probably waiting for his subordinates to teach Yangkai a lesson, so that the residents of the human sovereign city would know the price of offending him and learn to respect their superiors. The brawny man was still putting pressure on Yangkai. At first, he had a look of confidence on his face, because he also noticed that Yangkai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. In the case of the same cultivation, he wasn't afraid of any opponent, let alone this inexplicable brat in front of him. But as time passed and his Emperor Qi surged, his face gradually became ugly, because no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't shake this brat in front of him at all. It was as if this brat had taken root in the ground, and there wasn't even a trace of him moving. After a while, the brawny man's face turned red and his tower-like body began to tremble. Obviously, he was a little weak, but he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, so he could only hold on. He had greatly underestimated his opponent. Yangkai's face darkened slightly as he looked past the brawny man and stared at the third prince. It's a virtue to know when to stop. The third prince turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes still fixed on a certain spot in the human sovereign city, as if his whole mind was immersed in it and he could no longer perceive anything. Yangkai snorted and raised his hand to slap the brawny man. He had already secretly warned this third prince, but since the other party didn't take it seriously, there was no need for him to care about other people's face. As for the consequences of slapping someone's face, who cares? He'll just have to enjoy himself first. Everything had happened too quickly, and the brawny man hadn't thought that Kai Yang would actually fight back. By the time the palm had reached him, it was already too late for him to defend himself. Chapter 2955. In a tea house, high-quality tea was being steamed, exuding a unique fragrance. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sat opposite each other, while the black puppy rested on a corner of the table, its eyes closed. What happened just now? Zhu Qing asked in a low voice. Even now, she still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai was injured. Although the injury wasn't serious, it was still bleeding. It was impossible to say that it was the third prince's doing. She knew very well how strong Yang Kai was. How could a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master injure him? And all it took was a snap of his fingers. If the third prince really had this ability, then he wouldn't be far from the great emperors. This human sovereign city isn't simple. Yang Kai loosened the scarf, covering his nostrils. The blood had stopped, but the scarf was a mess, so he put it away. Zhu Qing was shocked. Was it really the third prince who injured you? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. How is that possible? Zhu Qing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? She was shocked. What kind of master was hiding his strength that even she couldn't see through? If there really was such a person, then his strength was too terrifying. No. Yang Kai shook his head. That guy wasn't hiding his strength. His strength is that of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Then how could it be? Zhu Qing's mouth opened slightly. How do I put it? Yang Kai frowned as he recalled the scene just now. After a long time, he said, there's an extremely strong force in the human sovereign city, and the third prince seems to be able to control this force at will. It wasn't the third prince who injured me, but that omnipresent force. Although this was a bit awkward, the meaning was very clear. Zhu Qing naturally understood, so she asked in a daze, what kind of force is that? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Do you remember the woman who warned us not to provoke people with leaves on their chests? Zhu Qing patted the table and said, the third prince seems to have a leaf symbol on his clothes. Yang Kai grinned, and it's the symbol of a 9-leaf cultivator. He then pointed to the sky and said, you may not have noticed, but the people flying in the sky all have a leaf symbol on their chests. It's just that there are different numbers. Hearing what he said, Zhu Qing quickly released her divine sense to investigate. She found that it was indeed the case. Among the people flying in the sky, no matter how strong they were, none of them were ordinary people. All of them had the symbol of a tree leaf embroidered on their chests. These people probably have a very special status in the human sovereign city. That's why they're thus SSS, SSSS, SSS, SSSS, theirs and theirs. Zhu Qing frowned and said, isn't there a bit too many royal relatives? Yang Kai said with a smile, that's why most of those fellows only have 1 or 2 leaves. It's rare to see someone with more than 5 leaves. The third prince, for example, is a 9-leaf cultivator. It seems like he's someone with authority. Zhu Qing said, I remember now. Steward Liao, who was in the cave before, seemed to have a similar symbol on his chest. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. That's why he's able to control the space array over there. That's why he has the master seal of the human sovereignty. Even if the couple is stronger than him, they have no choice but to swallow their pride. TSK, it's good to have special privileges. What are you thinking? Zhu Qing looked at him coldly. Yang Kai said solemnly, what I'm trying to say is that only the royal relatives can mobilize the mysterious power in the city. That's why they can easily defeat those who are stronger than them. Naturally, I don't think every royal relative has such an ability. Perhaps there are some limitations. For example, only those with more than 5 or 6 leaves are qualified to do so. The more leaves they have, the more power they can mobilize. MHM, you seem to have a point. Zhu Qing did not think too much about it. She did not think there was anything wrong with Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai sneered. At the end of the day, it's still the law of the jungle. It's just that some people here can borrow a special power. This power seems to be everywhere in the city of human sovereignty. Can we stop it? Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't say for sure. Earlier, the third prince didn't go all out, and I wasn't prepared for it. Hence, I don't know if I'll be able to stop it if it really comes down to it. The most important thing now is to figure out what the hell that power is. Only then can we deal with the problem. Should we ask around? Zhu Qing suggested. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. Why? Because someone's coming to us on a silver platter, little fool. Yang Kai smiled at her. Zhu Qing said angrily, You're the little fool. Yang Kai's words reminded her that ever since she entered the city of human sovereignty, her IQ seemed to have dropped. When she thought about it, it was probably because she felt like she had someone to rely on. Hence, her judgment and observation skills had plummeted. She did not feel good about this, but she did not reject this feeling. Master, since you're here, why don't you come and sit with us? Why are you all alone without anyone to talk to? Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at a table not far away. There was only one customer at that table. He looked to be in his 50s, had a goatee, and had a refined appearance. At first glance, he looked like a teacher. His cultivation was restrained, and his aura was ethereal. It was impossible to judge his strength. This guy entered the tea house right after Yang Kai. When he heard Yang Kai's words, the goatee did not hesitate. He stood up and sat down. He did not look at Yang Kai or Zhu Qing. Instead, he was interested in the little black dog that was lying on the table, pretending to be asleep. The aroma of tea filled the room. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and filled his cup. He said, What's your name, sir? The goatee picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He said calmly, A good dog. Yang Kai smiled. It's just a little mutt. What's so good about it? You flatter me. The little black dog did not have any special characteristics. As long as it did not reveal its return to Ruin's bloodline, no one would notice anything unusual. The goatee shook his head. I'm not talking about it. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If you're not talking about it, then you're talking about me? The goatee stroked his beard and said calmly, You're worth teaching. Zhu Qing's face turned cold. She immediately wanted to teach this old man a lesson. This old man did not know what he was talking about. He actually dared to insult her man in front of her. How could Zhu Qing tolerate this? Yang Kai gave her a look, telling her to calm down. He laughed. Sir, you're really interesting. I'm a human. How can you compare me to a dog? The goatee said, Sometimes a human is not as good as a dog. A human has its disadvantages, but a dog has its advantages. Yang Kai sneered. Then which family's dog is it? The third prince's family? The goatee's face turned cold, but he did not flare up. He nodded. You're right. Yang Kai said, I've heard people say that a dog that bites doesn't bark and a dog that barks is trash. It seems like you're a good dog. Zhu Qing snorted. Don't compare him to Bow Wow. Bow Wow is much better than him. She seized every opportunity to vent the anger in her heart. Reaching out, she hugged the black puppy and gently combed its fur. The goatee said, It's not up to me to decide if I'm a good dog. It's up to the third prince. If he thinks you're a good dog, then you're a good dog. If he thinks you're not, then no matter how strong you are, you're still a dead dog. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sir, are you here to beat the dog and eat its meat? Or do you have other plans? The goatee pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and motioned for him to fill it. He said calmly, Dog meat doesn't taste good. The third prince isn't interested. Yang Kai said, Oh, so you're here to recruit a hunting dog. Whether it's a hunting dog or a domestic animal depends on your performance. The goatee picked up the teacup again and took a sip. It's rare to see strong people from the outside. The third prince thinks you're not bad, so he's willing to give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on your performance. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. I'm sorry. Sir, you're ambitious. It's your freedom to be someone else's domestic dog. I don't think the same as you. My wife and I don't want to do anything. We just want to raise a dog. We're not interested in being a dog. The goatee put down the teacup. His expression didn't change. He seemed to have expected this. He nodded and said, I've heard some things about the outside world. Maybe you used to be a tyrant and can call the wind and summon the rain. But this is the human sovereign city. It has its own rules. An outsider like you will always have to suffer some losses before you understand the rules of the human sovereign city. As he spoke, he stood up and casually threw down a wooden token. He said, This is the third prince's token. If you can escape this calamity, then you have the qualifications to become the third prince's hunting dogs. If you don't, then it means that you're nothing more than this. When he finished speaking, he floated away. At the same time, a dozen figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding the tea house. Seeing this, the other customers in the tea house turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled. The owner of the tea house looked at this sudden scene with an expression of wanting to cry, but he didn't dare to act rashly, because he recognized the identity of these people. Xianxia rubbed his head and said with a headache, What do you mean by giving a data club? Zhu Qing looked around coldly and said, They don't seem to be the same people. Xianxia suddenly said, If there's the third prince, then there must be the first prince and second prince, right? I don't know which group they are from. It seems that they're not as united as before. The two of them didn't try to hide their voices, so the cultivators gathered around the tea house could hear them clearly, but all of them remained indifferent. No one stood up to explain anything to Xianxia, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. They were indeed waiting for someone. Not long after, there was another sound on the street. Then, a huge palanquin came from the other end of the street. The people carrying the palanquin were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. They didn't move at all, and the palanquin flew steadily. What's so good about this woman's cold face? How can she be as considerate as us sisters who serve you wholeheartedly? First Prince, don't pay attention to her. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. Let's go back to the palace. My sister and I recently came up with a good idea that will definitely satisfy the first prince. The first imperial prince swallowed the fine wine and felt as if his entire body was as light as a feather. His two large hands forcefully pinched the soft and tender bodies of the two women beside him, causing them to let out a soft moan. He chuckled and said, The two of you are indeed good, but she is not bad either. This imperial prince will take her in and let her be your sister. No, we already have enough sisters. First Prince, you can't accept any more. That's right. I can't even count all those sisters. First Prince, you just promised this servant a few days ago that you won't fool around anymore. How can you go back on your word in just a few days? This person won't listen. The first prince laughed dryly and said, Yes. This prince did say those words before, but at that time, this beauty didn't exist. I will accept one more and one more. I definitely won't accept any more in the future. First Prince is lying. This person doesn't believe you. Don't, First Prince. There's nothing special about this woman. Oh, she has a head of red hair. If First Prince likes it, us sisters can also dye our red hair red and wave it in front of you every day so that you can see as much as you want. How is that the same? Fushu shook his head and said, You don't know. Although this beauty doesn't look special, I heard that she came from the outside world. This prince has seen countless women, but this is the first time I've met one from the outside world. Naturally, I can't let her go so easily. She came from the outside world? What's so strange about that? Women are all the same. First Prince, that's enough. Shut up. Fushu's tone suddenly became cold. The two women who were acting coquettishly suddenly fell silent. They understood their status and position in the first prince's eyes. They were just playthings. It didn't matter if they acted coquettishly from time to time because he doted on them. However, if they insisted on stopping the first prince from seeking pleasure, they would immediately fall out of favor. There were countless beauties in the first prince's residence. It wasn't necessary for the two of them to serve him. Thus, when they felt that the first prince's tone was not right, the two women didn't dare to disobey. One of them immediately changed her tone and said, "Since First Prince likes her so much, then just accept her. It's just one more sister. As long as First Prince is happy, anything is fine." Sister is right. I think this woman's appearance is also not bad. She is barely qualified to serve First Prince. Fushu immediately smiled and kissed the two women on their cheeks. He laughed and said, "You two are the most reasonable." Chapter 2957. Someone from the Third Order Tao Source Realm dares to act presumptuously in front of this young master? Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand and slapped Fushu mercilessly. He could see that although the human sovereign city was safe and unaffected by the changes in world principles, it was in fact a pool of muddy water. If he and Zhu Qing, two outsiders, wanted to establish themselves here, they would have to show extraordinary strength and let others know that they were not to be trifled with. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the jungle, and if it changed, it meant that they were not strong enough. Fushu's strength was not high, only in the Third Order Tao Source Realm, but Yang Kai's eyes were sharp enough to see that this guy's cultivation was exaggerated. He should have taken some pills or emperor artifacts to forcefully increase his cultivation, so it was impossible for him to display his full strength. Furthermore, this crown prince looked like he was addicted to wine and women, so it was likely that he had already been hollowed out. This kind of guy, Kai Yang, could casually kill dozens or even hundreds of them. However, Fushu did not have the slightest self-awareness. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, so once he attacked, he would not have any time to react. His Emperor Qi surged, and the world energy fluctuated as a huge palm visible to the naked eye slammed down on Fushu. The bald man's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Stop! Stop your mother's hand!" Yang Kai cursed. His hand did not stop moving, becoming more and more violent. Fushu really didn't have time to react. He stuck his head out to take a look at the beautiful woman behind Kai Yang. Only when the palm was about to hit him did he suddenly cry out in fear, his whole body stiffening and trembling. He didn't know what to do. Seeing that this palm was about to smash the talisman pivot into powder, a green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. It suddenly formed a layer of protection, wrapping Fushu completely. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the protection shattered, and Fushu's hair danced wildly, his body in a sorry state, but he was unharmed. What the hell is that? Kai Yang was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he didn't see any trace of the talisman Shu casting a spell, but that protective shield had strangely appeared. Looking up and down, it also didn't seem like he was wearing any kind of artifact. On the contrary, he was wearing a lot of useless pendants, which could only be used as decoration. The bald man had already charged out from the side. A light flashed in his hand, and a sledgehammer suddenly appeared. The sledgehammer was half the size of a table. It was flickering with a dazzling light, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. The bald man shouted angrily, "You dare to be rude to the First Prince? Die, brat." His muscles bulged as he held the sledgehammer in one hand. He exerted all his strength and smashed it down on Yang Kai's head. In a split second, the sound of wind and thunder filled their ears, making them tremble in fear. "Escort the Emperor. Protect them," Yang Kai shouted. Zhu Qing glared at him. While her red hair was fluttering, her petite body flashed and stood beside Yang Kai. Then she raised a small white fist and met the sledgehammer head-on. The bald man's expression changed again as he shouted, "Get out of my way." He didn't know why this red-haired woman wanted to kill herself, but he knew the power of his attack. This woman's cultivation seemed to be quite good, but she was still a delicate woman. If she was hit by a sledgehammer, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. This was a woman the First Prince had taken a fancy to. How could he dare to kill her? He had used all his strength before. Now, even if he wanted to withdraw, it was too late. Seeing Zhu Qing in front of him, he could only twist his body and move the sledgehammer a little hoping that the woman could escape. Zhu Qing's fist smashed into the sledgehammer. Her small fist and the sledgehammer created an extremely strong visual impact. No one doubted that Zhu Qing's fate would be miserable. However, the result was shocking. With a loud bang, Zhu Qing's body didn't move. Her hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The bald man holding the sledgehammer stared as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze for a moment before he was sent flying like lightning. Hong long long. The walls of the tea house and the building next door were filled with holes. As far as the eye could see, dust filled the air. The bald man fell into a pile of rubble, motionless. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, especially the guards who had come with the first prince. They all stared at Zhu Qing in a daze. They never thought that this seemingly soft and delicate body could explode with such destructive power. This was even more inconceivable than seeing a demon race jumping around in the human sovereign city. Zhu Qing waved her hand with a look of disdain. Outside the tea house, the two seductive women on the palanquin screamed in horror. How many years had the human sovereign city been peaceful? No one had ever dared to cause trouble in the city, let alone have a conflict with the first prince. Suddenly seeing such a big scene, the two women were naturally frightened. Their faces turned pale, and their delicate bodies trembled. The screams woke up the dazed Fushu. He was stunned for a while before he suddenly woke up. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Yang Kai, "You hit me!" His tone was much harsher and became somewhat hysterical. "You dare hit me? This prince? That's right. You're the one I'm going to hit." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the myriad sword in the air. He slashed down at Fushu's head. The sword light was biting cold, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Fushu was so frightened that he screamed and ran away like a rat. The myriad's sword chased after Fushu like a maggot. The sword light slashed at Fushu's body, but it did not cause him any harm. Every time the sword light came, a green light would appear on Fushu's body and block the attack. If Yang Kai was strong, it would be strong. If Yang Kai was weak, it would be weak. It was as if it had a mind of its own. No matter what, it would protect the first Prince Fushu's safety. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai was unable to break through the green light. He clicked his tongue in wonder. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. If he had not accidentally come to this reincarnation world and entered the city of human sovereign city, he would not have known that such a thing existed in this world. "Help, help!" The first prince shouted as he ran. He no longer had the dignity of prince. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person running for his life. He had even forgotten that he had once cultivated. His guards finally reacted and rushed towards Yang Kai to protect their master. Although these guards were not weak, how could they be Yang Kai's opponent? The myriad sword cut down one by one, like cutting vegetables. However, Yang Kai did not kill them. Although the tea house was full of blood and screams, there was no danger to their lives. However, Yang Kai's ferocious appearance had scared the first prince out of his wits. He did not even have the strength to run. He was blocked in a corner of the tea house. He looked at Yang Kai in horror as he walked towards him step by step. He trembled and shouted, "Don't come here, don't come here. I am the first prince. I order you to stop." Yang Kai smiled sinisterly. Blood dripped from a myriad sword, making him look like a demon from hell. The first prince wished that he could just faint and be done with it. However, the fear in his heart made him more clear-headed than usual. After a few steps, Yang Kai stood in front of the first prince. He tilted his head and looked at him. Then, myriad swords slowly stabbed towards him. The first prince sucked in a breath of cold air and held his breath. He stared at the tip of Myriad's sword in horror. When Myriad's sword was about an inch away from Fushu, the green hazy light appeared again. It wrapped around Myriad's sword tenaciously and blocked its advance. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the light. Yang Kai used Myriad's sword to point at the green shield. He looked down at Fushu and asked, "What is this?" Fushu's 2 rows of teeth were chattering. He could no longer answer Yang Kai's question. A voice came from the side. "With the protection of the holy tree, the imperial family will not be harmed." Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the man with the goatee who had just left had appeared in the tea house again. He was still sitting in the same position as before. It was as if he had never moved. He stared at him indifferently. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. With the protection of the holy tree? What holy tree? The man with the goatee said, "It has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with me. I hate people like you the most. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him impatiently. The man with the goatee said, "You have offended the first prince and injured so many of his guards. You have also frightened the first prince. There is no place for you in the human sovereign city." "I'm so scared." Yang Kai sneered. "Are you going to tell me that if I want to live, I should quickly go and lick the feet of the third prince? Only he can protect my safety?" The man with the goatee smiled. "Smart people understand." Yang Kai snorted. "It seems that everything that has happened here is within your expectations. You were the one who brought the first prince here, right?" The man with the goatee shook his head. "Don't accuse me wrongly. The first prince's desire to chase after beauties is well known. When you and this girl appeared in the human sovereign city, someone went to inform him. This old man only expected this situation and came to join in the fun." He paused and looked at Yang Kai. "How about it? Do you still want to refuse?" Before Yang Kai could reply, the frightened Fushu looked as if he had seen his savior. He looked at the man with the goatee. "I remember now. You are that person by the third prince's side. Yes, that person. Hurry up and kill this guy for me. This prince will reward you handsomely." The man with the goatee looked at the first prince with disdain. "This old man is the third prince's man. Why would I help you?" The first prince is confused. Fushu's face paled. "Then what will it take for you to help? How about I give you the two women outside?" The man with the goatee looked between his legs and sighed. "This old man is already so old. It is not easy to guard this little bit of yang yuan. I appreciate the first prince's kindness, but it is a pity that this old man cannot accept it. You, how can you be like this?" Fushu's face was filled with disappointment. The man with the goatee turned to look at Yang Kai. "Is your answer the same?" Yang Kai rested Myriad's sword on his shoulder and sneered. The man with the goatee understood and said to Fushu, "Although this old man will not help, this old man can show the first prince a way out." This outsider had actually obtained the protection of the holy tree and cast the sacred spell that was imbued with the power of the holy tree. It was impossible for the third prince to get him to join them. It could even be said that this person's arrival was enough to set off a storm in the human sovereign city. It might even change the current situation in the human sovereign city. He no longer had any thoughts of roping in Yang Kai. He was only thinking about how to retreat. On the other side, Fushu was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The huge emotional change caused a series of chain reactions. First, the bloodlust technique had reached its limit and was cancelled. Then, the aftereffects of using the sacred spell broke out. Fushu screamed and fell to the ground. He covered his nose with his hand, but he could not stop the blood from flowing out. His chi and blood were weakened to the extreme, as if he would die at any time. He wailed loudly and asked for help, but who could help at this time? The enemy who was fighting with him before was the first to fall. Yang Kai curled his lips and was too lazy to add insult to injury. He did not care about Fushu at all. He only relied on the power of the holy tree to deal with him. Now that Yang Kai was also on the same starting line, Fushu was no longer a concern. He turned his head and looked at Goatee with a smile. The latter's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He said bitterly, "Could it be you are a lost member of the royal family?" Yang Kai said coldly, Your imagination is a little too rich. Then why can you use the power of the holy tree? Goatee could not understand this. Who told you that only the royal family can be protected by the holy tree? Xianxia sneered. Goatee was startled. When he thought about it carefully, this deep-rooted idea was completely based on the common sense he had received since he was young. It seemed that no one had ever said that only the royal family could be protected by the holy tree and use the power of the holy tree. No one had ever doubted this statement. Goatee suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He faintly felt that a big secret was about to be revealed in front of him and reveal the truth. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who can be protected by the holy tree?" Xianxia said coldly, "Old man, you're a traitor. Why are you asking this? Do you have any ideas?" Goatee was shocked and angry at the same time. "Don't talk nonsense." While speaking, he looked around as if he was afraid that his words would be heard by someone. Xianxia sneered. "Go back and tell your master not to bother me in the future. I have no intention of provoking anyone and have no intention of being enemies with anyone. It's just that my wife and I accidentally wandered here. When we find a way out, we will leave. If anyone dares to trouble us..." Goatee was relieved. He nodded and said, "This old man will definitely pass on your words. As for what decision the third prince will make, it is not something this old man can interfere with. I also know that you don't have the ability to interfere. Go away." Xianxia waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Goatee immediately ran away. How could he dare to stay here? Fushu was still wailing. His voice was very miserable. In the sky not far away, Zhu Qing was fighting a bloody battle with more than 30 cultivators. Although these 30 cultivators were strengthened by Fushu's bloodlust and life chains and could fight together, how could they be a match for a dragon race? The bloodthirst art only stimulated their blood vitality, making their flesh and blood stronger and fiercer. Even if it could increase their strength, it couldn't increase it by too much. As for the life chains, it could only allow their life force to coexist and increase their resistance to attacks. Their offensive ability was still maintained at their original level. Zhu Qing could easily deal with them. The situation was very one-sided, but because of the life chains, Zhu Qing still had a hard time dealing with them. Xianxia raised his hand, and the fire snakes that had been floating in front of him flew over and hit the crowd. The life chains that connected their blood and chi, power, and life force were instantly punctured like balloons by countless fiery snakes. Their strength was completely drained. The life chains were dispelled, and the connection was broken. The 30 cultivators were suddenly caught in Zhu Qing's violent energy field and were instantly injured. They fell from the sky like dumplings. Normal life chains couldn't be dispelled so easily, but Fushu's wizard technique was supported by the power of the sacred tree. Xianxia used the same source of energy to interfere, so the life chains broke on its own. Zhu Qing was too lazy to chase after the enemy suddenly became so weak. Bullying such weak people was a disgrace to the dragon race. She flew to Xianxia's side and looked at Fushu, who was lying in a pool of blood. She said in disgust, "How is this person still alive?" Xianxia was shocked. "You still want to kill them? Women are really the most poisonous." Zhu Qing coldly snorted, "This kind of trash, what's the point of letting him live?" "You're right." Xianxia suddenly raised his head and looked somewhere in the crowd. "Your Excellency has been watching the show for so long. Isn't it time to come out? You heard it. If you don't come out, my mistress will kill the crown prince. Don't cry when that happens." As Xianxia's voice fell, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of the crown prince. This person was very tall, but he was very thin, as if he was malnourished. He stood there like a bamboo pole and was very conspicuous. Fushu, who was in pain, was shocked when he saw this person. He pointed at him and said, You are..." The thin bamboo pole didn't say a word. He bent down and stuffed a spirit pill into Fushu's mouth, then knocked him out with a palm. He reached out and lifted Fushu up, then turned around and looked coldly at Xianxia. "Oh, a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Although he had long known that the human sovereign city had a strong foundation, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to see a three-layer Emperor Realm Master so quickly. The thin bamboo pole's aura was extremely strong, not any weaker than Azure Sun Temple Master Wen Zishan or Star Soul Palace's Xiaoyang. In other words, he was a master on the same level as Temple Master 1, Elder Xiao, and the others. If they really fought, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat him. Of course, in the human sovereign city, with the protection of the Holy Tree, it shouldn't be a problem to crush him. He was now the target of the Holy Tree's protection. He had been constantly using the fire snake technique to establish a connection with the Holy Tree. The Holy Tree wasn't protecting the imperial family, it was only protecting the wizard. When he saw the Crown Prince use the wizard technique before, Yang Kai had some guesses. In order to confirm his guess, he used the power of the wizard. Chapter 2961. The facts prove that his guess was correct. When he used the first fire serpent technique, there was indeed a trace of resonance between him and the sacred tree, forming a subtle connection. After repeatedly using it, this connection became even more firm. That's why he was able to get the protection of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that the Fushu and the Goatee knew. The so-called holy technique was just a wizard technique that was supported by another power. People in the human sovereign city thought that the holy tree was protecting the royal family. So the royal family was inviolable here. They had a lot of privileges and no one could resist them. But in fact, it was probably because in the human sovereign city, only the royal family was a wizard, so they could establish a resonance and connection with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree. Except for the royal family, other people couldn't practice wizard techniques, or they were prevented from practicing wizard techniques. This should be a means of control by the human sovereign city. The only thing Yang Kai didn't understand was what the holy tree was, and why it could protect the wizard and be used by the wizard. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yang Kai couldn't find the answer for the time being, unless he saw the so-called holy tree with his own eyes. But this was easier said than done. Since the holy tree was so special and important, it must be protected by the human sovereign city. It would be harder for him to see it than to go to the sky. He put his thoughts on the thin bamboo in front of him, smiled and said, "Let me guess, the first prince and the third prince have appeared. Are you the second prince's people?" No, you shouldn't be the second prince's people, although I don't know if there is such a person." The thin bamboo looked silent and said lightly, "Why do you say that?" His voice was as thin as his body. It sounded dry. It was like he hadn't drunk a sip of water for decades. Yang Kai snorted. Since ancient times, the royal family has no kinship. There must be a fierce struggle between the princes. If you are really the second prince's people, I'm afraid you can't wait for the first prince to die and be reincarnated. Why would you be so kind to save him? The spirit pill you gave him just now was pretty good. So that's the case. It seems that you have some observation skills. Thin bamboo slightly nodded. You are right, I am not the second prince's people. Then who do you work for? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked. The thin bamboo said, "By the order of the human sovereign, please enter the palace." Human sovereignty. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and turned to Zhu Qing. "Madam, do you think we should go?" Zhu Qing said, "It's up to you." Yang Kai nodded slightly and chuckled. "Let me ask you something first. If I hit the first prince, the human sovereign won't do anything to me, right?" The thin bamboo pole said, "Human sovereign's mind. As a subordinate, I will not try to figure out. I only follow orders, please." While speaking, he turned sideways and assumed an inviting posture. Yang Kai said to Zhu Qing, "It seems that we have to go. I also have some questions to ask him." "Let's go then." Zhu Qing nodded. "Lead the way." Yang Kai gestured at Thin Bamboo with his mouth. Thin Bamboo did not say a word. His figure flashed and flew in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed him. The black puppy ran out of nowhere and barked for a while. It jumped into Zhu Qing's arms. During the fight, just now, this little guy was nowhere to be seen. Now that the fight was over, it immediately showed up. Human Sovereign City was huge, and thin bamboo was clearly a noble as well. Xianxia had noticed the 5 leaves symbol on his clothes. The 5 leaves symbol was far inferior to the first prince and the third prince, but it was still a symbol of power. According to Goethe, only a 6-leaf cultivator was qualified to mobilize the power of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that could crush everything. There was only a fine line between the 5 leaves and the 6 leaves. Xianxia estimated that in human sovereign city, all the true relatives of the royal family should have at least a 6-leaf cultivator, like thin bamboo. Their cultivation base was profound, but they did not have the royal bloodline. 5-leaf was the peak, and there was no room for improvement. He was a 3-layer sovereign. In the outside world, he would definitely be the sect master of a top sect or a tyrant. However, in human sovereign city, he was a servant. In human sovereign city, the commoners and nobles were distinguished by whether they had leaves or whether they had leaves. The true nobles and the powerhouses under their command were distinguished by the number of leaves. This was a method of control. Xianxia did not agree, nor did he want to criticize it. He only felt that the human sovereign was really petty. His first impression of thin bamboo was much worse. The reason why the human sovereign summoned him was probably because he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize its power. His appearance and actions had shaken the foundation of human sovereign city's rule. He was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing ripples on the surface and attracting the attention of the overlord of the lake. Xianxia estimated that if he refused the summons of a human sovereign city, he would immediately be ostracized and hunted down by the entire human sovereign city. Therefore, no matter what, he could not refuse the summons. Since he could not refuse, he could only go with the flow. However, this trip would not be too peaceful. He had to be more vigilant. In human sovereign city, only the nobles could fly in the air. No matter how high the cultivation base of a leafless cultivator was, he had to walk obediently on the ground. Thin bamboo had a 5-leaf body and seemed to be an expert by the human sovereign's side. Naturally, he was qualified to fly. He flew all the way, and the people in front of him retreated. The nobles were inferior to thin bamboo. Xianxia soon noticed that a 6-leaf body was rare. At the very least, he had not seen one along the way. Most of the nobles were below the 3-leaf stage. There were very few people above the 3-leaf stage. In comparison, thin bamboo's 5-leaf body was superior. The only difference between him, the first prince, and the third prince was that he could not mobilize the power of the holy tree. Because he was not born in the royal family, he could not cultivate the wizard's spell, and he could not be protected by the holy tree. The palace was located in the center of the human sovereign city. There were many palaces and occupied a large area. It was the direction where Xianxia had felt the resonance earlier. It was also the direction where the holy tree provided the power. However, the aura emanating from his body surprised Xianxia. Before coming here, he had been secretly guessing the cultivation of the human sovereign. The special situation in the city made him understand that as long as he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree, his own cultivation was secondary. Therefore, he vaguely guessed that the cultivation of a human sovereign shouldn't be too high. It shouldn't be at the level of the great emperors. It was because of this that he dared to come to the human sovereign palace and meet the human sovereign. If the other party was really one of the great emperors, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, after seeing the human sovereign, Xianxia realized that he was too naive. The human sovereign wasn't any great emperors. He wasn't even a 3-layer emperor realm master. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a second-order emperor realm master, and it was extremely superficial. Under everyone's gaze, the palm suddenly changed direction and pressed towards the second princess. At first glance, it looked as if the second princess had cast the saint's spell to deal with herself. The third prince narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of crisis lingered in his heart. He quietly looked up and saw that the human sovereignty's expression did not change. She sat there with half-closed eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. A mountain-like pressure fell from the sky, and the second princess's face suddenly became very ugly. A creaking sound came from her body, and her body slowly shrank. She resisted with all her might, constantly urging her power to resonate with the saint tree. However, there seemed to be another invisible force interfering with her, so she could not establish a connection with the saint tree. She could only rely on her own strength to hold on. She finally experienced the feeling of being oppressed by a saint spell. The man opposite her was obviously not as strong as her, but he could use a saint spell to play with her in the palm of his hand. An unprecedented sense of shame welled up in her heart, and her face turned red. She could only grit her teeth and shout, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and help." Many of the royal family members in shock suddenly came to their senses. Just as they were about to intervene, Zhu Qing suddenly said lightly, "Let's see who dares to move." At this point, a huge red dragon suddenly spread out from her body. The red dragon was more than 30 feet long, and it hovered in the palace. Its huge body almost filled half of the human sovereignty palace, and a thick dragon aura overflowed in all directions, making people feel cold and breathless. Above the dragon's head high, two huge dragon eyes reflected everything, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. Everyone was stunned and looked at the huge dragon's shadow in a daze, and there was a series of gulping sounds. The human sovereignty, who had been as steady as a mountain, finally opened her half-closed eyes. Her seemingly turbid eyes bloomed with amazing light, and she looked up to meet the dragon's eyes. In an instant, there was a surge of spiritual power in the palace. The red dragon raised its head and roared, creating a deafening sound, and the strong wind it set off blew a few of the weaker members of the royal family away. The full activation of the dragon race's origin force allowed Zhu Qing's strength to directly surpass the third-layer emperor realm. Even if these royal family members were protected by the holy tree, they could not do anything. The second princess, who was struggling to hold on, was even more embarrassed. Xianxia had already cut off her connection with the holy tree, and now that she was hit by the dragon's aura, her body was lowered, and one of her knees touched the ground. Her face instantly turned snow white, and a huge sense of shame filled her heart, making her experience a feeling worse than death. The human sovereignty city had stood tall for more than 100,000 years, and the royal family had long developed a superior character. It had always been the commoners who knelt to the royal family, and this was the first time in history that a royal family member had knelt to a commoner. Xianxia did not continue to pressure her, and turned to look at the human sovereignty, saying, "Master, what do you say? If you continue to watch, I'm afraid your daughter will really kneel to me. Although it's not that I don't deserve her kneeling, bullying a woman is not something to be proud of. What's the saying again? A good man doesn't fight with women." The human sovereignty slowly stood up, and a voice that was not too loud rang out in the human sovereignty palace. "This emperor has not taught his daughter well. Guest, please stop." When the princes and princesses heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They had never spoken so politely to anyone in the human sovereignty city. Usually, even to their children, it was extremely dignified. When had it ever been so gentle? A strange look flashed in the third prince's eyes, as if he had guessed something. When he looked at Xianxia again, the look in his eyes had completely changed. He did not expect that after not seeing him for half a day, the guy he had looked down on in the space array had become so powerful. Xianxia looked at the human sovereignty with a smile. He did not stop, nor did he say anything. He just stood there, frozen. The red dragon that filled half of the palace slightly raised its head, and the dragon's power grew stronger. A trace of annoyance flashed through the emperor's eyes, but he didn't flare up. Instead, he turned to look at the second princess and said, "Fu Yu, your words and actions are improper. You've offended this emperor's guest. Quickly apologize." "Father, The second princess, called Fu Yu, was shocked when she heard this. She looked at the human sovereignty incredulously. When she met the human sovereignty's dignified and angry eyes, her eyes trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fu Yu is blind. I offended you. Master, please don't blame me." Her tone was extremely stiff, especially when she said the word master. Obviously, she had never done such a thing and had never addressed anyone as such. Xianxia laughed. "Since the human sovereignty has spoken, of course I have to give you face." Xianxia accepted. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to withdraw his sorcery. The dark green palm that had been pressing down on Fu Yu's head suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The red dragon that filled half of the hall also collapsed like a bubble. The draconic aura dissipated, and the many members of the royal family heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Yu slowly got up and lowered her head. No one could see her expression and eyes, but her trembling body showed that she was extremely restless. "Give her a seat." The human sovereignty raised his hand. Immediately, someone brought two extremely luxurious chairs from the inner hall and placed them not far from the dragon throne. Xianxia smiled slightly. "There's no need to sit. I think the master of the human sovereignty has a lot of things to ask me, and I also have something to ask the master." The human sovereignty did not force him. He nodded and said, "Yes, I do have something to ask you." Xianxia put on a listening posture. The human sovereignty said, "Where are you from?" "The astral world. I wonder if the master has heard of it." The human sovereignty nodded. "Of course I have. The city of human sovereignty has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. There have been outsiders coming in one after another. I don't know when it started, but the people who came and claimed to be from the astral world. It seems like you are too." Xianxia smiled. "You call this place the reincarnation world, and there is a spatial intersection with the astral world. Naturally, those who can come in are from the astral world." The human sovereignty said again, "How did you enter the city of human sovereignty? As far as I know, no one should have opened the spatial array for you, because that person was killed by you." Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "The master is very well informed. You found out in just half a day. Since someone died, of course we have to investigate carefully." Xianxia suddenly shook his head. "I think this is very unfair. Only the master asks questions, and I am responsible for answering. It's not worth it. Why don't we take turns asking, each of us one question? If we can answer, we answer. If we can't, we ask another question. How'd that sound?" Many members of the royal family were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone haggle with the human emperor. Furthermore, they had said it so confidently. However, the human emperor did not show any signs of anger. He only pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "As you wish." The third prince's eyes were even more surprised. Chapter 2963. "So it's my turn now." Xianxia's expression suddenly darkened as he spoke. "Where are the couple that came with me to the city of human sovereign? Are they dead or alive?" The human sovereign smiled. "That's two questions." Xianxia shrugged. "The first one doesn't count. They're still alive. How did you enter the city of human sovereign through the space array without the seal of human sovereign?" Xianxia raised his hand and slapped the void in front of him. The void suddenly collapsed, as if someone had moved a piece of a puzzle. Although it quickly recovered, it could still be considered a miraculous feat. The human sovereign looked enlightened. "So that's how it is," Xianxia said. "What does the master of human sovereign want to deal with that couple? Kill them." Xianxia was stunned. "What's the meaning of this? Steward Liao died at my hands, and that couple just happened to be there at the right time. They didn't even help, so why should I kill them?" "Master, you don't take human lives seriously, do you?" The human sovereign looked at him with a smile. Xianxia coughed lightly. "You ask first, you ask first." The human sovereign's gaze suddenly turned to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms. "This beast is a demon?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Although its bloodline isn't pure, it is without a doubt a demon." As soon as he said this, the faces of the royal family in the hall changed greatly. They all looked at the black puppy in horror, and then looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing with vigilance. Yang Kai said, "Can you answer my question now?" The human sovereign said, "Knowing the truth and not reporting it is the reason for their deaths." Yang Kai sneered, "Master, you're so impressive. Looks like you care a lot about those two. As far as I know, you didn't even ask for their names, right? Not to mention any friendship. I don't know their names, but I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. It's always unsettling." "You're kind." The human sovereign nodded slightly. His eyes, like lightning, suddenly looked at Yang Kai. "You're from the demon race." Yang Kai sneered. "If I was from the demon race, I would have already overturned this human sovereign palace. Why would I be standing here, talking nonsense with you?" "I don't think so either. However, there's always a possibility. We have to ask clearly. You, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and I have no intentions of your human sovereign city. What do I have to do to those two people? Come." The mortal emperor spoke indifferently. "All of you can leave mortal emperor city and are forever forbidden from taking a single step into the city. Then I'll release them." Yang Kai curled his lips. "As long as I can find a way back, I'll leave immediately. Who wants to stay in your human sovereign city? If you want us to leave, that's fine. Master, please show us the way." The human sovereign shook his head. "It's easy to enter the reincarnation world, but difficult to leave. This world has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one has been able to leave. If we can enter, we can leave. As long as we find a suitable way. Master, if you really want us to leave early, don't keep it to yourself." The human sovereign shook his head slowly. "I really don't know." Yang Kai frowned. He felt that the human sovereign didn't seem to be lying. It was meaningless to continue asking, so he could only sigh. "I can understand Master's feelings of wanting us to leave. But if there's no way out, where should we go after we leave? Although the reincarnation world isn't big, it's not small either. With your strength, even if you encounter the demon race, you may be able to fight back. Other than the human sovereign city, you can go anywhere you want." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Master, you're being too irresponsible." The third prince walked to her side and quietly transmitted his voice. "Father has made a decision. Why are you in such a hurry?" Fuyu was shocked when she heard this. She stared at the third prince in surprise and replied, "Third brother, you mean?" The third prince walked past her and said, "I didn't say anything." The second princess's eyes lit up. She was excited and vaguely looking forward to it. The sacred tree was located in the deepest part of the palace and was guarded by powerhouses. However, there were more than a dozen guards on the surface, and all of them were from the Emperor realm, not to mention the powerful auras hidden in the dark. The human sovereign led the crowd forward, and the guards came forward to salute him. When they saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, they were puzzled, not knowing who these two people were. Chapter 2964. These guards guarded this place all year round and were not allowed to come within 1,000 feet of the holy tree. Over the years, they had not seen anyone other than the royal family come here. But today, they saw two of them, and the human sovereign had brought them here personally. Naturally, they could not help but be concerned. There was a thick fog in front of them that seemed to be able to block the probing of divine telekinesis. It blocked their vision and prevented them from seeing what was going on inside. The human sovereign stopped and pointed to the front. "The holy tree is over there. If you want to see it, you can go in and take a look." Yang Kai stared at the rolling fog and smiled. He turned to Zhu Qing and said, "Wait for me. I'll be out soon. Be careful," Zhu Qing warned. After all, this was someone else's territory. Although she and Yang Kai were not pushovers, it was easier to dodge an open spear than an arrow in the dark. There was no harm in being cautious. "Don't worry." Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped inside, but after taking just 2 steps, his figure suddenly disappeared into the fog, disappearing without a trace. Zhu Qing frowned slightly. Although she knew that this was the effect of the array, she could not help but be a little wary. "Are you a holy spirit of the dragon race?" the human sovereign suddenly asked. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes stared at the fog in front of her as if she did not hear him. The human sovereign did not mind. He just smiled and said, "There are no holy spirits in the reincarnation world, but there are many records in the ancient books. It is said that the dragon race is the leader of all creatures and is extremely arrogant. Why would you mix with a mortal? You've disgraced the dragon race for no reason. Also, I see that your relationship with that person seems to be a little unusual. If someone like you were outside, you wouldn't even have a right to talk to me." Zhu Qing suddenly turned her head and looked at the human sovereign seriously. The human sovereign's eyes darkened. Many of the royal princes and princesses were also angry. No one had ever dared to speak to the human sovereign in such a manner. It was as if they had no respect for the human sovereign. "That's why you'd better watch your words. Since you know about the dragon race, you should know about the dragon race's temperament," Zhu Qing said. She turned around and stared into the fog again. The human sovereign was silent for a while before he chuckled. "The dragon race's pride is well-deserved." He suddenly crooked his hand slightly, and a green light shot out from the fog in front of him. It turned into a rope and tied Zhu Qing up. "Although the dragon race is strong, it's still not enough in front of me." Zhu Qing's expression became extremely cold. She lowered her head and looked at the bondage on her body. She looked up and said, "I hope you know what you are doing." The human sovereign laughed coldly and said, "Of course I know what I am doing. The human sovereign city has been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. It is us, the royal family, who have protected the human race and allowed them to have a place in this world. I will not allow any accidents to happen. Your friend is the biggest accident. If she is an accident, she must be eliminated. So you let us here so that it would be easier for you to kill her?" The human sovereign sighed and said, "My methods are indeed despicable, but I have to think about the human race. I hope you can understand. Here, the royal family can use all of their power, but you don't have to worry. With someone accompanying you on the road to the underworld, you won't be too lonely." Zhu Qing did not speak. She just roared. She turned around and suddenly became a 300-foot-long red dragon. The power of the dragon filled the air and shook everything. The green ropes binding her did not break. The huge crown of the tree was like an infinitely wide chest, able to provide strong and powerful protection, blocking out all wind and rain. Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. He stared at the towering ancient tree in a daze. His thoughts were whirling. The sound of battle rang in his ears, and the scene of flesh and blood splattered in front of him. His lips trembled slightly. He reached forward and touched the trunk of the tree. A familiar feeling enveloped him. Yangkai laughed involuntarily. "How could it be you?" "Senior Qing." For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the ancient world. The scene of the first time he came to Snow Frost City and saw Qing was still vivid in his mind. Back then, in Snow Frost City, the royal city of the Snow Frost tribe, the evergreen divine tree stood tall on the ground, protecting the entire city from natural and man-made disasters. On the final battlefield of the Great War between the human race and the demon race, it supported the last hope of the human race with its own strength. This familiar aura and the countless tree holes on the trunk were exactly the same as the evergreen divine tree. It could be said that they were exactly the same. This was definitely the evergreen divine tree. Yang Kai believed that he was not mistaken. There might be other trees in this world that could be so magnificent, but this familiar aura would not change. Back then, he had lived in the tree hole for a long time. Yang Kai did not expect that the so-called holy tree in the human sovereign city was actually Qing. Wasn't Qing supposed to be dead? In order to seal the passage between the two worlds, Qing sacrificed himself and erupted all the essence he had accumulated throughout his life. He thrived on the ground and went straight to the demon race's territory, sacrificing himself to block the entrance to the star boundary from the demon race's territory. In that battle, millions of soldiers fought to the death in the wilderness. In that battle, Countless masters died, and their corpses piled up into mountains. That battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Butterfly had said that everything he experienced in the thousand illusionary dream world had traces of reality. Therefore, the 2 years Xianxia spent in the dream realm was an illusion based on a certain period in ancient times. In other words, there was indeed an earth-shattering battle in ancient times, but in the real world, there was no Xianxia in that battle. Instead, there were countless existences similar to Xianxia, which allowed the barbarian race to win the final victory. There was no doubt that Qing existed. He was the biggest contributor to the barbarian race's victory and the key to turning the tide of the battle. This fact would not change whether it was in the illusion or reality. There was an astonishing intersection between the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago and today's trajectory, which made Xianxia a little confused. But soon he found that something was wrong, because there was only a hazy, chaotic will in the holy tree, like a newborn baby without its own thoughts. When he came into contact with the holy tree, this will obviously also notice the existence of Xianxia and open his heart to accept his existence without any defense. In an instant, Xianxia and the holy tree in front of him produced an indescribable resonance, as if they were connected to each other. Xianxia was slightly surprised because he felt a vast amount of energy from the holy tree. This kind of energy was so huge that it was comparable to any of the great emperors, or even more so. The royal family of the human sovereign city was able to perform saint techniques by mobilizing this energy, forming a killing move that was far beyond their actual level. And at this moment, if he wanted to, he could also release this surging energy. Chapter 2965. A sharp green light took shape like an awl and went straight for Xianxia's chest. Xianxia stood in place and looked at him coldly. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and turned into a strong and powerful shield. The green light hit the shield and collapsed at the same time. How can this be? Human Sovereign was shocked. Xianxia could perform holy spells and mobilize the power of the holy tree. After all, he was also a wizard, and a wizard could perform holy spells. But why would the holy tree automatically protect him without some kind of ritual baptism? The reason why the princes and princesses could be protected and saved in times of crisis was because of an extremely complicated baptism ritual. At this moment, the holy tree gave people a strange feeling. On the one hand, it did not refuse human sovereign's command, but on the other hand, it was hindering him from killing the enemy. It was like a disobedient child, doing whatever it wanted. "You really want to kill me?" Xianxia sneered. He had obviously expected this. Human Sovereign did not speak, but his expression became serious. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand and blasted a thunder of fury at Xianxia. The thunder of fury was terrifying. It was like a dragon shaking its head and wagging its tail. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Xianxia and bloomed a dazzling light, completely enveloping Xianxia. Human Sovereign's expression changed again. When the light faded, he saw Xianxia standing in place unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. "What?" Human Sovereign roared, but not at Xianxia, but at the holy tree. It was like a majestic father scolding a playful child. The holy tree had ruined his plans twice, and it was a little unbearable. Xianxia said coldly, "Do you want to know why?" Human Sovereign growled, "What did you do?" Xianxia snorted, "Don't you know whether I did or not? Why deceive yourself?" The Human Sovereign gritted his teeth and said, "I am the Human Sovereign. How dare you disobey me?" No one knew if he was talking to Xianxia or the sacred tree. He shouted and chanted another incantation. When he chanted the incantation, the sacred tree suddenly trembled, as if there were some strange changes. Then, large amounts of green energy flowed out of the holy tree and surged into the Human Sovereign's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. His not-so-tall body suddenly became imposing. "Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." "How dare you?" Xianxia was furious when he saw this. He began to chant the same incantation, but the incantation sounded more ancient and obscure than the human sovereignty incantation. It was more mysterious and difficult to understand. Although he did not know what kind of wizard the human sovereign was using, he could feel something invisible from the holy tree. The human sovereign's actions were damaging the foundation of the holy tree, which was tantamount to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It seemed that he could not care less about anything else in order to deal with Xianxia. The foundation of the holy tree was shaken, and the human sovereign city would be in trouble. The green energy flowing towards the human sovereign seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance and began to slow down. The human sovereign saw this and became even angrier. His incantation became louder and louder, and he wanted to steal the power of the holy tree from Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him coldly, but his tone did not change at all, and he stayed true to his heart. The two of them stood facing each other like this. There was no flash of swords, nor was there a storm of blood. Instead, it was a very special way of fighting. The winner would take everything, and the loser would be trampled underfoot. The key to all of this was the resonance between one and the holy tree. The deeper one resonated with the holy tree, the stronger the power one could control. Xianxia and the human sovereign both knew this, so they did not attack each other and only did their own thing. The holy tree did not have a clear mind. It was only a remnant of consciousness, and it guarded the will of the wizard. No matter which wizard thirsted for power from it, it would cooperate. The green light on a human sovereign's body was sometimes bright and sometimes weak. When it was bright, it meant that he had a slight advantage in the fight, and when it was weak, it was the opposite. He suddenly realized that Xianxia was an extremely difficult opponent, and it was not as easy to deal with as he thought it would be. This guy's resonance with the holy tree was not inferior to his, the human sovereign who had lived by the holy tree's side since he was young. If it was not for this, he would have finished him off long ago, and they would not be fighting to a draw now. The holy tree seemed to have a special affection for this outsider, and it sided with him in every way, going tit for tat with him. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to let Xianxia come in here to observe the holy tree. If he had killed him in the Hall of Human Sovereign City, it might not have been so troublesome. I am the human sovereign. I am the king of the human race. The human sovereign roared in his heart, hoping that this thought would be transmitted to the holy tree, but he did not expect that it would have the opposite effect. He clearly felt that the holy tree was rejecting him, like a child who had been taught a lesson by his father and had a rebellious heart. This phenomenon caused his face to change drastically. Although Xianxia was difficult to deal with, there were still ways to deal with him. But if he lost the support of the holy tree, he would be nothing more than an old man in the Second Order Emperor realm. There were countless people in the human sovereign city who were stronger than him. The human sovereign did not dare to let his imagination run wild anymore, and could only start with Xianxia. As he chanted the incantation, he suddenly transmitted his voice. If you have the time to fight with this emperor, why don't you take the time to care for your woman? If this emperor is not wrong, she should be dying soon, right? So what if it was the dragon race? So what if it was the head of all spirits? There were countless masters in the human sovereign city. Even the dragon race would be defeated here. Xianxia remained unmoved and said lightly, "My woman doesn't need me to care about her. You should worry about yourself." TSK. Master is not young anymore. It seems that he will not live for many years. Have you thought about when you will pass down the throne? I think there are a few princes who are not bad, especially the third prince. His cultivation is not bad, and his heart is tenacious. He is very suitable to inherit your position of human sovereign. Chapter 2966. Many thoughts flashed through the human sovereign's mind. He was already mentally prepared to bargain with Xianxia. He secretly decided that if this guy made any excessive demands, it was not impossible for him to feign civility. As long as he did not snatch the position of human sovereign, everything else was negotiable. He had to calm him down first, then slowly think of a way to deal with him. Tell me about the history of the city of human sovereign and the reincarnation world. What? The human sovereign was a little stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Now that he was a fish on the chopping board, this outsider could do whatever he wanted, but he did not expect him to make such a request. The human sovereign was already prepared to have his flesh sliced off, but the other party only plucked a hair. No, this could not even be considered plucking a hair. Are you really old, blind, and deaf? Xianxia looked at him coldly, dissatisfied with his reaction. The human sovereign was finally sure that Xianxia had only made such a simple request. He secretly speculated about Xianxia's intentions. At the same time, he organized his thoughts and said, "Since you want to know, then I'll just say it casually." The human sovereign's expression was a little awkward. It had always been others who acted according to his wishes. He never thought that there would be a day when he would have to act according to someone else's wishes. What I know is limited. If there's anything I don't know, please don't blame me. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Don't be so long-winded." The human sovereign coughed and said, "To be honest, the reincarnation world is actually a part of the astral world. Of course, the astral world was not called the astral world at that time, so I don't know what the ancestral land was called. Our ancestors called themselves the barbarians, and wizard magic was prevalent. The people gathered together and lived and multiplied in tribes. Although there was infighting, the human race was prosperous." As he spoke, he secretly observed Xianxia's expression. He found that Xianxia's expression had become a little strange, as if he was reminiscing about something. He did not know which of his words had touched a nerve, but he did not dare to stop and continued. Suddenly, one day, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Powerhouses walked out of that hole and invaded the barbarians. Those powerhouses who came from an unknown place called themselves the demon race. The demon race had many powerhouses, and killing was their second nature. Many tribes suffered heavy casualties. In the face of such a strong enemy, our ancestors naturally did not want to resign themselves to death. They used the strength of the entire barbarian race to resist. The war between the two races was extremely fierce. That war seemed to have lasted for many years. Whether it was the barbarians or the demon race, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The battlefield at that time was today's reincarnation world. Xianxia said in surprise, "The reincarnation world was a battlefield?" Then, as he said, "Why was the reincarnation world separated from the astral world?" The human sovereign said, "You may not know, but the reason why our ancestors won that war seemed to have something to do with the sacred tree. According to the ancient records, the sacred tree sacrificed itself to seal the passage through which the demon race invaded. Unfortunately, some unforeseen event happened in the end. The laws of the astral world and the demon territory clashed, banishing the entire battlefield to the void. That was how the reincarnation world was born. The humans and demons who were fortunate enough to survive on the battlefield have been living here ever since." Therefore, somewhere in Yinfeng Mountain should be the spatial intersection between the reincarnation world, the star world, and the demon territory. The power of the cold chi alone was terrifying, and with the demonic chi causing trouble, it was indeed enough to stop a third-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. It was no wonder that no one from the human clan was able to leave the reincarnation world for so many years. The human sovereign observed Xianxia's expression from the side. How could he not guess what he was thinking when he saw the rich expression on his face? He was delighted, but his expression didn't change at all. He put on a look of earnest persuasion. "Does Your Excellency want to take the risk? Forgive me for being blunt, but Yinfeng Mountain isn't a good place to go. Even if Your Excellency really finds the way out, you might not be able to return to the Star World. You might even accidentally enter the demon territory. If that's really the case, you'll definitely die. Xianxia patted human sovereign's shoulder, causing him to shrink slightly. He grinned and said, "Don't you want me to die sooner? If you have any thoughts in your heart, just say it. It's disgusting to see you hide them and speak sarcastically." The human sovereign looked embarrassed and cursed in his heart. He didn't know what else to say. Xianxia, however, made up his mind. He clapped his hands and said, "Let's go to Info Mountain." The human sovereign was shocked. "I'm going too. You want to go?" Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at him. The human sovereign shook his head vigorously. "If you don't want to go, then why bother asking?" Xianxia sneered and changed the topic. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" The human sovereign wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "Please enlighten me." Xianxia turned his head to look at Qing and said, "I'll spare your life. Manage the human sovereign city well, and don't embarrass the old ancestor anymore. I risked my life to save you people." Chapter 2967. Yes. The human sovereign was a yes man. He was no longer as arrogant as before. The support of the holy tree was taken away, and he was not strong enough, so he could only pretend to be weak. However, he was puzzled. Who was Qing? Could it be the holy tree? But why didn't he know about this? "Let's go out," Xianxia called out with a little disinterest. He reached out and patted Qing's tall trunk, then turned and walked out. The human emperor followed closely behind, imitating his every step. Walking out of the fog and returning to the imperial palace, he immediately heard the sounds of fierce fighting, mixed with miserable howls and angry roars. "It's a fierce fight." Xianxia glanced around and found people lying on the ground. 90% of the 20 princes and princesses were lying on the ground. Most of them had broken arms and legs, and a few of them seemed to be seriously injured. There was a large pool of blood beside them, and he didn't know if they were dead or not. As for the guards who had been guarding the holy tree, half of them had been beaten. At this moment, in the sky, the 300-foot-long red dragon's shadow coiled around the ground. It breathed out scorching dragon breaths, and a series of exquisite dragon race secret skills were released. The humans around it were like ants, and they fled like rats. The human sovereign was shocked to see this, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Although he knew that the dragon race was not to be trifled with, he did not expect it to be this strong. Basically, all the experts he could mobilize had gathered here, but they still couldn't do anything to a dragon. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the battle situation in the sky didn't look too optimistic. Although the red dragon's body was huge and obvious, every attack was terrifyingly powerful. Those experts who could still move would either die or be injured after being hit by it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 people from the Emperor realm were hit by the dragon's breath. They fell from the sky, covered in flames. "Stop, all of you stop!" the human sovereign hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, the princes and princesses and the guards who could still move retreated, putting some distance between them and Zhu Qing. When they saw Xianxia and the human sovereign, they were stunned again, because at this moment, Xianxia was standing in front of the human sovereign. The high and mighty human sovereign was standing 3 steps behind him like an attendant. He looked unprecedentedly anxious. "Imperial father," the second princess exclaimed. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the strongest among the imperial princes and princesses. She had been fighting with the black puppy and hadn't directly attacked Zhu Qing, so her injuries weren't too serious. She just looked a little disheveled, with her clothes in tatters. She looked at the mortal emperor in surprise and wanted to ask what was going on, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to ask. "Bastard!" The human sovereign was furious. Without any warning, he opened his mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. "These 2 are this emperor's guests. You did not entertain them properly, and even had a conflict with them. What is the meaning of this? You don't put this emperor in your eyes at all." The whole place was silent, and the second princess felt dizzy. Did she hear wrongly? The reason why they took action was because they were instructed by the human sovereign to join forces and take down the dragon race. But in the blink of an eye, Her imperial father gave a completely different explanation. Was this still the human sovereign? The third prince, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He quickly knelt down and said, "Imperial father, please calm down. We were just itching to learn from the guests. We did not mean to be negligent." Learn from each other. The human sovereign's face darkened. He secretly glanced at Xianxia and found that he was indifferent. He raised his hand and slapped at the third prince. He slapped the third prince in the chest and sent him flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. The human sovereign shouted angrily, "Is this how you learn from each other? How dare you bully someone with numbers? You are a disgrace to our imperial family." The third prince ignored his injuries and got up again. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Imperial father, please calm down. We know we were wrong. We know we were wrong." The princes, princesses, and guards hurriedly knelt down. Even the two three-layer Emperor Realm cultivators did the same. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible to see in the outside world. Three-layer Emperor Realm cultivators were high and mighty. Which one of them was not a tyrant in the outside world? How could they kneel to someone whose cultivation was lower than theirs? But in the city of human sovereign, this was a common occurrence. You neglected the guests and started a fight. Do you think you can just say you were wrong? Don't be so naive. The human sovereign's face was cold and incorruptible. It seems that you have lived a peaceful life for too long. You don't know that there's always someone better than you. The second princess opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but the human sovereign glared at her and shut her mouth. She felt wronged. In the city of human sovereign, the imperial family was the heavens. What heavens beyond heaven? Above others? These bastards have eyes, but fail to see. They actually dared to attack your wife. How would you like to deal with them? Kill them or cut them up? This old man will not interfere. The human sovereign turned his head and looked at Xianxia with a sincere expression. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even the third prince, who had already guessed what was going on, was dumbfounded. He never thought that the human sovereign would be so polite to this outsider, even to the point of compromising. What happened in there just now? Why did the human sovereign's attitude change so much? He actually called himself this old man. Although he could not guess, the third prince vaguely felt that something extraordinary must have happened just now. Otherwise, the human sovereign would not be so humble. Xianxia sneered and looked up at the graceful figure in the sky. He raised his voice and said, "Qing, are you hurt?" Zhu Qing had already returned to her human form. Hearing this, she slowly shook her head. If she wasn't a dragon, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed when facing so many powerful enemies. However, after transforming into a giant dragon, her defense was amazing. Even though she was facing many enemies at once, she didn't fall into a disadvantage. Although she suffered many attacks, she wasn't injured. Then you have really become stronger. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. But why? Xianxia wanted to scratch his face, but when his dragon claws scratched the scales on his cheeks, a string of sparks flew. It was a good thing to become stronger, but it was not good to not know the reason. He had to figure out the reason so that he could continue to work in this direction in the future. Carefully recalling the events that had occurred recently, Xianxia found that there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, it had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough in the dragon transformation art. Xianxia could clearly remember every little detail that had occurred in between, but he couldn't recall anything particularly noteworthy. Zhu Qing lowered her head, and a touch of red flew on her cheeks. She opened the book and continued to read, but her mind was not on it all. Do you know something? Xianxia found her strange and turned his head to look at her. Zhu Qing shook her head like a rattle drum, and her face turned even redder. Tell me, Yangkai walked in front of her and squatted down. Even so, he was several times taller than Zhu Qing. Looking down at the little person, he felt extremely strange. He guessed that after Zhu Qing transformed into a giant dragon, her vision would also be like this. It didn't move and even held its breath. It was seriously observing. That dog's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Hearing Yang Kai's words, it whimpered and stood up reluctantly. With its tail between its legs, it slowly walked towards the door. When it reached the door, it looked back reluctantly. Its eyes were filled with a longing expression, as if it was begging Yang Kai to let it stay. Yang Kai snorted. It could only dejectedly push open the door with its head and walk out through the crack. It even remembered to close the door before it left. Outside the palace, several women of different ages stood there. Basically, a layer of frost could be scraped off their faces. The princesses had had enough. A few days ago, Yang Kai had told them to wait outside the palace. They could only obey. They didn't expect that they would wait for several days. In the past few days, they didn't hear any summons. Yang Kai also didn't give them any orders. They could only obediently wait outside, standing there like wooden stakes. They had been living like princes for many years. When had they ever suffered such grievances? Everyone was cursing Yang Kai in their hearts. They wanted him to die early and reincarnate. Only the little princess was innocent. She didn't know what was going on. She only knew that her father ordered them to come here. They had to listen to the man in the room and satisfy all his requests. She was still young. Her innocence hadn't been tainted by the complicated imperial family. She didn't feel wronged. She just stood there for a few days. She was tired and sleepy. At this time, she was leaning on one of her older sister's shoulders and dozing off. Her head was nodding, and there were several times when she almost fell to the ground. When a little black dog came out, the princesses saw it. It immediately attracted their attention. They all looked at the little black dog. Second Princess Fu Yu's face was filled with resentment. She still remembered how this little bastard had humiliated her a few days ago, so she naturally bore a grudge against it. She was thinking about how she could take revenge. She wondered if she could seize this opportunity to capture this little bastard and cook it into a pot of dog meat for a sumptuous meal. The little black dog obviously sensed something. It turned its head to look at Fu Yu. It bared its teeth and made a threatening sound from its throat. It was about to pounce. Little bastard, you still dare to be arrogant. There will be a day when I will kill you and eat your meat. Fu Yu thought hatefully. She seemed to have foreseen that scene. An indescribable pleasure swept through her body. At this time, a scream suddenly came from inside the palace. The princesses were all shocked. They didn't know what had happened in the palace. They looked at each other with blank faces. The little princess who had dozed off was also awakened. Her eyes were wide open. She was more alert than anyone else. She hurriedly asked what happened. What happened? No one paid attention to her. The princesses were all listening attentively. Another scream came. This time, the girls heard it even more clearly. However, this sound seemed a little strange. It didn't sound like an accident. It was very suppressed and very soft. It sounded like the faces of the princesses turned red. They obviously realized something. They didn't have the mood to eavesdrop. Instead, they wanted to block their ears so that this sound wouldn't dirty their ears. The suppressed sound became louder and louder. It was intermittent. Sometimes it was high-pitched, and sometimes it was low-pitched. It sounded like it was about to die. The little princess was shocked. Her face turned pale. What's going on? The sound inside is very strange. Did something happen? Should we go in and take a look? The girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this suggestion. The sixth princess, who was standing beside the little princess, hurriedly said, "Don't go in." Why? Why can't we go in? The little princess asked. The sixth princess stomped her feet. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Oh. The little princess nodded obediently. Although she didn't know the reason, since the sixth sister said so, she must have her reasons. She suddenly looked at her sisters curiously and said with a worried face, "Second sister, sixth sister, 11th sister, why are your faces so red? Are you sick?" The 11th princess glared at her and said angrily, "What's sick? When have we ever been sick?" But the little princess worriedly stretched out her small hand and touched the 6th princess's cheek. She was so scared that she retracted her hand and said, "Sixth sister, your face is so hot. It's terrible. Hurry up and ask father to come and take a look." The 11th princess glanced at the 6th princess, covered her mouth, and smiled. "Sixth sister, it's useless to ask father to see this. Then who should see it?" The 11th princess pouted her lips and said, "Just ask the man inside to come and take a look." After saying that, she laughed. Her waist bent down, and she trembled for a while. "Then I'll ask him to come over." The little princess believed her and rushed into the hall. But after taking 2 steps, she timidly stepped back and said in fear, "Is he killing people? I don't dare to go in." The 11th princess laughed even more happily. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were full of water. She pointed out, "He's not killing people, but he is eating people. Eat people." The little princess's face turned pale. The 11th princess tried to scare her. "The man inside is a vicious man. He likes to eat little girls with tender skin like you the most. If you're caught by him, he will eat your 10 fingers first, then your nose, and then your ears." As he spoke, he chewed on the food in an extremely realistic manner, as if he was really eating something with relish. The little princess was frightened. She suddenly jumped into the 6th princess's arms and trembled. She said in a trembling voice, "Sixth sister, save me. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be eaten by him." "Why are you scaring her?" The 6th princess glared at the 11th princess fiercely. "My little sister is pure. She will believe whatever others say. Why are you scaring her?" The 11th princess shrugged her shoulders and said, "Anyway, I'm bored and want to have some fun. Sigh, this erotic drama. I can only listen but not do it. It's really boring." Fu Yu said coldly, "If you want to, you can go in. But I don't know if he wants you." The 11th princess said, "Forget it. That guy is not to be trifled with. I'm afraid that I will be eaten until not even bones are left." Hearing this, the little princess believed her more and more. She hugged the 6th princess tightly and cried, "Sixth sister, take me away. I don't want to be here. Father, save me. Father, save me." Woo. Fu Yu glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Cover her ears." The 6th princess quickly reached out and covered the little princess's ears tightly. The sound in the palace kept coming. In the beginning, it was somewhat restrained, but in the end, it became unrestrained. It made the princesses feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the little princess seemed to be tired after crying. She fell asleep in her 6th sister's arms. The tear stains were still there. The 6th princess was distressed and angry. She felt that the man was really not a good thing. Chapter 2970. It's really useless. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing, who was lying on the bed, speechless. He used the dragon transformation art again, but there were no special changes this time. His body was still only 4.5 meters tall, and there were no signs of him growing taller. Zhu Qing covered her snow-white body with a blanket and frowned slightly. "I already told you. Why didn't you believe me?" Now that he thought about it, it wasn't a problem whether he believed her or not. It was just that men were lustful and wanted to have sex with her. Yang Kai withdrew the dragon transformation art and giggled. "I didn't do it enough. If I do it a few more times, maybe." After saying that, he threw himself onto the bed again. "Stop fooling around." Zhu Qing pushed him away with a serious expression. "Dragons are inherently lustful. The more you fuse with the origin, the more obvious it will be. You need to restrain yourself." Since they had become intimate a few days ago, Zhu Qing had been very obedient. Now that she had suddenly become so serious and dignified, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He always felt like he owed her something. It wasn't good to force her anymore, so he could only nod and say, Okay, okay, I'll restrain myself. But if everyone in the dragon race is like this, how are you going to live? Zhu Qing said, only those male dragons are like this, and they won't be impudent to their brethren on the Dragon Island. Yang Kai's eyes widened. Then what if they need it? What do we do? Zhu Qing didn't want to answer this question, but she knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. She could only frown and say, they have their own ways. These words inevitably made Yang Kai's imagination run wild. Some extremely funny scenes appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. He was ready to make fun of Zhu Lai when he saw him again. Zhu Qing glared at him and said, didn't I say that you're not allowed to touch me without my permission? Yang Kai said innocently, you didn't agree just now? I thought you agreed. Don't do this again. Zhu Qing pinched Yang Kai's arm hard to vent her dissatisfaction. Then, she began to put on her clothes. Yang Kai supported his head with his hands and looked at her foolishly. Why are you staring at me? Zhu Qing blushed. You're so pretty. Yang Kai's sweet words came out of his mouth. I can look at you for a lifetime. I don't know how many women I've told this to. There was jealousy in Zhu Qing's words. She quickly tidied up her dress and looked around blankly. Where's Bow Wow? He's guarding the door. Yang Kai pointed at the door. Zhu Qing suddenly remembered that the black puppy had been driven out by Yang Kai. Then, she remembered that there were still a few princesses standing outside the door. Her face suddenly turned pale. His performance, just now, was unbearable to the ear. He was afraid that the other party had heard everything clearly. How could he have the face to see others now? She was embarrassed and annoyed. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's ear. Stand up. Yang Kai got up. He was naked. Although he was not burly, his body was very well proportioned and exuded a masculine aura. Facing Zhu Qing, who was embarrassed and annoyed, he just smiled and played dumb. Zhu Qing looked at him angrily. She didn't look at the places where she shouldn't look. She picked up his clothes from the bed and carefully dressed him. It was the first time that the dragon girl had done this, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. A man's clothes were always different from a woman's clothes. She had never had the experience of serving others. Moreover, Yang Kai was facing her, so she was even more restrained. After a while, she gradually got into a good mood and dressed Yang Kai neatly. She held Yang Kai's hand and walked to the dressing table. She pressed Yang Kai to sit down on a chair and carefully combed his hair. Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. Just as he was about to ask Zhu Qing to leave, he suddenly saw Fu Yu still looking at Zhu Qing with disdain. He was annoyed. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, Bow wow, let's go. Woof. The black puppy stood up and barked at Fu Yu. Then, it slowly walked toward Yang Kai. What? What did you say? Yang Kai stared at the black puppy. Woof. The black puppy tilted its head, wondering what Yang Kai was up to. What? How can that be? You evil creature. Don't let your imagination run wild. You've gone too far. The black puppy was completely dumbfounded. It stood there dumbfounded, its eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai continued, as a human, you must know your place. Even as a dog, you must know your place. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about, and don't say things you shouldn't say. Understand? It's a good thing I'm here. Otherwise, you would have been beaten to a pulp. As he spoke, he glanced at the human sovereign. The group was confused by his words, and the princesses were even more confused. Fu Yu frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The human sovereign, on the other hand, was a smart person. He quickly smiled and said, Master, what is this pet beast of yours trying to do? If you don't mind, you can tell me. If it's within my means, I will. Yang Kai chuckled. It's nothing much. It just made an interesting request. You don't have to worry about it. The human sovereign grumbled inwardly, but he said, since it's interesting, why don't you tell me about it? Yang Kai pointed at Fu Yu. This little bastard has taken a liking to the second princess, saying that it hit it off with her and wants to take her away. Don't you think that's funny? The smile on the human sovereign's face froze. He didn't know how to respond as a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Fu Yu's face paled as she cried out, Impossible. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. What's impossible? Fu Yu panicked. How could it possibly take a liking to me? You're just making things up. Yang Kai scoffed. If it were me, I wouldn't have taken a liking to you either. But it did. What can I do about it? It's probably like a tortoise falling in love with a bean. If you don't believe me, you can ask it yourself. How am I supposed to ask? Fu Yu was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't possibly ask the black puppy this question. Although she was sure that Yang Kai was taking revenge on her, the situation was beyond her control. If she wasn't careful, she might really be taken away and become a plaything for this bastard. This was worse than killing her. How could she agree to it? Imperial Father. She hurriedly looked at the human sovereign, wanting to ask for help. But what she saw made her words stuck in her throat. She saw her Imperial Father frowning, deep in thought, as if he was considering whether or not to agree to this matter. In an instant, all her hopes were dashed, and she lost all her strength. Her Imperial Father was really considering whether or not to give her to that little bastard. That's right. Her Imperial Father was so afraid of this pair of adulterers. If he could send them away safely, not to mention one daughter, even if he had to send all his daughters away, he wouldn't even frown. Since ancient times, there had been no familial love in the royal family. She didn't know what she was hoping for. The human sovereign opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai chuckled. Second Princess, you worry too much. Although Bow Wow likes you, I can't take you away. Second Princess, just stay in the human sovereign city and be your princess. Fu Yu didn't answer. She stared at Yang Kai with hatred, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Second Princess, are you saying that you want to leave with me? If that's the case, just say the word. This young master might consider it. Yang Kai's lips curled up. Fu Yu quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. She didn't want him to cause any more trouble. Oomph. The human sovereign snorted. At this point, how could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately looking for trouble? Perhaps there was something wrong with the way Fu Yu looked at the dragon girl. He glared at Fu Yu and said, "Come over here and thank the master." Fu Yu didn't dare to disobey. She walked over and bowed. In a low voice, she said, "Thank you, master." His arrogance had been completely wiped clean. They were relying on their advantage in numbers to constantly contend with them and exhaust their strength. Several dozen members of the demon race had already died on the ground, obviously at the hands of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. The demon race consisted of hundreds of races, and each race had its own unique divine technique. The shadow demon was good at escaping. The succubus demon was good at bewitching. The power demon had infinite strength, and the blood demon was sinister and mysterious. If one did not understand the characteristics of these demon race, it would be easy to suffer losses. If it had been an ordinary third-stage Emperor Realm cultivator, even if there were two of them, they would have been defeated long ago. It was also thanks to Zhu Lai being a member of the dragon race that he was able to stand tall under such a heavy encirclement. However, he was him, and Li Jiao was Li Jiao. Zhu Lai clearly did not care about Li Jiao's life or death. When Yang Kai and Zhu Qing arrived, Li Jiao's state was clearly not right. His emotions were extremely high, and his body was faintly emitting traces of black qi, as if he had been corroded by the demonic qi. Moreover, his eyes were slightly red, and his movements were somewhat stiff. The circulation of his emperor qi was also intermittent. In the midst of the demon race's army, an enchanting and charming succubus demon was casting a technique on him. An invisible voice of bewitchment broke through Li Jiao's mental defenses without leaving a trace. The murmuring voice echoed in his mind, wanting to destroy his will and turn him into a demon slave. This was the most common method used by succubus demons. Compared to the other demon races, the succubus demon race was generally delicate and weak, but their divine sense was incomparably powerful. They were most proficient in this kind of sneaky and insidious method. Several demon commanders fearlessly launched attacks at Zhu Lai, but their bodies exploded with a few pokes from Zhu Lai's finger, and blood rained down from the sky. At this moment, the blood that covered the sky suddenly retracted, and as if it had a mind of its own, it turned into a blood snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it bit toward Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. He spat out a scorching dragon's breath, incinerating the countless blood snakes. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, a blood snake came charging at him from within the dragon's breath. Zhu Lai did not even realize how it had broken through. At first glance, this blood snake looked no different from other blood snakes, but upon closer inspection, one could see how powerful and unique it was. At this moment, it was too late to defend, so Zhu Lai could only activate his Dragon Yuan and prepare to take this attack head-on. A strange cackle suddenly sounded from within the blood snake, full of pride, as if some scheme had succeeded. Zhu Lai frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. It did not seem wise for him to choose to take this attack head-on. Just as the blood snake was about to hit Zhu Lai, a pitch-black crescent blade suddenly slashed down from the sky, brushing past Zhu Lai's head and directly cutting the blood snake in half. The blood snake was reduced to ashes as if it had been incinerated. At the same time, an extremely mournful scream came from not far away. A blood demon suddenly clutched its head and half-knelt on the ground, its expression twisted in pain. "Who is it?" Zhu Lai shouted in a low voice. When he looked up, he saw a familiar figure appear in the sky. Xianxia grinned and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, brother-in-law." Zhu Lai frowned, his face filled with confusion. What? He did not hear what Xianxia had just called him. As soon as his voice fell, Li Jiao, who had been standing behind him to defend against the enemy, suddenly turned around and sent a palm strike towards him without warning. Chapter 2972. The arrival of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing shocked many members of the demon race, especially the blood demon and the succubus demon, who had attacked secretly, which made them tremble with fear. Whether it was the howling blood demon or the pale-faced succubus demon, they were both Demon King-level existences. The two Demon Kings had attacked without leaving any traces behind, but they had been countered by the newcomers one by one, and even injured one of them. This was simply inconceivable. Just as they were in a daze, the sound of a dog barking suddenly entered their ears. Immediately after, a bubbling black puppy charged out from the side. Its four short legs were like wheels as it ran excitedly towards a demon general. It was as if it had seen an enchanting female dog when it was in heat. It was extremely comical. That demon general should be a power demon. His body was tall and sturdy, and he held a huge axe in his hand. The blade of the axe was bright and sharp, and it was emitting a dense black aura. It was obviously a demon weapon. Seeing the black puppy charging towards him, the demon general's expression immediately became ruthless. He shook his head, raised the huge axe in his hand, and smashed it down towards the black puppy. His movements were very casual because he could feel that the black puppy wasn't very strong. He could easily kill such a little bastard. The attention of the other members of the demon race was also attracted by Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Other than a few members of the demon race who glanced at the black puppy, no one paid much attention to it. The huge axe chopped down, but the black puppy nimbly dodged it. It was so agile that it was ridiculous. The demon general's attack missed, and he was slightly stunned. He was a little angry from embarrassment, and before he could do anything else, the black puppy suddenly opened its mouth and bit towards him. The black puppy's head, which wasn't too big, suddenly swelled up and suddenly became the size of a door. It caught the demon general in its mouth. Everyone was shocked. Many members of the demon race turned their heads and stared at the black puppy in amazement, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Zhu Qing and her brother were obviously taken aback as well. They never expected this unassuming little thing to possess such power, swallowing a demon general in a single bite. Although the demon general wasn't very strong, it was still equivalent to an origin king, and, as a demon general from the Power Demon clan, not even an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator could be his opponent. Zhu Qing was especially shocked. Although she found the black puppy to be a bit strange these days, she never expected it to possess such a divine technique. Only Yang Kai remained calm, stroking his chin thoughtfully. According to Gong Yu, the black puppy possessed the bloodline of a strange beast from the territory of the demon returned to ruins. This bloodline was hidden very deeply, but it was awakened by Gong Yu's demon race secret technique in Azure Sun Temple. At that time, the black puppy could be described as holding back 10,000 enemies, and Gong Yu was able to contend with 10 masters from the Emperor realm for a long time with its divine technique. It could even swallow a third-layer Emperor realm master like Feng Ming in one gulp, let alone a mere demon general. It was just that the black puppy's performance had not been very stable these days. Except for swallowing manager Liao, it had not used this divine technique again. A few days ago, it had fought with Fu Yu in the Imperial Palace for a long time, but it had not swallowed Fu Yu. At this time, it was as if it had been injected with chicken blood, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Yang Kai reckoned that it had something to do with these demon race. Return to Ruins was a strange beast from the territory of the demon race. After all, this person from the demon race was a demon king level existence, and his aura wasn't weak, almost equivalent to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Coupled with his shadow demon background, he could even easily assassinate a third-order Emperor Realm Master if he was caught off guard. He was the strongest among this group of demon race, and he should also be the leader of this group of demon race. But such a master, after recognizing the origin of the black puppy, actually cried out in horror, and his body turned into a cloud of smoke before exploding into 9 streaks that fled in all directions. Return to Ruins was famous in the territory of the demon race, and it was known as the Exterminate Demon Territory. Although it was born in the territory of the demon race, it could almost be said to be the enemy of the demon race. It existed to devour, and the demonic chi and demon race were its favorite foods. It was rumored that in the real territory of the demon race, there was once a Return to Ruins that wreaked havoc everywhere, and even the demon saint was no match for it. In the era without the great demon god, the Return to Ruins was simply the overlord of the demon race territory. It had devoured countless demon race and destroyed countless demon race towns. Return to Ruins represented destruction, and wherever it went, there would be ruins. That was why it had the name Return to Ruins. In the end, a powerful demon saint led all the demon race to fight the Return to Ruins to fight to the death. That battle lasted for decades, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their population was almost reduced by more than half, and the areas that were destroyed occupied 2/3 of the entire demon territory. The demon race won in the end, and the Return to Ruins was killed. As the leader, the demon saint broke through the limit of power and became the great demon god, becoming the ruler of the entire demon territory. It was also because of that battle that the living environment of the entire demon territory became extremely bad, and many masters in the demon territory had no choice but to expand their territory and look for a more suitable world to live in. Every member of the demon race was familiar with this period of history. Even the demon race in the reincarnation world was the same. That was why when he saw the black puppy use the devouring divine technique, the demon king immediately thought of the reputation of destroying the demon territory. Even though he couldn't determine whether this was Return to Ruins, the sense of crisis of life and death couldn't be faked. Once the Return to Ruins swallowed him, there was basically no chance of survival. He was scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly used the divine technique to escape. Only one of the 9 smokes hid the real body, and the other 8 were just a diversion. In front of this divine technique, even an enemy who was stronger than him wouldn't be able to stop him. The shadow demon was adept at escaping, and this was the best description. But this time, the Shadow Demon King miscalculated. Before the smokes could run more than 100 feet, they suddenly hit an invisible barrier. 8 of them collapsed, and the other one retreated. The Shadow Demon's figure reappeared, and his face was ashen. He raised his head and looked at the human in the sky. Xianxia looked at him with a smile, and the power of the law of space fluctuated around him. With him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet turned into a swamp. It suddenly became extremely sticky, and the edges were as hard as steel, turning into a cage. All the members of the demon race lowered their bodies, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai were also slightly uncomfortable, but Xianxia didn't deliberately target them. Li Jiao said with a sad face, "Palace Master Yang, can you bear to see this Li be corrupted by the demonic qi, lose his mind, and become a demon?" "Huh, why can't I bear to?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Don't worry, if you really become a demon, this young master will definitely free you and give you a quick death." Li Jiao cursed in his heart, so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have followed Xianxia to that damned frigid earth. Now that he had ended up like this, he didn't know what his future path was, so he was at a loss. All right. Xianxia suddenly chuckled, patted him on the shoulder, and pulled him up. His change of expression was so quick that Li Jiao wasn't used to it. He looked at him blankly and said, "Palace Master Yang, what do you mean?" Xianxia said, "It's just being corrupted by the demonic qi. If it were anyone else, they would have already been turned into a demon. Fortunately, Brother Li's cultivation is deep, so although you have been corrupted, it's not impossible to treat." Li Jiao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, "This Li knew that Palace Master Yang wouldn't leave me in the lurch. I asked Palace Master Yang to teach me a way to save me. A way to save you is right in front of you." Xianxia chuckled. Li Jiao didn't understand. Xianxia pointed to a spot not far away and said in a low voice, "Go find Zhu Lai and have him give you some dragon blood. Dragon blood has divinity, so it should be enough for you to expel the demonic qi." Li Jiao was frightened and his face paled. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke like this. How could dragon blood be so easy to obtain? If Zhu Lai knew that I had such thoughts, I'm afraid he would slap me to death. This Li is just a little Jiao. How could I dare to have such thoughts? That's why you want to have such thoughts. With your background, if you can drink a mouthful of dragon blood, tsk tisk. Gudong." Li Jiao couldn't help but gulp. Speaking of which, he was still a descendant of the dragon race. Although he was greatly suppressed by the dragon race's bloodline, if he could really drink a mouthful of dragon blood, it would be of great help to his strength. It would definitely raise his bloodline to a new level. Xianxia's words sounded inconceivable at first, but they echoed in his ears like magic, causing him to become restless. His eyes flashed with excitement, and the demonic qi on his body seemed to thicken a little. Xianxia saw this but didn't point it out. He only chuckled and turned his head to the side. On the other side, Zhu Qing and her brother seemed to be up to something. One of them looked as if she had made a huge mistake. Her eyes were darting around, and she didn't dare to look at the other party at all. The other one was shocked and kept looking at his sister as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. Zhu Qing's face turned slightly red, and her eyes drifted even more. After a while, Zhu Lai opened his mouth to speak. "How did you advance to the 9th rank?" From the moment they met just now, Zhu Lai felt that something was wrong. Zhu Qing's bloodline seemed to be a lot purer than his. One must know that when she left Dragon Island last time, the siblings were both at the 8th rank. It was very difficult to advance in the dragon race's bloodline. On one hand, It was affected by the inheritance of one's parents. On the other hand, it was also dependent on one's own efforts and the support of Dragon Island. All three were indispensable. The siblings were one of the few powerhouses on Dragon Island. The 8th rank was already very impressive, and even the Great Elder was only at the 10th rank. The Great Elder once asserted that the siblings would very likely stay at the 8th rank for the rest of their lives. If you have the ability, don't rely on the bloodline suppression. July took the fist. Although he wouldn't be seriously injured, he had lost all his face. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only use his mouth. You said this last time. Don't you remember your end, stupid boy? Xianxia snorted and continued to punch and kick him. Chapter 2975. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhu Lai lay on the ground with a bruised face. His clothes were disheveled, and he was panting heavily. He looked like a helpless young girl who had been ravaged by 100 strong men. His eyes were swollen, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. It was almost unnoticeable. His handsome face was even more tragic, almost deformed. Next time, if you dare to disrespect me or Qing, or you'll end up like this. Xianxia looked down at him condescendingly. Zhu Lai tilted his head to the side, ignoring him. He secretly decided that where there was life, there was hope. Didn't the human race have a saying, "A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him"? He would endure for a moment so that he could erupt at a better time. One day, he would let this dragon know how powerful he was. Xianxia withdrew his dragon transformation art and returned to his original form. Yang, Palace Master Yang. Li Jiao's timid voice came from the other side. Save me. Xianxia turned his head to look and suddenly felt like laughing. He saw that the little black dog had unknowingly run to Li Jiao's side and was sniffing at him. Its eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity, and it would occasionally stick out its tongue to lick Li Jiao's exposed skin. Li Jiao had been eroded by the demonic qi, emitting a smell similar to the demon race. It was probably because of this that he attracted the little black dog's attention. The scene of it swallowing a blood demon king was still vivid in his mind, so Li Jiao was very afraid of this little beast. In addition, this was a pet beast brought by Xianxia, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only ask Xianxia for help. "Bow wow, that's not food," Xianxia called out. Only then did the little black dog glance at Li Jiao reluctantly. It then obediently walked back and leaped into Zhu Qing's arms. Perverted dog. Xianxia looked at it with disdain. Speaking of which, the little black dog used to only be close to him, but ever since it met Zhu Qing, it had always been by her side, refusing to leave. Zhu Qing said, "What nonsense are you saying? It's a female dog." Kaiyang was flabbergasted. "Are you serious?" He had never paid attention to the little black dog's gender. He walked over and grabbed the little black dog's tail, wanting to lift it up to take a look. However, Zhu Qing slapped his hand away. "What's the big deal about taking a look?" Xianxia mumbled and didn't dwell on this matter any longer. He looked at Li Jiao and Zhu Lai and said, "Since you found him, let's set off for Wind Mountain." Li Jiao asked, "What kind of place is Phone Mountain?" Xianxia said, "If you want to leave this world, that's the only exit." Li Jiao's spirit was immediately shaken as he stood up energetically. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly." Among the people present, his cultivation was not the lowest. After all, there was Xianxia, who was at the bottom. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Moreover, he was eroded by the demonic qi and felt uncomfortable all over. He could not wait to leave this damn place as soon as possible. "Let's go." Yang Kai summoned his flowing cloud shuttle as he spoke. Zhu Qing walked in with the little black dog in her arms. Li Jiao also entered the shuttle with a smile on his face. Yang Kai turned his head and looked not far away. "Do you want to come in?" "Oomph." Zhu Lai coldly snorted, an expression of disdain on his face. Anyone who had just been beaten up would not be in a good mood, let alone in the dragon race. "Forget it if you don't want to come." Yang Kai curled his lips and did not insist. In any case, he had already invited them, so they could not blame him if they did not want to come in. Zhu Lai did not treat him as his brother-in-law, so there was no need for him to warm up to them. The flowing cloud shuttle once again tore through the sky, heading straight for the Ill Wind Mountains a few hundred li away. The succubus demon fiercely breathed out. She felt that her entire body was drenched in sweat. When the cold wind blew, her entire body felt cold. Many pairs of eyes looked at her. The succubus demon gritted her teeth and said, "What are you all looking at me for? I didn't kill them." "You shouldn't have said so much to him." A powerful demon king coldly snorted. Demon Fury City had never lost so much face before. Not only had someone barge into their city, but he had even killed a few demon kings without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, no one was able to stop the humans' violence. The demon race had lost all face. Naturally, they needed someone to take the blame for this. And the succubus demon, who was the only one who had come in contact with Yang Kai, was the best and only choice. "How can you blame me for this?" The succubus demon screamed, feeling that she had been wronged. If you had talked to him properly, Demon Fury City wouldn't have suffered such an unexpected calamity. The succubus demon looked at the demon king in a daze. She never thought that this would be the reason for her being scolded. Someone else is coming." The demon king turned its head and saw a handsome red-haired young man walking over. His expression was gloomy and his eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that he was worried about something. He had barged into Demon Fury City without the slightest scruple, treating all the demon race powerhouses as if they were nothing. It was as if he had entered his own backyard. The Demon King was enraged. Demon Fury City had stood tall in the reincarnation world for hundreds of thousands of years. When had it ever been looked down upon like this? The human who had barged in before was fine. Although his cultivation wasn't very high, his treasure was shockingly powerful. Who did this guy think he was? He signaled with his eyes, and many of the demon race powerhouses immediately flew into the air to block the red-haired young man's path. Zhu Lai stopped and coldly swept his gaze forward. The anger in his heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The matter between Zhu Qing and Yang Kai had made him extremely annoyed, but what was done couldn't be undone. He didn't know how to deal with it in the future. He had nowhere to vent his anger, but now someone had come knocking on his door. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions as much as possible. He calmly asked, "Who is the strongest here?" This question was a bit strange, but many of the demon race powerhouses still subconsciously glanced in a certain direction. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and sturdy man with a monstrous demonic chi stepped forward and said in a thunderous voice, "This King Hao Fei. Who are you?" It was the guy who had reprimanded the succubus demon. Among all the demon kings, he was recognized as the strongest. He was only one step away from breaking through the shackles and becoming a demon saint. He was confident that he could make a breakthrough within 100 years. As long as he could become a demon saint, he could launch a large-scale attack on the human sovereign city and change the situation in the reincarnation world that had remained unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. He could enslave the humans and turn this world into the backyard of the demon race. He had the ambition and the potential to do so. Just now, Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to unleash a terrifying attack. He had thought about it for a moment and estimated that he wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack, so he had swallowed his pride. But now, he couldn't be a coward. The demon race were warlike and worshipped the strong. If he didn't answer, he would be looked down upon by his people, which would be detrimental to his own cultivation. He secretly made up his mind to humiliate this red-haired young man and let him know the strength of the strongest powerhouse in Demon Fury City. He looked ahead disdainfully, his eyes empty, as if he didn't put anything in his eyes. Zhu Lai lightly spat out a single word, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body turned into a streak of fire and crashed towards the Demon King, called Hao Fei, like a meteor. His movements were as fast as lightning. Hao Fei's expression changed. When Zhu Lai made his move, he instinctively felt the strength of his opponent. He hurriedly activated his demonic qi to resist. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar suddenly rang out, causing pain to one's eardrums. This dragon's roar seemed to contain an extremely strange power. When it entered Hao Fei's ears, it actually caused the demonic qi in his body to pause and show signs of dispersing. He was shocked and quickly stabilized his mind. But at this moment, his vision suddenly turned fiery red. It was as if the entire world was burning. An incomparably large dragon head suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. Those majestic dragon eyes looked down at him from above, causing Hao Fei's entire body to stiffen and his hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2977. In the blink of an eye, Hao Fei's body shook and froze in place. The sound of something shattering came from inside his body. Zhu Lai's whereabouts were revealed behind Hao Fei. He exhaled softly, and his mood suddenly became much better. He coldly snorted and ignored the other demon race members. He chased after Hao Fei. No one tried to stop him, and no one dared to. It wasn't until a long time after Zhu Lai had left that a demon called out Hao Fei's name softly, but he didn't get a response. Hao Fei was frozen in midair as if he had been immobilized. His expression and eyes didn't change in the slightest, like a lifelike statue. Master Hao Fei? Master Hao Fei! The succubus demon boldly walked forward and touched Hao Fei. With a boom, Hao Fei's entire body exploded. He turned into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Screams and gasps filled the air. Every demon's eyes trembled as they stared at the blood mist in the air. They almost thought that they were dreaming. The #1 expert of Rage Devil City, the famous Lord Hao Fei, was actually dead. He had been killed by a red-haired young man who had appeared out of nowhere. If they hadn't seen this with their own eyes, no member of the demon race would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them, so they had no choice but to believe it. Compared to the scene of a human using a treasure to kill several demon kings, the demon race was even more shocked that Hao Fei had been killed in one move. After the shock, there was confusion. Who was that red-haired young man? What was that human's background? They had never heard of such a strong person in the human sovereign city. If those two were really from the human sovereign city, then the demon race wouldn't have a place in the reincarnation world. They would have been exterminated a long time ago. The Devil's Fury City had suffered a series of great changes. First, a few devil kings had died, and then the strongest master of the clan had actually disappeared without a trace. The entire Devil's Fury City was suddenly shrouded in a layer of shadow, and every devil race was in a state of panic, fearing that the two fellows would come back and kill them. If that really happened, no one in the Devil's Fury City would be able to stop them. They won't live for long. A demon king shouted. They went to Ill Wind Mountain, a place of certain death. They won't come back, so there's nothing to worry about. When these words were said, many members of the demon race were shocked. They remembered that Xianxia had said that he would go to Ill Wind Mountain to find a way to leave this place. It was as if a ray of light had appeared in a hopeless situation. The demon race was no longer as frightened. However, This time, Demon Fury City had suffered heavy losses. Although not many of their clansmen had died, all of them were demon kings. Among them, one was the strongest person, and another was ranked in the top 10. If this news were to spread to the human sovereign city, the humans there would become restless. For a time, many members of the demon race were anxious. About 1,000 meters down the middle of Wind Mountain, Xianxia and the others stopped, all of them wearing dignified expressions. Previously, he had used the flowing cloud shuttle to fly all the way here, but he couldn't go any further after thousands of feet. He had no choice but to walk out of the flowing cloud shuttle and endure the cold wind blowing from the top of the mountain. He took the lead. Zhu Qing hugged the little black dog in the middle, and Li Jiao brought up the rear. After advancing for thousands of feet like this, Xianxia actually felt like he couldn't go any further. Wind Mountain was truly worthy of its name. The ancient books in the human sovereign city only recorded a drop in the ocean about it. The matter between you and Zhu Qing has already broken the rules of the Dragon Island. If I don't report it, the matter will only become more serious. You really can't hide it. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhu Lai shook his head firmly. I will remember you. Yang Kai snorted coldly. You don't understand. Zhu Lai sighed lightly. Although the Dragon Island has a great reputation and a long history, in any era, the number of our dragon race is extremely small. A dragon race with pure dragon race bloodline is even more precious. In order to ensure that the bloodline of the dragon race is passed down, the Dragon Island must have its own rules, and if anyone breaks this rule, they will definitely have to pay an extremely heavy price. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He didn't express his opinion and said unhurriedly, although the Dragon Island has a long history, it doesn't mean that it won't last forever. Even the Dragon Island is no exception. Chapter 2979. Zhu Lai snorted and said, the waves will only shatter when they hit the boulder. Apart from that, there is no other effect. Yang Kai raised his head and said, then let's see if the Dragon Island is hard enough to shatter my bones. Zhu Lai looked at him in astonishment, as if he wanted to see if he was joking. But to his disappointment, although Yang Kai's expression was not serious, it was definitely not a joke. Slowly shaking his head, Zhu Lai said with a complicated expression, you are really a lunatic. Yang Kai laughed. I will accept this as a compliment. Zhu Lai didn't want to continue discussing this issue with him, because Yang Kai's attitude had already explained everything. He would never give up on Zhu Qing, nor would he submit to the rules of the Dragon Island. Since that was the case, it was meaningless to waste his breath. He suddenly turned his head and said, what are you doing here? While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the Demon's Fury City. At this moment, it was only half a day since the two of them came here. The aftermath of the battle had not yet subsided. The corpses of several demon kings were still in the same place, and the smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, they saw these two terrifying guys coming back, and this time, they came side by side. Both of them looked very aggressive, as if they were about to go all out. The faces of the many members of the demon race in the Demon's Fury City turned pale. They felt that they would not be able to escape this time, no matter what. But even so, none of the members of the demon race abandoned the city to escape. The demon race had been in this place for more than 100,000 years, confronting the human sovereign city. The competition between the two races had never stopped. If they were timid, they would not be called the demon race. One by one, members of the demon race walked out from all over the city and gradually gathered at the place where Xianxia and Zhulai were. Although their cultivation was uneven, there were a lot of them. The demon kings also gathered in one place. Their expressions were grave and stern as they looked at the two humans flying over from the direction of the gloomy wind mountain. The fighting spirit in their bodies was slowly rising. Xianxia and Zhulai stopped 300 meters away from this group of demon king. Although there were only two of them, it was as if there was an army of thousands of men and horses charging towards them. On the contrary, their imposing manner completely suppressed the demon race. "What do you want to do here?" Zhulai frowned. "Don't tell me you want to massacre the city." Humans and demons could not coexist. Even in the small reincarnation world, the grudges between the two races have been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. It would not be strange if the Xianxia really came to massacre the city. What's the point of massacring a city? Fighting and killing is the most boring. Xianxia grinned disdainfully as he swept his eyes across the demon kings on the opposite side, showing an innocent and harmless smile as he called out to a figure hiding behind the crowd. "Beautiful elder sister, can you come out and chat with me?" The demon kings all turned their heads and looked in the direction of his gaze. They saw a graceful figure hiding behind the crowd. It was as if she did not dare to show her true face and was always hiding in the shadows of others. She was clearly hiding very carefully and cautiously, but she was still pulled out from the crowd by Xianxia. She was immediately distressed and secretly cursed Xianxia's eyes. She also hated herself for finding trouble to provoke him. Now, she could not get rid of this killing god. She did not know what fate was waiting for her. Under everyone's gaze, the succubus demon had nowhere to hide and could only walk out shyly. Chapter 2981. Call your big sister over. Xianxia turned to Zhulai and instructed. Zhulai snorted lightly. Although he was not happy with Xianxia's casual tone, he did not want to get entangled with him. Hearing this, Zhulai urged his dragon qi, formed a seal with his hand, and gently opened and closed his mouth a few times. Xianxia then turned to look at the succubus demon and said with a smile, "If I asked you to kill a demon king, who would you choose?" The succubus demon's expression changed upon hearing this, and he asked in surprise, "What does master mean? Let's ask this. Who do you dislike the most?" The succubus demon forced a smile and said, "Master, you must be joking. I belong to the demon race and have been forced to rely on each other for survival. We are all brothers and sisters in Demon's Fury City, so how could I dislike anyone?" When the other demon kings heard this, they all straightened their backs and tried their best to act as if they were willing to go through thick and thin together. Although no one knew what Xianxia meant by asking this question, they all felt that something wasn't quite right. This human seemed to be harboring ill intentions and definitely wasn't as friendly as he appeared on the surface. He was like a ball of cotton wrapped around a needle, and if they weren't careful enough, they would end up with a bloody head. Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. "The opportunity is in my hands, but I won't have it if I slip away." The succubus demon didn't say anything and hesitated for a moment before quietly sending out his divine sense. Xianxia raised his head and looked to the side, just in time to see a demon king with a gloomy expression. This demon king's entire body was surging with blood energy and a faint layer of red light. He seemed to be from the blood demon clan, and his expression was somewhat uneasy, as if he was worried about something. When Xianxia's gaze swept over him, he immediately reacted and gritted his teeth as he angrily roared at the succubus demon. "Bitch, you dare to betray me?" The succubus demon pursed her red lips. Her beautiful face was slightly pale, and she didn't say a word in the face of Blood Demon's accusation. The Blood Devil was even angrier. You lowly servant girl are so heartless. When you were pleasuring me, you were so flirtatious and seductive. Now that you've climbed up to a higher branch, you want to kill me? She really is heartless. Actors are heartless. The succubus demon was angered by his words. He gritted his teeth and said, I may be a succubus demon, but I'm not a promiscuous person. If you didn't force yourself on me back then, I wouldn't have. Ha ha! The blood demon laughed heartily, the blood energy in his body violently surging. Don't try to quibble with me. The succubus demon race is just a bunch of lowly slaves. If it weren't for this king's help, how could you have become a demon king with your talent? Do you think that this prince does not know that you have been secretly seducing other people all these years? You actually have the face to say that you are not promiscuous. The current you is just a pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs are too lazy to sniff. Even if you kneel down and beg me, this prince will not touch you again. Don't speak nonsense. The succubus demon screamed. She turned to look at Xianxia and pleaded, Master, although this servant does not know what you want to do, if you want to kill someone, please kill him. This servant will listen to everything you say in the future. Impudent. You want to kill me? I'll kill you first. The blood devil was furious. He raised his hand, and a blood-red light shot towards the succubus demon. The blood-red light exploded in the air, turning into a rain of blood that covered a large area. The rain of blood seemed to have a strong corrosive effect. There was a sizzling sound as it shuttled through the air. The succubus demon screamed. Her cultivation was much lower than the blood devil's, so there was no way for her to defend against the blood devil's attack. Her body quickly retreated as she uttered a demonic chant. She waved her hands and sent out streams of pure, demonic chi. However, she was still unable to stop the rain of blood. Hiss, 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 hiss. The drops of blood broke through the succubus's defenses and landed on her body, causing her clothes to rot. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed, and the parts of her body that were stained by the blood quickly rotted away, turning into pus and water. In some places, even white bones could be seen. She looked extremely wretched in an instant. Slut die. The blood devil did not give up. His body flashed as he pounced towards the succubus demon. It seemed that he wanted to kill her. The succubus demon was so frightened that her face turned ashen. Demonic chants continued to come out of her mouth, but she was still unable to stop the blood devil from pouncing on her. She could only feel the aura of death rushing towards her. She thought to herself that there was no way she could survive this time. The blood devil's body suddenly twisted in midair and exploded, turning into an endless stream of blood that fiercely surged towards Xianxia. Its power was astonishing. It was like a surging sea of blood. The waves of blood contained an extremely terrifying killing power, as if they were going to engulf the entire area. The blood devil's face appeared at the front of the waves of blood. He seemed to be stepping on the waves as he ferociously pounced towards Xianxia. The succubus demon was only a distraction. His target had always been Xianxia. Although he didn't want to start a conflict with Xianxia, with the charm demon's interference, he had been pushed to the heart of the struggle. If he wanted to survive this crisis safely, he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. The red-haired youth's strength was too terrifying. The first demon king had been instantly killed by him. No matter what, the blood devil did not dare to have any ideas about him. Although Xianxia had killed a few demon kings before, he had relied on the power of his treasures. His own strength was not necessarily that great. Taking advantage of the fact that he had yet to summon his treasures, he might be able to capture him. As long as he could capture this human, he would have the absolute advantage. With this thought in mind, the blood devil immediately acted. He felt that he had a high chance of succeeding. At that moment, he suddenly saw a meaningful smile appear on Kai Yang's face. That smile made his heart sink, inexplicably giving birth to a feeling of being a sheep in a tiger's den, as if he had made the wrong decision. The hesitation in his heart made the waves of blood become sluggish. Xianxia raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Chi-chi-chi, pitch-black crescent-shaped slashes whistled through the air, cutting through the waves of blood like a hot knife through butter. Every crescent blade made the blood devil groan. The light of the blood devil dimmed, and the blood water became less and less. After 7 or 8 crescent blades, the waves of blood rolled again. The blood devil's figure appeared, staggering not far in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's hands quickly formed a seal. His expression was solemn, and a faint power of the law of time flowed from his body. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. With a light slap, the absent-minded blood devil was instantly hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a kite. He forcefully pulled himself together and shook his body again, turning into streaks of blood light that scattered in all directions. The instant heavy injury made the blood devil demon king realize that he had underestimated his opponent. It was impossible for him to win. He only wanted to escape, and the farther the better. Blood shadow escape technique. Xianxia snorted and sneered. If it was the Shadow Demon Clan's Shadow Kill Divine Escape technique, this young master might have to spend some effort to break it. How dare a trifling blood shadow escape technique be so arrogant in front of me? This young master will break it immediately. As he spoke, his gaze quickly swept through the many streaks of blood light. Then he fixed his gaze on one of them and pointed his finger at it. Space principles surged, and the place where the blood light was instantly turned into an invisible cage. The blood light hit the cage and rolled back, revealing the blood devil with a pale face. How is this possible? He cried out in alarm. The blood shadow escape technique was the innate divine technique of the Blood Devil clan. There was no flaw in it. When ordinary people encountered this divine technique, they would never be able to tell which was the real body and which was just a smokescreen. But he never thought that this first-order Emperor Realm human youth would be able to see through it with a single glance. Moreover, what this young man said just now made him tremble with fear. The Blood Devil's blood shadow escape technique and the Shadow Demon's Shadow Kill Divine Escape technique were both innate divine techniques for escaping. Even the Demon King of the demon race would find it difficult to break them, but from the tone of this human's voice, it seemed that he had done a lot of research on the demon race. The Blood Devil was horrified to the extreme, and the blood in his body turned cold. He wanted to use the Blood Shadow escape technique again, but a figure flashed in front of him. Xianxia had blocked his way. The Blood Devil sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly tried to retreat. "Look at me." Xianxia's voice was low and deep, as if it had an irresistible charm. The blood demon instinctively turned to look at Xianxia, only to see that his left eye had at some point transformed into a golden vertical eye. The majestic golden light seemed to be able to seize one's soul, causing the blood demon's divine sense to tremble, unable to move in the slightest. Xianxia's divine sense surged fiercely like a tide, and a budding lotus flower in his left eye flashed and rushed into the blood demon's mind. In an instant, the blood devil's mind was frozen, and he stood there stupidly. His knowledge sea had collapsed, and the blood devil had become a walking corpse. A figure charged out from the side, his eyes flashing with unforgettable hatred. He was holding a white bone spear in his hand. The bone spear didn't look like the bone of a vicious beast, but more like the bones left behind by a human or demon race master who had died. It had been refined into a demon artifact by some unknown method. "This," gasps could be heard as the Demon Kings stared dumbfoundedly at the black puppy's sudden transformation. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as the terrifying information they had just been awakened by Xianxia replayed in their minds, gradually corroborating with what they saw in front of them. A conjecture that was enough to shock them to the core filled their minds. Return to ruins. The succubus demon's scream was loud enough to break through the sky. It had just regained some color, but became incomparably pale again. It seemed to have lost all its strength, and it fell to the ground on its butt. Although the other demon kings weren't in such a bad state, they were obviously extremely frightened. Panic spread among the demon kings, making every demon king's mind unsteady. Their minds were in chaos. They couldn't accept the sudden appearance of a legendary mutated beast that they thought was extinct. After all, in the history of the demon race, the return to ruins was one of the most important events. It was an existence that represented destruction and destruction. Almost a third of the entire demon territory was destroyed by its mouth. The current harsh environment of the demon territory was also greatly related to it. They couldn't understand how the return to ruins was still alive. Wasn't it already killed by the great demonic god? Could it be that the rumor just now was true? That the return to ruins was just faking its death to escape so that it could make a comeback? When that time came, it would definitely seek revenge from the great demonic god, and the current demon territory wouldn't be able to withstand its torment. With so many demon kings, it was impossible for them to mistake the identity of the return to ruins. Although the return to ruins looked very ordinary at first glance, when it mutated, its characteristics couldn't be more obvious. In other words, this was without a doubt the return to ruins. It was very likely that it was the terrifying existence that had destroyed the demon territory and fought with the great demonic god. No wonder this human was asking for information about the return to ruins. It turned out that when he said that he had raised a return to ruins, it was actually true. It was laughable that everyone thought that he was just bragging. Thinking up to this point, the faces of the demon kings were as black as the bottom of a pot. They seemed to have revealed a lot of information that they shouldn't have, especially the part about how the return to ruins had become stronger. That was simply a piece of information that could kill them. For a moment, the demon kings were filled with regret, especially the demon king that had revealed this information. They wanted nothing more than to tear their own mouths apart. Just as the demon kings were in a daze, the little black dog had already swallowed the blood demon. Chapter 2983. As the demon kings discussed among themselves, Zhu Qing and her brother did not pay any attention to them. Li Jiao was cowering on the side, completely lacking the demeanor of a palace master. He wanted to chat with the two dragon race masters to improve their relationship, but he did not have the courage to do so. For a moment, he was frowning with a bitter expression. 2 hours later, a figure flashed above the square, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Although he was in a sorry state, his face was full of joy. When Zhu Qing and her brother saw this, they immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such a joyful expression, and they were secretly excited. On the other hand, the demon king's expressions all trembled, and they secretly felt bitter in their hearts. It could not be helped, but the return to ruins cub in Yang Kai's hand was actually covered in a layer of frost, clearly because it had swallowed a lot of wind on Ill Wind Mountain. With that as an example, it was easy to solve this problem, but it was not what the demon kings wanted. Yang Kai nodded slightly at Zhu Qing, then turned his gaze to the group of demon kings, like a butcher looking at a flock of lambs. Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing did not say a word, and they all rose into the air, forming a triangle with Yang Kai to surround the demon kings. Li Jiao thought for a moment, then hurriedly joined in, urging his emperor's might. His expression was ferocious, and he looked like he could bite someone at any time. "Master, please wait." It was unknown whether it was on his own initiative or being forced, but the succubus demon quickly stood up, his head covered in cold sweat, and said loudly, "We just discussed and are willing to cooperate with the master to increase the strength of the return to ruins and help the master leave this place as soon as possible." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly, "It's rare for you to have such intentions." If I don't satisfy you, I would feel bad. Then, may I ask who you have chosen to be the first to die? The succubus demon hurriedly wiped the sweat on his forehead and forced a smile. The Return to Ruins loves the demon race and can use the demon race's strength to increase, but that does not mean that you need to devour my people, Master. I know. Xianxia nodded and said matter-of-factly, Master, but isn't this the most direct and efficient? The succubus demon, the most direct, but that is not necessarily the most efficient. Xianxia smiled faintly. How is it not efficient? The succubus demon gathered his courage and said, There are only a few Demon King-level existences in Demon's Wrath City. If Master returned to Ruins and devour all of us, what will you do if you still don't have enough strength to leave this place? Xianxia frowned and said, Although there are only a few Demon King, there are many demon race in Demon's Wrath City. There will be a day when I can devour enough. The succubus demon said, How can those people compare to us? Master is also a strong person, so you should know that strength has nothing to do with numbers. Kai Yang smiled faintly. What you said makes sense. Yes, I will give you a chance to convince me. The succubus demon's spirit was shaken, and he immediately said, I have heard of a saying called killing the chicken to get the eggs. Master, what you're doing now is true. If you want the eggs, you don't have to kill the chicken that laid the eggs. Are you willing to be the chicken that laid the eggs? The succubus demon smiled bitterly and said, It's better than dying. We are willing to cooperate and let Return to Ruins devour our demon chi. Although this will not be as fast as directly devouring us, it won't be too bad. Moreover, it won't cut off the source of power. As long as we are alive, we will be able to provide Return to Ruins with the power to grow. Using ribbons to contact each other was indeed a good way to avoid the awkwardness and discomfort of holding hands. But now, why did it feel like Xianxia was holding hands with two animals? Thinking so, Zhu Lai's face suddenly became incomparably dark. Shame, a great shame. He secretly decided in his heart that if anyone mentioned today's matter in front of him in the future, he would never let it go. He turned his head and fiercely warned Li Jiao with his eyes. Li Jiao was shocked, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. Inexplicably, he actually felt Zhu Lai's killing intent. He didn't provoke him, so what was going on? He couldn't understand. Chapter 2987. In a boundless void, the group of people walked for an unknown amount of time, avoiding countless void turbulence, and finally arrived at a strange place. There seemed to be two levels here, and each level had an enormous vortex. The vortex was pitch black and seemed to be able to swallow everything, causing one to shudder with fear. The two vortexes appeared to be in a strange state of stillness, but anyone could feel the shocking suction force coming from them. Xianxia and the others stood in the middle of these two vortexes. After observing for a long time, Xianxia said solemnly, "There are two exits here. If I'm not wrong, one should lead to the star boundary, and the other should lead to the demon territory." Li Jiao asked, "Which one should we go to?" Xianxia pointed and said, "The one above. Although it looks the same on the outside, the one below has some demonic chi spilling out, so it definitely leads to the demon territory. Since we can determine the location, let's go," Zhu Lai urged. Xianxia nodded and said, "I will take you out of here and return to the star territory, but I can't guarantee your safety on the way. After all, there's a lot of randomness. Now that things have gotten to this point, there's no point in saying anything more." Xianxia grinned and said, "Then let's go. Be sure to follow closely." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the vortex. The laws of space around him surged madly, transforming into an invisible force that surged towards the vortex. As he spied on the situation within, he broke through the layers of barriers and opened up a path between the two worlds that allowed him to pass through safely. The tranquil whirlpool immediately underwent some unexpected changes. Layers upon layers of whirlpools began to rotate, and a crazy squeezing force came from all directions, as if it was going to squeeze people to the point of exploding. At first glance, this scene looked like Xianxia was riding the wind and breaking the waves, splitting them to the left and right, but converging behind him. Zhu Lai and the others could only follow closely behind Xianxia to avoid the danger of being swallowed by the waves. Fortunately, everyone was a master among masters, and they were connected by the Emperor artifact ribbons, so no one made any mistakes at this critical moment. Xianxia rushed all the way, pushing the space laws to the limit, like a hot knife through butter. After shuttling through the void vortex for an unknown amount of time, Xianxia suddenly felt a huge resistance in front of him, making him feel as if he had slammed into an iron plate. For a moment, the blood in his body churned, and he felt dizzy. The barrier of worlds. The reason why the great worlds could not be connected to each other was because of the existence of the world barrier. This was the barrier between two worlds. Generally speaking, it was extremely strong, and even the great emperors could not tear it apart. As far as Xianxia knew, only the great demon god of the demon territory had once broken through the territory's barrier and allowed the powerhouses of the demon territory to descend into the ancient star boundary. If this world barrier was in its normal state, even Xianxia, who was proficient in space principles, would not be able to break through it. After all, his cultivation was too low, only at the First Order Emperor realm compared to those masters. However, the world barrier here was not complete, and the reincarnation world was drifting between the star boundary and the demon territory, so there had always been some flaws. Although Xianxia's collision made him dizzy, he also felt that there was a chance to break through. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul warming lotus suddenly bloomed with 7 colors, stabilizing his mind. At the same time, he urged the power of the space principles to condense moon blades, which he madly shot forward.